Okay. Are we Groot? Are we really Groot? Are we together as a whole against this this reality that's around us? Are we Groot? I always feel that we are Groot. We are the root of it all. As a people, we're brought together, we came together. We are Groot. And if I have to invite more to make sure this happens, I will go. Well, I went public, but they don't like that. Ah, your circles. Okay. Extended circles. Followers. More. Customers. More. VIPs. More. Team members. More. All of us. We are Groot. We are Groot. Is that not what we want? I'm going to give an invitation out there, and it says, unable to invite public or extend it. Well, I got to get rid of public. Where's the public at? Oh, there's no public on here. I do have extended circles. They don't like extended circles. But we are Groot. Okay. Can play that. The T was missing for the end. Well, how in the hell did the T get disappeared off there? Okay. And I'll go to the question mark again. I'll go with that. I'll go with that right now. Are we Groot? The protectors, the guardians of the galaxy. Aren't we the protectors of the galaxy in our own way? Aren't we what we are? Aren't we Groot? I wonder that. I always wonder that when I watch the movie and I sit there and watch it was done by what's his name, the voice, the wrestler, he actually, that was his only part, is we are Groot. No, he said, I am Groot. And then at the end of the movie, he actually said, we are Groot. Of course we are. We're all Groot. We're the, the challengers of the universe. We are the protectors of it, the guardians. We are everything that could be said about Groot. We are Groot. We're the root of the universe. We are a well. If you take the symbology of what they're talking about in there, you understand that Groot was actually trying to point that out, that I am Groot, and he thought that meant all of us. And then he had to, at the end, had to go, we, the first time he said something different from the entire script of the entire movie, I am Groot. He said, we are Groot. And there we went, Guardians of the Universe. Yeah, we're basically the Guardians of the Universe. I don't know if you realize how we're so much like that. And we're so much into the Guardians of the Universe. And people don't realize that. And it's like, really? I mean, I can do the cat face. I am Groot. I am part of the galaxy of the universe. That there can be said. I sent this out to others. I don't know where I get the other Guardians on here. Guardians of the Universe. We're all Guardians of the Universe. We're basically what we are. In our quadrant, we are the guardians of this sector. And, well, we got to throw out all these grays and all these other creatures and say that we are the guardians of this sector. You're not allowed in here. I'm sorry that we opened up a portal to allow you in, but we are the guardians of the universe. We are Groot. We are the root of the earth. And I am so phantasmized by that statement from Groot. I mean, he was the most simplest character of the Marvel comic of that particular movie. But yet he was basically saying, we are all Groot. We're all the root of this sector of the universe. We are what we are. And no other species has the audacity to come in and say otherwise. And we are Groot. Now, I actually agree with that. We are Groot. We're the root of this planet. We're the root of the planet. So Saphira and other beings that created this world, and we are the guardians of it. We are the guardians of our own planet. We shouldn't allow all these superficial creatures that are out there trying to claim ownership to our planet, and we shouldn't allow them to take over and do what they're doing. The TPP is a piece of crap. It means a few run the group. No, the few does not run the group or the root of this society. They're just like rowing They're just like the other characters in the movie that were trying to destroy the universe in their own way to make it their own. I mean, they're going to reshape the universe into its own creation. No, they're not allowed to do that. None of their cosmic law, if you want to call it cosmic law. I mean, let's start to understand what's going on. We do not have Rowan running our planet. He doesn't run it, but yet there's people here who believe they are Rowan. They don't have the Infinity Stone. Well, as far as I know, they may have something called CERN, and maybe CERN is the Infinity Stone to them, and they're creating all this universe around us. Well, this is pretty wild in a speech for me. I'm actually coming out and looking and able to see in Marvel Comics. I'm able to see Marvel Studios maybe that they're trying to warn us of such a coming that's coming soon, because the way the government's running and everything. I mean, we have Rowan. I mean, our government is Rowan. It's out there saying, I will destroy you and bring this hammer down, and poof, you know, oh, maybe 6 billion people disappear. Oh, okay. I can see that. I can understand that. I mean, there's certain links within all the links and all the links of this matrix that we're in. Oh yeah, I bring up the matrix. Yeah, we're in the matrix. It's who's running the matrix throughout the universe. And I mean, it can go down to as far as the ridiculousness of the spaghetti monster. It can go there. It can go to Bob Dobb. I mean, Bob Dobb, you know, and his little pipe and everything. I mean, we can go down to those lanes too, but they all relate together in some supernatural, maybe you want to call it that, supernatural way, that these things are coming down at us, and we're coming into a era that what you see is possible. Cat people, any of these multi-universe creatures coming into our plane of existence, sure, they can all come into our plane. There's always something coming into our plane. I mean, I watched the videos of all these things coming into our plane. They do the hyperdrive theory, and they come into our plane. They don't have to be something that we know of. They never had to be anything that we knew of. They just come here. They're able to travel throughout us. I mean, the orbs are basically spiritual energies of the deceased that come and go around. Some of them are pissed off because the way they died and everything, and certain things happen. All of this is in the multiverse. Well, I do believe in a multiverse. There is a multiverse of dimensions, parallels. If you ever got to see the movie Parallels, you'll start to understand maybe there's a leakage between these parallel worlds, and they're coming in our world, which is a finite world, and now it's a multi-world. Yeah, this stuff can happen. It does happen. I mean, there's stories out there. I can tell you stories about a guy running in front of a Model T, and he's a jogger, and he's running along there as a jogger, and he goes over this hill, and they're following right after him about the same speed he's running, and they get over the hill, and he's gone. There's nothing. They never see that runner again. Well, that's part of the multiverse. He just slipped into another parallel universe and didn't know it. I never know his fate because he went into a multiverse. He's not in our faith. Our faith's another thing. We're starting to have an overlap of something from another universe overlapping into ours that's going to cause the same thing that happened there. It's going to be a cascade effect, as they call it. And this cascade effect does come down through the multiverses. I'm talking scientific. I should be talking occultic. Okay, in occultism, there's other worlds that there are what you'd call other people and demons and everything else. You know, you want me to go into the medieval talk about this, or you want me to talk scientific? It's up to you. I mean, you come on here and say yes. I mean, if you're watching, there's got to be an invitation that I gave you that gives you a link on your own page or something. I mean, and you can come on here and talk. I shouldn't have to. Okay, I'm going to have to. I'm going to go back to where it says start, right? Okay, let me close that for a second. Let me go up the top. I'm going to copy it. Okay, I can print this anywhere now. Okay, I'm going to come in. I'm going to print on my page, Google Plus. We are Goot, or Groot. It's supposed to be Groot, not Goot. What happened to the R? Son of a... Never mind. I can come on here. That's what I hate about typing stuff on here, because sometimes the type doesn't come through. I have no idea. Okay, it's all about Groot, and we are the Groot. Okay, let me, I gotta bring up my keyboard and say, we are, oops, that. We are Groot. Okay, I put a space after that, and I hit paste, and there's the link to get on here off of my Google Plus Spellbinder on his, you go to my personal, you get on there and you go to my personal, and you'll be able to get on here. No doubt about it. There's no ifs, buts, or nothing. We are one. We are Groot. I got one watching. You can come on now. If you just go over, and it will be blue, and I share it, and you should be able to get on here. I mean, it's not really rocket scientist or anything to get on here. I got one viewer. Okay, I'm going to put in my chat box too, because if you're able to see that, then you're able to see the rest. What the heck? That's not what I wanted. So I have to have it lighted or something. There it is, right there. It's on the chat group. All you have to do is open your window up on the right where it looks like the lines on a blue box, and you can get on here. If you're watching, you have access to all that. And you can go up there and say, hello. But my comment is here that I watched Parallels. Now, Parallels is like watching sliders. It gave me a slider overview, and there's like, wow, that's just like watching sliders. But it's a building, and they're in this building, and I'm amazed that didn't become a series. I really am. I'm like, wow, that would be the next aftermath of sliders. But we have multiple worlds, multiple dimensions, and we all live within these. And these things that you're seeing as UFOs and everything, call them demons or whatever you want to call them. They're beings, and they slide over from another dimension, and they're able to take in our universe, depending on their advancement and how advanced they are. Now, these creatures come over here. They're interested in us because they're from another dimension. They may be here to conquer. Sure, they have that option. They may be here to help us. Sure, that's an option. They may have anything in their own minds of what to do. There's many videos showing many contacts with them. I've had flashlight contact with these beings that they'd rather be invisible than visible. Maybe that's one of their abilities, and they don't show themselves. But they're benevolent in their own way. I haven't had stuff flying around, chairs turning upside down, pictures flying off the walls. No, what I'm in contact with is a benevolent form of these beings, and that's only because of my purity, I guess. And they don't have anything to do with me. And maybe it's the crystal around my neck that keeps them at bay also, because there's certain things I have learned over the years that is able to keep them at bay, and they can't bother me or do anything around me. If they do, I can put them in place instantly. And call me Dr. Strange. Maybe I am more of Dr. Strange than I realize myself to be. Well, and they don't bother me. They have no touches on me. They may wish to do something, and if they do, I have the power to control them. Well, this goes back thousands of years also with the shamans and how they had powers over these beings and was able to control them. Well, that's just something I have. I don't know if anyone else has this power over them. And if they don't know it, they will. And it's like out of a Marvel comic in a way. I feel like I'm in a Marvel comic, and I'm a systematic of understanding and observance. And I just lost the person that was on here. They dropped out. Oh, scared? Probably. They can't handle it. It's not part of their reality. They can't handle what I'm talking about. When I start telling the truth and everything, oh, truth. Oh my God, you're telling the truth. Well, yeah, I'm telling the truth. And you should understand that truth. I don't know why people don't understand this truth as much as I do. There. Now I can back off and talk to you. I use the cat mask. Why? Because I think it's cute. As a magi, yeah, this is my cyber existence as the cat. And I don't know if you understand or anything. I don't understand if anyone understands any of this multiverse that we're in. And if you can come in, you can come in. I mean, really, you can come in anytime, and you're gonna be sitting there going, "I can't find you. You can't let me in." No, I am going to. I'm going to do a message. I'm going to enter my link right here, and I'm going to send it. Please select some recipients to send it to. Where am I supposed to put that at? Now, wait a second. I don't have no recipients to send it to. Send. And nothing happens. Interesting. I'm not able to get this to work. I don't know if you realize it. We are Goot, and well, there it is. That must be it down here. No? I'm trying to get people in here. I put the message up. I went to send it, and it says, please select some recipients for your message. Well, I'm not getting anywhere to send this to. That's what's trippy. And I'm going to have to cancel it because I went to send it. Goot. We are Goot. No, it's Groot. I meant to put an R in there, and it didn't come up when I typed it out. Not my fault. Google's fault. Okay, we can do this again. No problem. Oh, I'm back to here. And I continue allowing. And I'm out here live. And I want to bring in others to talk about this. But I'm having okay, we're putting spaces in here. I printed it out. I tried to do that before and it wouldn't do it. We are Groot. Aren't we all Groot? Of course we are. We're all Groot. We are Groot. And now it's asking me to share it again. That's pretty well where I'm standing. Here, question. Here. Okay. A question mark after it, but didn't play that game. I have no idea why I hadn't played that game. I start broadcast early because, it's early night Eastern time. And it'd be nice to, and I did public, and I allowed public, come on here and talk to Groot. We are Groot, aren't we? Guardians of the Galaxy. Isn't that where our purpose is? Isn't that what the Bible said? That we are Groot, guardians of the galaxy. Maybe that's our purpose. That's what it says in the Bible. That's why the angels are jealous. Maybe that's why they came out with the movies like Prophecy 1, 2, and 3. And they don't realize it, that we are Groot, the root of the galaxy. Yeah, not getting any response. I have no idea why I can't get response on this. I start this transmission and I want a response. It'd be nice. Okay. Let's go to uh, interesting. Okay. I still be able to get no. Can't get that one. Interesting. Ah, oh well. If you're on here, stay tuned. I'm going to not even borders, not even. Oh, well, I guess I'm stuck on here. Okay, I'm on here talking about Guardians of the Galaxy. Are we Groot? Or are we not? Are we one? Or are we separate? That is what that is about. I'm paste. I'll put the sun on here. I'll be right back. And I can't even put on my image if I want to, because apparently it's not on here. I'll be right back. Give me about 10 seconds. I gotta do something. All right, I'm back. I'm back in black. I'm back in black. No, anyways. No, anyways. Anyone want to come on here? I know you are. I'm going to have to do something different. And, great. I got to go back to effects. That's not it. Back. Back. Turn that off. Hey, I got the happy sun in the effects. Well, that shouldn't be there either. Okay, I'm back. Apparently you're not back. Can't get on. You're bitching and complaining. I can't get on here. Well, give me a moment. Let me shrink it down. Bring up my screen. And I put it on my We Are Goot. I mean, it's supposed to be Groot, but somehow that didn't come through. Didn't transpire. And I'm looking for back. Okay. I need to put this on my YouTube. Give me a moment to find my YouTube. Okay. YouTube. I'll put this on my YouTube. Now, if you can't find me on my Google Plus, which is the same thing, Spellbinder 00, and you can't get into my page, then I'm going to have to find another way for you to get in. And I'm looking here and I'm not getting anything. Okay, let's go YouTube, period. Okay, I'm in my YouTube period. I'm going to my channel. Okay, on my channel, I'm going to go to discussions. Now, if you go to YouTube and you go to my channel, you'll find discussions. Okay, I'm going to share my thoughts. And here's my thoughts. I say hello, space, paste. And now you should be able to get on here right off my 1 second ago. It's at the very top. And you should be able to get right in here. I mean, I had people trying to tell me I didn't. I mean, I'm going everywhere I can to post this link. And if you can't find it, you're apparently not. You're not experienced in Google Plus or even YouTube. Because right now, you should be able to get in here. Right now. Even in my YouTube under discussions. Go to discussions. And I'm there. The link is right there. I got the link on my group chat. I can reprint it on my group chat and print it on there. And I'll bring up this and go, there you go. There it is. A link right here on here right now. Now, if you can't find me and get on here, you apparently don't have your microphone set up or your earphone set up or something, and you're not able to get on here. I mean, it's that simple. I mean, I invited everyone, and I mean, I have nothing closed. Nothing's closed. Okay. Not able to find me and get on here. I mean, I've had people say, where's the link at? Where's the link at? Where it's on my website and it's on my Google Plus site. I mean, if I want to go to my website, I guess I have to put it on my website. Apparently, that's where I'm having the problems. It's not on my website. And I don't want to change anything. Not my Jason Moy site. Stupid. Two minutes ago, I actually put it on here 2 minutes ago. It's on my website on YouTube. I mean, what do you want? I'm getting these people invite me onto their site, but we can't connect sites. And I'm not ready to turn this side on. So, there. You all should be able to get on my site and talk. And if you want to invite me on your site, put it up there in the group chat. If you want me on your site, put me on the group chat. I'll close this side out and go on your site as a guest. We're in to play that. We're in to play it. if you're willing to play it. Otherwise, I'm going to keep talking about interdimensional beings, interdimensional realities, what UFOs are, where they come from, what they are, why they're here. I mean, I can go on and on and on because it's just that's part of the occultism of it all. Mm-hmm. There I am. Mask bag on. Now, anyone want to come on and talk? It's open. Open lines right now. Open lines right now if you want to come on here. It's definitely open lines. But it's about Groot. The root of human race. The root. Call it Groot. I like that. I like that term used in the Guardians of the Galaxy. That was great. Because at the very end of the movie, Groot says, "We are Groot." That was great. We're all Groot. We're all the root of something. We all have a root in everything. And if you don't know we have a root in something, then you don't know your roots. See how that works? Oh, great tobacco. Clear my head. I'm smoking Groot. It's called tobacco. Groot. Oh well, nobody cares. If you did, you'd be on here by now. I mean, it's not that hard to get on here. I put enough links out there. I can put links out for the public. I mean, it's like, okay. I want to be on. Just want to listen. What do you want to hear? See, that's what I want to know. What do you want to hear? What do you want to know? What is there that you don't know? And I play this game every time I get on here. I have trouble having people finding my links. There is no trouble finding my links. I mean, where am I supposed to go? I mean, if you're on here, write on the group chat and say, you have to put it on whatever. And I'll put the link on there. Okay? Oh. Meow. 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 There's my cat. Meow. Okay. Play whatever you want. I mean, we can sit here and just listen to me. I can go to the news if you want me to and tell you what the hell is going down the pipe right now. It's not that hard. It's a matter of just opening a window up and there's performance news. Performance news is always good. Geoffrey Griffin is the one to go to. The one to know the news. Okay. Michael Keegan, A former official with the U.S. Social Security Administration revealed that the agency misled Congress to get $500 million to replace a computer center which they had no intention of replacing. Pocketing the money. Pocketing the money. It was just a way of getting hold of the money. When Keaton attempted to expose this flaw, he was dismissed from his duties and pressured into resigning. Fox News, June 18th. See how this all happens? It's just, you wouldn't imagine how criminal this stuff is. I mean, I can play another game with it, but I don't know. Are you ready for the game? Are you really ready for the truth? Can you handle the truth? Can you handle the truth? Got my cat down there. I don't know why my cat's way down there. What are you doing down there, cat? Get up. Up, up, up. There it comes. It comes back up. And okay. I can't use this for some reason. It's not playing the mask that it's supposed to play. But yeah, we're living in there. I mean, I just watched a movie. It was called Parallels. And Parallels was a real good movie. I wish it was a series like Sliders. I mean, in the movie Parallels, these people, it's a brother and daughter called by their father to show up at this place. They drag along this guy who's in love with, the brother's daughter, or not daughter, but sister, and they're dragged into this universe. And like Sliders, as long as they get back to the building at a certain time, they're able to go to another time. Not time, but another dimension of the same time. It was the same day, same time. You can look on your watch and it would be the same time in that universe. It's kind of like Sliders. It was just put out about 3 weeks before March. And it was independent that came out with Fox. And I'm waiting to see if they actually say, wow, this would be something to have on here, like Sliders, which Sci-Fi came out with, and they're debating it still to this day, several months later, if they should come out with this show. Well, I agree. They should come out with this show. It's called Parallels, and it's basically the building that they're in. I mean, this is like a high Skype building. It's, maybe 40 or 60 stories high. And they come out in different time periods. And I think it should be making to a series. I really do. And just to make up for Sliders ending. And they have to get back to the building within 36 hours each time. There's a time slide every 36 hours of this building. And it has a plot. It has everything that you can imagine to make it plausible. I mean, as far as Sliders. And it's like, oh, wow. And they have to get back. And if they get back in 36 hours and get back in the building shifts to another timescape. And, well, in the first episode, which was an hour and a half pilot for this series. This guy came from a place where he's an electronics person. He said, I wish I could get my hands on electronics. So he builds this box, and when he gets in this advanced civilization, he somehow survives the nuclear blast. It's supposed to destroy the building and make it so it doesn't come back the third time. And it's got a lot of cool stuff in it. And they end up killing him by the end of the series. But they have the box that he created. And this box is able to control the building. And they're able to, their father comes back, and he comes down in the elevator and comes out and says, here, let me do this. And he actually knows how this thing works, this box that this guy created. And he sets it up and says, there you go. You got to go find your mom. This brother and sister, they have to go find their mother. And it has this guy who is a lawyer, a defense lawyer. And he's along with them. And he's just, fascinated by what's going on. It's kind of like Sliders in a way. Instead of having the singer and performer, it has this guy, and he's with them, and they're sliding through different planes of Earth, no matter what time it was, what place it was, what area it was. And it's a multiverse, and yeah, it all works with the multiverse. I'm just amazed nobody can find me. Okay, you want to find me? You want to find me on this channel? Go to YouTube. Go down through just the normal YouTube. I mean, Nadia has this, and if you're a member or signed up to me or subscribed, you should see me on there live and be able to click onto it and come in live off of that. Because once you click on it, it will give me my page. It will give you the link in the comments, and you click on that, and poof, if you have your camera and your microphone hooked up, you're able to come right on in. I mean, it's that simple. I went on Nadia that simple. And it shouldn't be any more difficult than that. I would never understand if you can't get in right now. And get in here right now. Spellbinder YouTube. Spellbinder G+. Now, G+, go there, put me in this search. You shouldn't have any problem getting to me. There should never be a problem. I'll never understand what the problem is. I mean, everything's naturally on my site. Everything comes in naturally. And it's like, I can go talk to Nadia right now and just cut this off and talk to Nadia. There would be no problem if she had an opening. But she's always 10 full, and well, that's because she's anti-Christian and stuff. Maybe I should be anti-Christian. Maybe I'd get more an audience if I was anti-Christian. Maybe that's what the problem is. But I'm not anti-Christian. I'm positive Christian, but I just don't know why they go there and argue with an atheist and make it out as if it's something cool. I haven't understood that. Never have understood that. Why is that cool? Talking against everything that's the foundation of America. She's from England. She's UK, but anyone want to argue, talk about that? Anything else? I mean, we are Groot. We are the root. And, well, Now I talk about the root. Here we are. The root. Groot. Okay. I get viewers watching and I get nothing coming back. And I've been on here for about an hour. And, well, we should talk. We need to talk. Let's talk. All I want to do is have a show with conversation and speculation about any subject that's out there that's paranormal, magical, UFOs, demons coming back, Antichrist. No, let's talk about all this. Let's see what your point of view is. All I ask is the point of view. If you don't want to have the point of view, then apparently I'm not talking to an audience. They can't get on here. I don't know why one can't get on here. Everything's open. I've closed nothing. It's an open forum. I mean, I'm gonna invite again. And my circle should come on here. Okay. I got 0 circles. Really? They dropped me? Wow. What a bunch of losers. Anyways. All of us. Public I have a problem with. When I go public is sharing this video call with the public will allow anyone on Google Plus to talk to you. As though anyone, it's red alert. And I have an automatically quiet invitation. I can't turn it off. Well, I know, because you want me to turn off the quiet invitation. But I can't turn it off. Yeah, I know you want me to have it on here. Otherwise, I can invite anyone. You are such a As far as I know, I'm live, but I can't invite anyone outside my circle. It's up to you. You want to invite somebody outside the circle? You can. Hello, Troy.
Live. Live.
I don't hear you.
Yeah.
I see you, but I don't hear
You
you
hear
talking.
me.
Hang on here.
That's because you got your microphone off.
Give me a moment. I gotta play with something here. Damn. That's not it. I gotta right click it. Okay. Playback devices. Now you should be able to not
Hi.
plugged in. What do you mean I'm not plugged in?
Hi. Hi.
Plugged in now.
Hello.
I can see you talking and see your wave coming up, but that's not coming from my earphones. I gotta do some adjustment here. Give me a moment to make an adjustment. Okay, I should be getting you through my earphones right now. Let me check something up here. There's something I have to do. Default speakers. Headphones. Okay. Are you there? I just did I default my speakers to headphones. There I am. There you are. There you are. I got you now. I had to.
Hello.
Hello. I had to readjust my my Google Plus speakers and take it off speakers and put it on earphones. Apparently, my speakers weren't working either. I guess at the moment. I hear you now, loud and clear. I see your cat. There's your cat. Meow.
How much did I miss? How much did I miss of the show? Have I missed a couple hours of it, or what's the deal here?
Let's see, what is it? You missed about 45 minutes or so. And it was all talking about, you know, stuff about the, well, I would say Nephilim, but it was about the coming whatever of the spirits that are called UFOs and everything. And yeah, I covered over a lot of stuff. Actually, I need to go back and review what I actually said because I got so off channel trying to get people on here. There's your cat. Meow. Meow.
Yeah.
My cat see me? Ow. Sometimes my cat will look at the screen and watch stuff that's going on. Then it gets tired of it and goes to sleep. And it's like, okay.
My cat gets breakfast, lunch, supper, and midnight snack, soft food every day. And right now it's past its feeding time, so it's going to come over here pretty quick and start pawing me and bite me and stuff.
Mine don't claw and bite me. Mine just comes over and rubs against me and everything and wants something. And yeah. It's like, you know, I look at her and go, what do you want? And she's like, and she's just like rubbing against me and stuff. And I stopped feeding her because she's eating me out of house and home is what she's doing with that natural cat food from Purina Cat Chow. She loves that stuff. And she'll eat so much she'll throw up. And I'm like, you're eating like a dog. So I started to only feed her once a day. and give her a bow, and she eats that bow up. Oh well, that's all you get until tomorrow. And I keep telling her that, and I'm telling her that she's trying to eat. I mean, she'll eat herself until she's sick. And I thought only dogs did that. I thought dogs the only one to eat themselves.
I don't know.
My cat's acting like a dog. I mean, it's really, really trippy. It's really trippy when you have a cat that acts like a dog.
There you go.
Hmm.
All right.
All
Cat is
right.
fed.
It's fed. Now you got your cat fed. Mine's been fed, but she got some food left, and that's like I keep telling her that's all you're gonna get. I give you a bowl. If you don't eat it, the mice are gonna get it. We have mice here, and I'm trying to get the cat to be a mouser. She got one mouse. It was a little baby mouse. And it was like, is that all you can give me? I want the big fat mouse you can catch. And apparently she's been trying and hearing the scratching in the above my ceiling. Here, like I said, I have my office in the basement because it's nice and cool down here. I love the coolness down here, and it's not like I'm a geek or whatever living in my mom's basement or whatever. It's because it's nice and cool down here, and I like the cool air down here. It's nice. I mean, it's 70 degrees down here, and it's probably about 78 upstairs, and it feels uncomfortable to me with the humidity. So, you know, I, I stay down here, and this is why I'm down in the basement because I'm like the guy. I think I could do the same feats that he did. I understand his techniques. There's this guy called Giver who ran out in the polar ice cap, and he does all this stuff where he can sit out and basically in a swimsuit and sit down and be warm and 40 degrees below zero. Yeah, I can do that. I have that technique. Apparently, mine's out of control because I have to be in. If I work, I do anything above 50 degrees, I start sweating. Actually, 20 degrees, I start sweating. I go out and do the driveway. I'm in a t-shirt and I'm steaming. Now that's something that you don't see. I see steam coming off my arms, off my shirt. I mean, and I'm shoveling the snow off, and I'm actually hot, and I'm 20 below zero, and it's like that's comfortable as long as I'm working. I mean, I apparently have that same superhuman feat that he has that I can keep warm and cold. And I don't know. I watched that video and I said, "That's me." Really, I actually came up with that's me.
Well,
Wow.
I can explain that theoretically. You have a heating mechanism in your body, a biological heating mechanism. And if you can somehow, through some mental power, access that thermostat, then yes, there is no reason you can't, regulate your body. Raise it a few degrees if you need to, or drop it a few degrees, or whatever you want to do. Just takes practice. Practice makes perfect.
Oh yeah.
Mind over matter.
I don't matter, but I'm just naturally that way. That's what I keep talking about. I want to go to Norway. I want to go somewhere where I'm working and I can be in a t-shirt and it's 20 degrees outside or whatever. I can be working out in that and still be warm as long as I'm working. Now, if I stop working, it's like a reverse synopsis. Actually, I get really cold, and so as long as I'm working, I'm a furnace. Really.
Basically.
Yeah.
You know. So, well, you don't have to worry around here. Doesn't get too hot where you are, so you're
Oh
safe.
yeah.
They had 149 heat index in India a couple weeks ago.
Wow.
Real temperature was like 120 degrees Fahrenheit. With the humidity, they said it felt like 149.
Wow.
That's a little hot. That's a little
It is
steamy.
a little steamy. Just a little.
Well, I don't know how many people died. A bunch of people died over there. You know, crazy weather. We
Oh
had a
yeah.
tornado here about 3 days ago. 4 days ago, we had a tornado. 15 miles away, just missed us. We got some rain, didn't get any wind, and it knocked the power out, knocked my internet out for 12 hours,
Wow.
and knocked the transformer out. Oh, you know what it did? You ain't going to believe this. Do you know those great big, just in your mind, imagine the biggest power lines you can imagine that come out of the nuclear power plant?
Mm-hmm.
Well, right where they come out, right near the power plant somewhere in Illinois, the whole power line and the tower was knocked over, I guess, or something, and the lines busted and stuff. Giant power lines. And I'm thinking, a nuclear power plant has to have electricity coming into it in order to remain cool with all this equipment. And so I'm just wondering if they had to shut down or something. They're not telling us about it. There's a lot of times things go wrong at a nuclear power plant. They forget to tell anybody about it for like 10 years at a time. So I just hope it's not too serious. I guess you would
Oh
have heard
no.
about it by now. Yeah, you got to have power to a nuclear power plant. And even though it's producing power, it's also taking power in. That's kind of odd. You know.
Wow. Yeah, I'm just sitting back here trying to get my picture up here without me on it. And I don't know why
Yeah.
I lost my fire dog somewhere. I don't know where the fire dog went to. It just disappeared. And,
How's your mom?
oh, okay. There I am. There's a picture of me without moving. Okay. Puts my cat face up there. Meow.
Mm-hmm.
Mm, yeah, she's doing okay. I mean, she's up there. She's on the westerns and all that stuff. I mean, it's the old days. 1960s, 19 late 50s. I mean, she's in all these Cheyenne and all those movies. Uh, that Matheson and Ponderosa and and that's what she's
Yeah.
into. And she sits there and watches it on the cable, 24/7. Well, not really 24/7, but she watches every day. They took Channel 10
Yeah,
away
she's
from
a.
her, and she likes the
Yeah.
soap operas. But she found out that we have Pop on the satellite. So when you go to Pop, you can watch, Young and the Restless and, the other one that's on there. the Bold and the Beautiful. And yeah. What I like about the Bold and the Beautiful is it has the guy who's called Victor Newman. Now, Victor Newman, he played actually in a movie back in the 60s called, it was called Forbin's Project. And it was about a computer system that he created in that movie. His character created this computer system that had IE, or AI, actually artificial intelligence. And the Russians created an artificial intelligence, and they combine together and they take over the world. It's like two halves of a brain, and it's an interesting sci-fi they played in. And they killed the scientist in Russia off, but didn't kill him because Forbin, uh, was important to this computer, and he had to watch him and everything, and created, ears and eyes, and almost like transcendence, except it's beyond that. It was just inside the computers. And this is 1960s. They came out with this artificial intelligence system, and he played he played it well in that series. That was the only movie I actually seen him in before he ended up in soap operas. That was it. And it was actually based on the book called Colossus. That was the name of the book, was Colossus. Now, Colossus was the book about that same thing, artificial intelligence getting, consciousness and taking over the world and saying, I know how to treat you and how to make you right and everything. It's one of those things where I can control you. It's like transcendence in some way. But in transcendence, I thought that was bad because he actually was in the system. The character in that movie was his self. He wasn't a copy or anything. His soul went into the computer system, and he was going to do good for the entire planet. It just, it's almost like Superman when he went nuts in this game that I watched over the last 2 days, because they made a full-length movie, and the people who were playing the game was able to make the superheroes of our world, like Superman and Batman and Flash and Arrow, and all of them were good guys, because they were always beating up on this parallel universe people. They'd go in there and just kick their I mean, they had the game things at the top where it showed their power levels going down and they drop and everything. It was interesting. It's on YouTube. And
Oh yeah.
and I sit there and watch that, and it was like watching a movie, an anime, but it was somebody playing the game who knew the game so well he could play the good characters to a perfection, and they would kick the butt of the characters in the other world to pieces. Even Luthor was a good guy, and he played that guy until he got conquered by the computer. The computer took him out. I don't know if this was a gameplay or it was just playing the computer game between the computer and yourself. I mean, it was like you against the AI of the computer, and
Yeah.
it was interesting, and it was 2 hours and 36 minutes, and I enjoyed
Oh
every bit
boy.
of it. Oh, it had
Holy mackerel.
it had the anti, it turned out that Green Lantern became part of Sinistar. He became part of his group, and this guy, they came over to this dimension, this parallel world, to help conquer Superman, who went mad in this world. That was the whole plot of this. Superman went mad. Lois Lane was killed by the Joker. He kills the Joker in that universe, and then he goes off. He goes off saying, I am going to be the perfect, ruler over this planet to make sure there's no crime anywhere, and I'm going to be the ruler. And well, it went out of control. And then at the end of this, it turns out that Superman in our world, if you want to call it our world, in our reality or something, had a capsule put by his heart that's kryptonite. It's shelled so it doesn't expose him to it. And all the superheroes out there every week get a remote in case he goes off because he saw what happened to his counterpart in this parallel universe. And he actually said, I could go that way. I could actually end up like him. And I'm ashamed of myself. And he went and he decided to have this thing put into his body. So if he ever did the same thing in the parallel universe, one of the super characters could hit a button and release the kryptonite in his system and kill him right there on the spot. It was just whoa. I mean, and it showed all these other timelines going on in the other universe, and it was pretty wild watching a video game made into a movie. I mean, the person that had to do this had to know all the what the superheroes could do to win because they beat up on every one of the counter characters in the other universe except for Green Arrow. Green Arrow got killed in that universe. They lost him.
Wait. You said Green Arrow?
Green
You wouldn't
Arrow.
believe the headlines. You wouldn't believe the headlines. Let me tell you what happened. A few days ago, there was a phone call, and someone got very, very angry. So the dad took his daughter to where I used to go to school all the time for years up here, about 20 miles away, 19 miles away.
Well,
And there's a remote parking lot. I know every parking lot at that junior college. Well, here's what happened. A phone call was made. A guy got angry. He got in his car. His daughter was with him. They went to this remote parking lot. The guy they called their enemy for some reason, he was there at a distance. And the guy asked his daughter, would you get me my bow and arrow? Would you get me my bow out of my trunk? And so the girl reached down, picked up his bow, handed it to him. Do you know what one of those razor cut,
yeah,
the points
the
that
four
are like
side,
three?
the four side arrow or the two side.
Yeah.
There's the
Yeah.
four
Well,
side
he shot
also.
one of those. I don't know how far away he was, but he shot one of these things and it hit this guy and it killed him. And then there's the rumor in the paper. They tried to determine, we don't know, the police wouldn't answer us, but we think the guy went up and to make it look like a knife wound, he took the arrow and he like jammed it in around and tried to pull it out or something to make it look like a knife stabbing or something. And probably because the penalty's less than if you use a knife, it might be less of a penalty, like 5 years less than a deadly bow and arrow. So I don't know about that, but it's hideous. I can't believe it. I parked in that parking lot.
Wow.
Man, it's the third murder. It's the third murder in this little area in since January. It's the third murder. One guy they burned him up. They cut his head off and everything, and they threw him in the river, and it was light. The bones or something. It was light in this barrel or something. And it floated to shore, and they found out that the guy that ran the truckomat, he was supposed to give half the ownership to his buddy and the other buddy, and they got cheated, and so they decided we're going to settle the score. So they took the owner of the truckomat and burned him all up, tried to dispose of the body. Terrible. And then my good friend, he says, I know right where that is. He says, I know right where they burned that guy up because I had friends years ago that lived down there, and I know right where they had that body burning up. Yeah, he knew. About 25, 30 miles from here. Yeah.
Were they on SSRIs? Or were they
No,
on
they're probably on.
medication or something? Or
They were probably on. They were probably on hard liquor or beer or something.
wow. Because, all these, like the guy that shot those people in South Carolina, it's come out that he was on several medications plus drugs and everything. And I mean, when you see a picture of him when he's in police custody, he has no expression on his face. It's like UK Ultra was controlling him. And people in the church actually said after he shot the 9 people, he put the gun to his head and there was no more bullets. And he just put the gun down and just sat there. It sounds like something from UK Ultra. I mean, something out of Conspiracy Theory, the movie, with Mel Gibson. I mean, it's just like, wow,
Yeah.
something out of that. I mean, that's
It's
amazing.
hideous.
It's hideous,
Mm-hmm.
but they're doing this stuff and they're saying, now we got to take your guns away because look, this guy went to church with a gun and shot these people. Where if he didn't have a gun, he probably went in there with a club, an axe, or something else and went and chopped people up. I mean, it's not the weapon, it's the person who's been programmed or under, serotonin rehab, drugs that they put them on, and they go nuts. They actually, you watch commercials on TV, like Zytec and all these other drugs. They say, well, they may commit suicide, they may get violent, they may do this, and they may do that, and it's supposed to treat them for the same depression that they're under. And suddenly, you know, they go out there and do the same thing that the side effects are mentioned on these drugs. And you sit there and you wonder about that. It's like the guy up there in Denver who went and shot all these people supposedly. We don't know because people on the local news said there's several people that came in through the side doors that he opened and opened up the side doors and let them in, and they start shooting everybody. I mean, and that never came out in the national news. No, no, that was on local news. Local news only reported that.
Well, they should have jumped the guy. I mean, when he started shooting, they should have just ran at him and taken a bullet to the stomach or something and knocked him down, and then there'd only be one person dead. See? But they didn't know that 80% of people shot with a handgun live. 80% of people shot with a handgun live. If they'd have known that fact, they could have attacked the guy, figuring that 80% rule, and then they would have taken their chances pretty good in their favor, and they could have saved a lot of lives. The gun don't stop me.
What's weird is the police cited several people running out to the highway in black garb, and they weren't obviously viewers of the movie Batman, and he was sitting on the hood of a car and gibbering, and he claimed that he was the Joker. Now this is what gets me. If you ever seen the Joker, he has green hair. What color was his hair was? Red, like the Riddler. But he said he was the Joker. Oh, now you have to start, questioning all this, and you start going. This was a setup to take away guns. That's all it was. It's basically set up, and this in South Carolina was the same thing. People are not buying it. I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it. I'm not biting. I'm not a fish that's going to bite a poison hook. I mean, I'm not doing it. I'm not biting that hook. I believe that he was under MK Ultra. He was under control,
Well,
and he. I mean, you look at him in the pictures they show of him with the police officer behind him. They took him to Burger King after the incident and fed him because he said, "I'm hungry." And they took him to a Burger King, uncuffed, and had him eat a burger while they were sitting there with their guns and everything. But that's do you do that with normal, people that go out and do this type of stuff? I mean, something's not right here. Something
Yeah,
is
that's
off.
strange.
It is strange, and you have to look at that. He's not responsible because he was kicked out of his family when he was young. He's probably the Montauk Project, if nothing else. He has blonde hair. He may have been programmed under MK Ultra, and they programmed him to do this at a certain time, like a sleeper. And they woke him up, and he went there, sat in the church, nice and calm, waited about an hour during the preaching, and suddenly stood up and started shooting everyone that he could get a bead on, and shot him. And then he he went back into his stupor state. They didn't have to run after him or anything. He just kind of lay there. After he tried to kill himself and click, 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 and nothing happened, he just sat there. His program wasn't complete. His program was he was supposed to shoot 8 people, keep a bullet for himself, and then put himself out of his misery. And, well, that didn't happen. It's one of those programmed things that happen. I mean, it's what's going on. They have sleepers out there. They get these young kids who are in these video games and everything, and then they bring them out and say, "How you'd like to play the real game?" and they're like, "Yeah, can I play this? Yeah, okay." And they take them in, do a programming to them, and next thing you know, guess what? They're pulling a gun out and shooting people randomly in these with places that have a sign up saying, you know, this is a gun restricted area or whatever, And all that says to their mind is open range, moving targets.
I'm just wondering if this has ever happened where a victim in these mass shootings has come after the pharmaceutical corporations for their drugs that promote this violence, because like you said in the flyers, in the warning contraindications, it says can cause suicidal tendencies, can cause violence, aggression, and stuff. It seems like this would be a winnable case in one of these mass murders, and they could go right after the big corporations that manufactured the drug and say, "Hey, my son is dead now because of your drug," and then they might be able to win some money.
Well, they did get money. They paid each family off $1 million+ that was killed in the South Carolina massacre, and they gave them over $1 million and said, "Here, this is compensation for what happened. We're sorry." And they took the money. And they're millionaires now.
I gotta bow out for a little while, but I will be back. All right. Okay. You gonna be on for a while? You're gonna be on
3 hours or so.
All right. I'll see you in a little bit. Good show. Thank you.
Thank you.
Adios.
Welcome. Anyone else want to come on? Talk about this situation or anything else? I have answers. If you want answers, I can actually give them to you. And the answers are out there. It's not a secret anymore. Many firms of alternative media has come out there. Really good guys that come out and say, "Yeah, this is what they're doing. This is how they're doing it, and we're under some type of control." It's a mind control through the media. They're paid millions of dollars from the government to tout whatever, tout the whatever you want to believe. And they'll come out there and say, yes, this happened here and this happened there. And you believe that these people are telling you the truth. The only time they tell you the truth is when they have like a tornado or a robbery or something that, happens. But when it comes to these mass murders and stuff going on around the country, that's where they're making their big bucks, is to tout. Yes, this person was disturbed. I mean, they even tried to say he was on marijuana and that caused him to do that. No, no, no. This guy was on 15 different drugs and he was a zombie, if you want to call it a zombie. And he was a zombie. He was programmed, a robot. He was basically a biological robot that went out and did these things. And he shot these people and put them down. This is what happens. And it's a case after case trying to get your guns away from you. They want your guns. They want your guns. Oh, yes. If you're armless, then they can do whatever they want to you, as the police have been doing anyways, because they go after the unarmed citizens. You notice that, right? A lot of times, a guy coming out with a towel around his neck and they think it's a gun, and they're on SSRIs and they boom, boom, boom and shoot him. And then they find out he has no weapon on him or nothing. And this is just recently, this is last week. And this stuff is happening. We're living in this tyranny and we don't even realize it. It's fascist tyranny. And we're in it. And there we are. Don't you know? Well, you'll figure it out eventually. I'm going to take a break for about two minutes and be right back. Feel free to come on the air and state whatever. Okay, we're back. We're back in black, more black and black. Okay, anyways, we're talking about this diabolical government. It reminds me of Superman and his Lexor. And Lexor is running the planet right now. And we don't have a Superman to stop him. Okay? And this Lexor is actually a group of people who are out there and they're playing this game. of, oh, be afraid of everything. Al Qaeda is underneath your bed. Al Qaeda is underneath your bed. ISIS is underneath your bed. Well, if you believe all that, then you'll believe that Marshmallow Man lives on the moon and runs around on the moon. And it's all about Marshmallow Man. And Marshmallow Man is the actual enemy of the universe. Okay? All right. Let's start playing some mind games here, because that's what they're playing. They're playing the mind games, and we have to wake up to these mind games that they're playing. They're playing all these mind games. They're everywhere. The mind games. They're on CBS, NBC, CNBC, Fox News, CNN. What's ABNBC? I mean ABC. What can we not understand? That is the question of all this that is. And if you come on here, you can talk. And I have links all over the place. And come on, talk. And we can understand. Can you understand? I always understood what's going on. I always understood because, well, do your homework. So I always ask, do your homework. Just start looking in to like whatreallyhappened.com. Mike Rivero. I hate to mention him because I know he's a shill. How about Alex Jones, the shill? Yes, he will tell you partial truths. And he will come out there and tell you all this stuff. But yet, where do you think he got all his finances from? Where did he get all his money from? Did he get from the Israelis? Because he always says it's all about the Arabs. It's all about the Islam. And it's all about all these other countries. But he won't mention Israel as being maybe the major cause of all this. A small little country is now expanded throughout Palestine and taken over, killing the relatives off of Jesus. Yes, there may be relatives out there in Jesus. Why do you think they went after Iraq? Well, Iraq is the center of Babylon. There's a lot of technology that was left over from the invasion many thousands of years ago. And they're finding this technology. And it's out there. It's all over the place. And they went in a museum and they said that, oh, it was invaded by, it was invaded by these people of Iraq and stuff, ISIS or whatever, or Al Qaeda, the toilet. The toilet invaded and flushed out all the relics. And, okay. You want to believe that, go ahead and believe it. I mean, it's not true. This is part of the illusion that they're giving us. It's an illusion, and I should understand that more than anything. It's an illusion. And they played these puppet tickets out in front of you, wave this stuff. Look at this hand while they're doing this hand. And, oh, well. And it comes out later on that people see through the illusion later on and start talking about it. And, well, we start talking about it. We come out and say, yeah, they went into museums, they found technology, they found what they were looking for, and now what? They are using that technology against the people of the world because they found stuff they could back engineer. They're good at back engineering now. Ever since the first flying saucer crashed in Roswell and before, they were able to take that technology, reverse it, use it for their own purposes militarily, and then later on, the guys who were involved in it said, hey, we can make a profit off of this. Look, they got this thing like a CDC and or this CD, and we can back engineer that. And light optics with light optics. Now, Crusoe was one of the persons that wrote the book the day before Roswell. And he actually wrote this book, and I actually believe it because it makes sense. It actually makes sense throughout the history of our technology, raising 200 years in the future instantly, just like a click. And here we are with all this technology, computers and everything else. Well, this is what they sold out to us because they're making a buck off of it. But now they're running into a thing where they want to conquer the world. Well, they can't conquer the world because they don't have enough money. So now they need more money. You know what that means. You remember what they did when the gold was turned in and the silver was turned in, and properties taken over and resold and just on and on. Yes, this is what they're after. They're after ultimate control of our reality.
There we go. I bought him a lot yesterday. Where's all that at? I don't know.
And we go on and on. There's nothing to say more than that we're under some control, under some diabolical. I mean, I almost go along with the Christians out there saying that all these UFOs are demons, they're fallen angels, they're coming back down, this is the end times. Well, under a certain extent, yes, it's an end times. But to call them demons and stuff is an understatement. Let's just call them an invasion of extraterrestrials. And, well, they're extraterrestrials because they're not from around here. Yeah, same type of thing.
Well, if you want to see what they look like, there's a guy down at a refinery in Texas that saw one. He climbed off the top of the tank and got hit down on the ground and took videos of it. And it's the most hideous thing you could ever imagine. It's like a flaming demon, like a mile long, and you can see the demon in the head of the craft, and it just looks like solid flames, and you can see the eye, the arms, and it's huge. And like, if that's what they're talking about in the Bible is the demons, yes, I can see why they call them demons, because those things are like fire resistant.
Oh yeah, I mean, you have to look at them as a being. If I accept that they're from another dimension or maybe another world, but yet they are extraterrestrials. They are not of our world. They have knowledge beyond us, and they're able to tap into your mind and make you see whatever you want to see. and they can do that. I mean, it's like Star Trek on steroids. I mean, it's like,
Yeah. Yeah, you got
and
that right.
I don't believe that they're spiritual, as they say. It's just they have this psychic power that's able to overwhelm our minds of perception, and they're able to make us see whatever they want us to see or whatever. They can do that. They have that ability. They don't bother me because they know that I have a crystal, and the crystal keeps me in line. And I've had this thing for 20 years, and I'm never taking it off except a couple of times to show it and stuff, but it's still in my hand and stuff. So they're not able to bother me. And I've never had any experiences besides some of them that they're in, at a distance, and they don't come near me. They don't bother me. They don't try to control my mind. And I think that's kind of interesting because I seem to be above them in that respect. Kind of like Merlin in his dealings, or Solomon in his dealings, and a bunch of the wizards that were out there during our ancient times. And I feel that I'm untouchable by them because I understood something. I came across information, and it protected me by studying the ancient occult knowledge. And I am not. They just don't bother me. They don't throw stuff around or anything. I'm able to talk to them, and they'll talk to me, kind of like Solomon talking to the spirits that he talked to, or demons or whatever, jinn, and they just don't bother me. They can't get close enough to me because I've done several ceremonies, the lesser banishing of the pentagram and other ceremonies, and they realize that I'm either an equal or above them, and they don't want to challenge me because they know if they challenge me, I'm able to psychically draw up the energy to defeat them. But that's beside the point, and they won't even bother me. I've heard of people who don't have any Christian background who you know are abducted by aliens and carried out through the window or whatever by an electromagnetic beam. But there's some Christians who were abducted, and they just said, "In the name of Jesus, go away." And next thing they know, they're back in their bed. One guy had this incident where he dropped, plopped back in his bed next to his wife, who was, put out. And she woke up and says, "What's going on?" And he said, "I was almost abducted, but I called out the name of Jesus Christ, and they just stopped instantly and let me go." See, there's something about that. That means they're kind of, yeah, maybe dynamic, but then maybe Jesus is one of the super warriors of the galaxy, and you call out that name, and it frightens them because he exists out there still. I mean, even though he lost his shell, doesn't mean he didn't recreate a new shell, and is out there. I mean, science fiction is endless, isn't it?
Yeah.
And you have to remember that. One time I had when I was in Las Vegas, I was laying in my bed, and I had this heavy weight on my chest. It was like something was on my chest, like one of those succubi or succubus that was on my chest, and I went Yahweh, Shavahe, and then I started going off on doing the Christian cross under Kabbalicism. And the next thing I know, it was gone. It was gone just like, snap of the fingers. It was gone. And I didn't have to call out Jesus' name, but I did that because I was into Kabbalicism. And it actually took off and left me because it wasn't able to handle what I was putting out. And that was kind of cool. That was something I came across. Also, you can do the Kabbalic cross, which is the same as the Christian cross or the Catholic cross, and you can do this under certain names, and you can actually repel these demons, and they'll go away when they come to you. I mean, they call it sleep paralysis. Now, sleep paralysis is something that is real. I mean, many people have had sleep paralysis. They wake up because they feel this pressure on their chest.
I don't really need to listen to it. I look at the teleprompter. That's fine for you. Oh, from where? Sweat a little bit today. A little? Feel that thing.
Hello, working.
I stepped it up this time.
TJ. 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 Mic off. If you're not talking. Thank you. I'm trying to talk to working right here. We got working on here. And okay. Hello, working. You can talk now. Turn on your mic. Hello. Oh, I see you on here on the group chat. I'm at work. Oh, so you can't talk? Yes, maybe. Okay. Okay, you can listen in, I guess, to the conversation. We're just talking about the all-out, multiverse that's going on around us. Yeah. Okay. You're just listening. Okay. We're just talking about the multiverse and how we're surrounded by different alien beings. I don't want to call them demons or whatever. They could be called daemons, which means good or bad, maybe. And they're out there. And they come and visit us constantly upon this world. And we're just sitting back here and having a discussion about whatever you want to have a discussion about, basically. If you have a news article you want to talk about or something, you can type it out. Doesn't really matter. I mean, you can come on and talk to us live. This is a radio show in a way. It's a Google Plus radio show, and it's where it goes. It only goes as far as this and YouTube. So it's live right now, and you're on the air. Otherwise, we can talk about anything. Talk about, the die-off in the Pacific Ocean with all the radiation coming from Fukushima. We can, just go on and on. It's really an open conversation.
Store?
But we
Say, I got an
are,
idea.
we are Groot, aren't we? Aren't we Groot? I think we are
Yeah, but
all
do you know
Groot.
these? These nuclear power plants? They're subject to the Wigner effect, which is where radiation causes things to fall out. I know one guy, he worked at the plant, he got eye cancer, but he kept working, and then one day he was walking out the parking lot to his car, and his eye fell out. So it actually makes human bodies fall apart and makes metal fall apart. So just imagine these nuclear reactors. What I want to know is, I want some psychic to come on and tell me, project when the next meltdown will be and what country it will be, and will it be India or China? Will it be the USA? Where will it be? Can we have some clairvoyant, or remote viewer give us a sneak preview of where we're going to wind up, or how soon it's going to be before they destroy the Earth completely and totally and beyond repair? It's almost there now, so
I
any
don't know.
day now another nuke plant will blow up.
I keep
Remember Three Mile
hearing,
Island? Three
I
Mile
keep
Island,
hearing,
Chernobyl, and Fukushima. There's three of them so far.
yeah. And I'm always
Okay.
sitting back here wondering about what they're talking about September 23rd of this year. I'm always sitting back here going, is that real or is that just another card put out by Van Neumann, who said they're going to send these cards out? The first card was terrorism. The second one, after terrorism, could be a,
No, I'm talking about 6 kids.
You're thinking of that Mike Jackson's card game when they had the Twin Towers and the World Trade Centers going down, and the FBI investigated him. He sued him and won for $150,000 and all his court charges because the government investigated him because he had all this prophetic vision displayed on his cards that interfered with their actual satanic plans. And he actually won the case. Wow.
wow.
What a prophet. That guy's a modern day prophet to come up with that card game like that. Man, what a visionary.
Well, there was what's her name? I can't remember her name. She's part of Disclosure, but she worked with Van Neumann, and Van Neumann told her several times they're going to do this. They're going to bring out the terror card, and he said after the terror card, it's going to be the asteroid card, and after that one, the final card, it's going to be extraterrestrial invasion. We're going to be invaded by space beings. And she sat there and kind of explained it, saying they're planning all this stuff. We've been there. We're out there. Maybe it will be our own people coming back and invading us. And they may be the ones that come back and invade us as the Space Corps and make this all happen to make a one world order. I want a one world order. That's number one. That's the fourth card. One world order. Where there's one government running the entire planet. That could be good, that could be bad, depending on the people running it. And the way I see it is the bad ones are going to be running the one world order. And
Well, that's why I say we got to vote for change, and we're going to vote for Jill Stein. She's a doctor. We need a doctor in the White House. We don't need just a crooked lawyer in the White House like we got. We need a doctor in the White House to fix everything. We need a first aid kit for America.
I thought that about Ron
Yeah.
Paul. Now Ron, R-O-N, not Rand. Rand is in competition with his father because apparently they had issues, and I don't really believe in Rand Paul, but I do believe in Ron Paul. He's out there. He has an entire site on YouTube of Ron Paul's Liberty website, and he's out there still saying we're gonna collapse right now. He understands it because he tried to tell that when he was running for president. He got out there and got up on the stage and actually said, they're playing this game with money. We could be playing this game with silver and gold and compensate between the two and fix everything. But you know, they didn't want him. They threw him under the bus at the end. And that's why we got Abomination back in there. It was all because of that. It was all because the Republican GOP didn't want to hear it. They didn't want to hear it. And, you know, here we are right now.
Yeah.
We're in the end times. I mean, he keeps coming out and saying, we have a fall here within the next 6 months. The dollar's going to fall. It's going to be worthless. They're going to reestablish a new dollar. Your dollars are going to be 6 to theirs, and you're going to have to give up $6 to every one of their new dollars. And he actually came out and said they're going to try to do this again, but they're going to take away the wealth of our country in the meantime to do that. And I see that happening. That's why you should buy gold and silver, because they're going to be something during that time where you'll get even more money from their dollar than you're getting right now from this dollar, because it's going to be actually worth more. It's industrial metals. I mean, gold is industrial, silver is industrial. You can't make electronics without gold and silver. So therefore, they got to go up. They got to go up sky high. And they know this. And they're trying to play this game with us. And it's another game like they did in the 1930s and 1929. They're playing the same game over and over again. We're going to have to confiscate all your gold and silver to balance our economy. And you're like, okay, if you think so.
Are we any different than in biblical times when they worshiped gold and the golden idols? Are we any different today with this big gold grab? And China has got the largest gold reserve, and they have the largest jewelry stores all over Taiwan and Hong Kong, and they're the biggest buyer of gold in the world, this jewelry store outfit. And I guess they buy a lot of gold jewelry in the Asian countries. And what we did when Japan attacked China way back when, China went into a panic and shipped us like 2 or 3 battleships full of their gold and asked us to hold on to it. And then when it came time to give it back, we didn't want to give it back. And it went for decades. And finally, the court ruled in the 60s, I think, that we got to give some of it back. But it was just a very small portion to communist China. And if you want to read up on it, you can read the whole story. But I don't know if it's true or not, but it seems like it's true.
It does.
Really?
It really does. It really does seem true with that. I mean, India's buying up gold. Russia's buying up gold. Everyone's trying to get as much as they can on the hands of gold because they want to go back to the system where everything was based on a gold system, and they want to do it. And the U.S. is on a paper system where we're going to end up like after the Civil War, where our paper, you can paper your walls in $100 bills, and it'll cost you about, maybe $20 or something like that in gold, and you'll be able to paper your entire walls of your room with $100 bills, 20s, 10s, ones. It's just like I've been down there. I've been down to the south where they have these shops down there, firecracker shops especially, and they have all this Confederate money they found, and it's it looks legit but it's Confederate money and it's worth nothing. It's a penny a piece or something like that. And they were like
Well,
10,
yeah,
20, $30, $50 bills, and they're worth nothing. I mean, yeah, we can go into that right now because everything's based on the oil. Well, now they're able to get oil for other countries, and now they're making money that's backed behind oil instead of metals, which happened back in the day, and they took away the metals out of our money, saying this piece of paper is worth its money in gold or silver. And you could go to the bank and say, I want gold and silver for this dollar. And they would give you the gold and silver, $20 for a $20 gold piece, and you'd get a $20 gold piece. A dollar for a silver piece, and you get a silver piece. I mean, like a walking liberty or something of that nature. And all this stuff was existed back then. Now we're on just a ideal. It's basically, if you read, just take out a dollar bill and read what it says on there. It just says it's tradable with nothing, and you can get what you want for nothing. I mean, I can pull out a dollar right here. Let's read this. Let's people understand what a dollar is worth. Okay, this is what a dollar is worth right now. A dollar. This note is legal tender for all debt, public and private. Now, the old dollar said it was worth in silver, and you could go and get a silver coin from the bank if you wanted it. But now it's an ideal. It has nothing backing it. It's a piece of paper, and people believe it. And as long as they believe that, it's worth something. But when push comes to shove, it's going to be silver and gold that's worth something, and that's what they're going
yeah.
to
But
find out.
as an electrician, you know the immense importance of gold because isn't it the best carrier of electricity there is?
Besides
Better than
silver,
copper.
yes, yeah, and
Besides
copper.
copper.
Besides copper, it's copper, silver, gold, mercury. Now, mercury is the best conductor, but it's hard to use mercury in circuits, but they've done that. They've actually were able to capsate circuit drives on a board with mercury. And mercury is the best conductor, it has the least resistance. Gold is second, silver is third, copper is fourth, and go down the line from there.
Wait a minute. Wait a
And
minute. Mercury can actually carry a current.
it carries a current with no resistance.
It's a metal then. Mercury is a metal.
It's a liquid metal. Yes, it is.
Ah, liquid.
It's a liquid metal,
Ah,
and it's heavier than gold. And then gold second as a carrier, because semi, liquid. It's actually, 600 degrees. I think you can melt gold. And silver, you have to have a little bit more higher temperature to melt it. And then copper, and yeah, the more less it is to melt, the better the conductor it is.
now, does lead carry an electric current?
Lead is so dense and hard, it would have to be continually heated and turned into electric to carry a current. It doesn't really
Oh,
carry a current offhand. It's more of a shield. It's more of a shielding
ah,
against electric.
yeah.
But if you can liquefy it and keep it liquefied in a circuit, yeah, you can use lead even as an electric current
Interesting.
conductor. I mean, you have to look at the periodic chart and see how they're aligned on that periodic chart. It makes out symbols and all types of stuff. It's amazing. You
Well,
had
as an
done.
electrician, that periodic table may mean a lot more to you than me. I didn't do good at chemistry, so yeah.
Oh yeah, everything has a relationship. Gold and lead are next to each other. They have a single electron, a difference, or a proton. No, it's an electron. Maybe it's electron, proton. If you drop one off of lead, it will turn into gold.
No kidding.
That's what the alchemists were after. It's trying to create lead into gold because lead is heavy as gold almost, and it's all it needs is a tampering in its electrons and protons, and it will turn into gold. It's the alchemists. That's what
Oh,
they were after during that time. And
I see.
silver is above it, so it can be dropped down and turned into gold also if it's manipulated just right. There is a thing that I've read several documentations where they had reactors, the old reactors they first created, that was using lead as an encasement to keep the radiation from coming out. Well, when they shut those down, there was like over a quarter inch of gold on the lead after the nuclear reactor was shut down. There was over a quarter inch of gold. It was starting to turn the lead to gold. That was the most amazing thing I ever read. And it's
Wow.
nuclear reaction can actually turn lead to gold. And you wonder why the alchemists were trying to do what they were doing, but it's it blew me away too. I sat there and went, "Wow!" And they were showing cores pieces in this article, and it had gold. I mean, it was gold. You could see gold, and it was quarter inch thick in the lead in
Yeah,
these
but was it
ancient reactors.
was it radioactive? Was it radioactive gold? That's what I need to know.
Well, yeah, it was
Radioactive.
radioactive, but after
Oh,
I
that's
mean,
worthless. Totally worthless.
well,
Totally
it's
worthless.
worthless, but it is gold. And after a few
Yeah.
100,000 years, yeah, it would be usable. Scrape it
Yeah.
off the lead.
There you go. I had no idea.
Yeah, it was something they didn't expect either. When these ancient reactors they made, they used to use lead casings around them to keep the radiation out. 2 inches or 3 inches or whatever, to keep the radiation inside. And
Yeah.
when they took it apart, you know, in a chamber with the gloves and everything, they reach in the window and they broke this thing apart and they looked at it. There was gold lining inside of it. It transmuted to gold. It changed
Yeah.
it took out the or proton electron. I'm trying to remember. They took that out of the structure of lead and it turned into gold because it's that close to gold. If you look on the periodic chart, it's right next to gold is lead, and it's like yeah, it's just an atomic weight less, and it turns to gold.
Hey,
Yeah,
amazing.
we are in such a world where they can create gold out of nothing, but yet they won't because it's radioactive and you gotta wait several thousand years before you can handle it. And just like the Earth did when it was converting lead into gold in the early times. In other words, we used to have a lot of lead in our planet, and when it was molten and everything, it was converting with the radiation and everything, and it was turning lead into gold back then. And after thousands of years, the gold became unirradiated. actually became a resistance against radiation, like they used on the Apollo modular and stuff like that, the gold foil and everything. They used gold foil on the satellites and everything to repel irradiation because it's already at the pure state. That's why they call it the pure metal, the pure thing in alchemy, because it can't be affected, it can't be converted to anything else. It's at its prime. It's the prime metal of the universe.
Ah, I see.
And a lot of people don't know that. I mean, it's just like, well, they haven't been doing their homework. I always come back to that. Must not have been doing your homework not to realize this. But gold is at its pure state. You wonder why the Anunnaki came here and other beings from other worlds, and they came down here and they wanted gold to protect themselves on their planet from their star, who was giving off this infrared and other radiations, and they put it in their atmosphere as a shielding against their star because it's a red dwarf, and you know, and that's Zachariah Stitching, but that just goes on to Zachariah Stitching. I mean, he's dead now, but rest his soul. He was a wonderful writer on the 12th planet. It was great.
Yeah, he had an imagination, didn't he?
Not imagination. He actually was able to interpret the scrolls in Babylon of the, well, it was their writing. He was able to interpret it. They found a Rosetta Stone that could interpret Babylonian language, and he was able to interpret it after that and able to write books about what was written in there about Galvanier, what's his name? One of the kings back after Babylon, and I'm trying to think of his whole name. Man, what was his name? He actually met with these Anunnakis and stuff like that. He actually defeated one of their mechanical creatures, like a lion, and it had gold sheen on it and stuff, and they attacked them, and they were able to put it down. And he was almost punished for it, but yet some people in the Anunnaki spoke up to him and said, let him come with us. Let him travel the stars with us. It's kind of like Enoch. And Enoch talks about that all the time, traveling among the stars. He was picked up from the earth and taken to the heavens and was shown the heavens. And he talked about other worlds out there and these other beings. And I don't know, it's Enoch. You have to look at the book of Enoch. It's spoken in a language of somebody who was just, like you or me, just taken up and showing fantastic stuff and trying to describe it in your language. And I mean, it's kind of like Paul in Revelations, and he's trying to describe what's going to happen in the future. He's showing all the stuff that's going to happen in the future, but all he can do is interpret it in what he knows in his time, like the locusts with stingers on them that would come along and sting people and put them in pain for so many years. And it's the same type of ideology you have to think about. You're thinking about somebody who's being introduced to something. It's out of their time, and they're trying to describe it in their time. And this is what was happening during that entire biblical time, that they were being told this stuff, and this stuff is coming to the future. But yet now you look at it and you start seeing this stuff happening. Mark of the beast, a chip. Why not a chip? A computer chip put in your right hand or your forehead, and you'll be able to go through stores and just pick up whatever you want and walk out of the store with it without going through the cashier. Oh, okay. I can see that. They already have videos about that. I mean, talking about the chip, putting a chip in your back of your right hand to power it, because for some reason the right hand powers it over the left hand, and one in your forehead, and you can have it either place, and it's the mark of the beast. Hmm. The beast is the computer. The computer is in Europe. They came out with this 15 years ago.
Well, I was just thinking about stopping by.
Well, 15 years ago, I've read
What?
about I read about the computer 15 years ago. It's called the Beast.
Wait a minute.
It's in Europe. It's a giant computer system, as big as
All right,
CERN.
give me a call. All right. Oh, pardon me.
Yeah, I was just talking
Pardon me.
about the chip. I was just talking about the chip in the back of your hand or the one in your forehead, and they call the system the Beast. Now, the Beast is a computer system well known in Europe. It's a giant computer system. I mean, it's huge. I mean, it makes NSA look like it's you know a laptop or something, and it accounts for everyone on the planet right now under your social security number. Now they want to put a chip in everyone. They want to put a chip in the back of your right hand or in your forehead. Well, that's revelations right there. And it's amazing. They said the right hand and the forehead, which was revelations. And that just kind of blows me away. Maybe Paul knew what was going on. Maybe he was introduced like, Enoch into the future and told about the future, because Enoch talked about all types of stuff that was going to happen and everything. And then you have Paul, who was taken away, and he talked about revelations, and he talked about all this stuff, but he's describing it in his time and his understanding and language of what was coming down the pipe. And you know, and today, all that stuff that he's talking about symbolically is actually not symbolic, but logically possible. I mean, they're already talking about chipping everyone, and they're already trying to make it a fringe to put this little grain-sized chip in the back of your hand. All the trendies out there, the millionaire trendies, and they'll put that chip in the back of their hand, and they walk into a club, and they just wave their hand across this thing, and it goes, "You're accepted." You're accepted, and on and on, and they go in this club, and all these elitists are running around and having a fun time in this club because they were allowed in by the chip. Well, that's the mark of the beast, and a lot of people don't realize that. Mark of the beast is technology. If you're marked with technology, you're marked with the beast. And it doesn't mean if you have a computer, a bionic arm or something like that. No, no, no. It's that chip. It's the chip in your forehead, in your hand. It doesn't matter. You could walk into a grocery store. I've seen the commercials on that, where this guy walks into the grocery store, grabs this beer and everything, and he walks out of the store, and the guy goes, "Thank you. Have a good day." I've seen the commercial about the chip. It's no longer a credit card. It's in you. It's on you. You are marked. And they can shut you off anytime they want to. That's the whole thing I saw about that too, is if you get the mark of the beast, you cannot buy or sell without the mark. But yet, in the other way around, if you don't do what they tell you to do, they turn the chip off, and you don't have no money, you have nothing, you can't eat, or anything. You can't rent, you can't drive, you can't do nothing because your car and everything's going to be linked into the chip. And they're talking about this. This is transcendence. I mean, they're talking transcendence daily. You know that, right? GDN, TJ.
Yep. Yep.
You know they're going to that. They're already talking about cars being turned on by a
We're
chip
gonna-
or something.
We're gonna have my wife on.
No, but
There she is.
I said stop it.
Oh damn it! You're no fun.
Could have
Sorry.
her on here too. I mean, we can all be
She's
an
in her
audience.
jammy. She's in her jammy.
Well, hold the paper just for your head.
Yeah. Can you hear him? Yeah, she can hear you.
Yeah. So I'm
Yeah, she's
talking
part
all
alien.
this strange
I told
stuff.
her a spaceship was outside waiting for her the other morning. She went out and looked for it. Wasn't there though.
You sure?
It'll be coming back.
It'll be coming back. It'll be up there. You'll see this little glowing little ball of light way up in the sky, and it'll be flickering, and then it will go zip and zoom away. Oh no!
It's funny, you know, our governor took a helicopter ride over our area here yesterday or day before, and my wife just happened to hear it. And she said that thing was so loud. It must have been a giant government elitist helicopter because it was louder than the normal helicopter. Was it big, honey?
It had to be the way it
It
sounded.
had to be big the way it sounded, and it flew right over because it was like 15 miles away. They wiped out the Woodhaven. It's a great big trailer park for campers and elitist rich people to have their trailers, and they got water slides, man-made lakes, and everything. And it blew over a whole bunch of trailers, so the governor had to come down. And my wife heard him traveling overhead. And our governor, I'm telling you, he wants to cut benefits to the needy. He wants to cut benefits for children, for daycare services, and for some reason it seems like these kind of things should be on the top of the priority list to preserve. But here they're going right away after these things. What for? I don't understand their reasoning. Wow.
Was it a double chopper or was it a single?
Must have been a double bladed chopper, yeah.
Yeah, those make a lot of noise. Yeah.
So anyway, we've got flooding, record flooding. Now I'm not sure, but I think my research has proven that in the last, say, 10 years, we've had record flooding all over the world. And are you familiar with post-glacial rebound, where the glaciers melt and the ice caps melt, and then the weight of the water presses down the ocean floor and causes earthquakes and volcanoes to pop up? And this guy, not Dutch Sense, but they call him Bug. They call him Scott Bug. And you've seen him. Is that true, post-glacial rebound?
Post-glacial
Hello?
rebound. Yes.
I'm going to have to go back.
Hello?
You're not familiar with post-glacial rebound?
I know the glaciers are increasing. The northern ice cap didn't melt over the summer, and the southern ice cap is expanded, and all this stuff is pointing to a what do you call it? The what is it? I can't think of the word. It's the period back in 1800s that they had a mini ice age, and we're going back into this mini ice age again.
Yeah, we are in a mini ice age. I think this summer is going to be a cool one.
Oh, yeah, it's going to be cool. I mean, right
So
now it's 68 degrees. 68 degrees right now. That's kind of low to me for this time of the year. It's usually in the 70s in June, almost July. And and we're having a lot of rain. Rain is coming down in sheets at times, and we're supposed to have thunderstorms tonight in Ohio. So
yeah, I'm going to check the radar out here. I got 70 degrees 11 minutes ago.
wow, well, I got an
And it's
outside.
supposed to rain. Let's see. Oh, you got one of them outside ones that run inside?
Yeah, it's a it's a radio controlled thing, but it says 68 degrees out on the porch on the back of the house, and
There's no rain here. Let me see the radar. Is there any beer in there? Could I have a beer? I better have a Heineken's.
Last one.
Whose are they?
They were Ted's.
Oh, good. Oh, I gotta have an opener. These are the openers. You'll never find one. Oh, here it is. What's that? Nothing like a Heineken. Honey, you want some of it? You can have a half a Heineken, can't you?
I won't be very good tomorrow.
Okay.
Want a piece of pizza?
Yeah. Yep. Pizza and beer. Nothing better.
pizza and
You and me,
beer.
brother. You and me. Let's talk about something real, all right? Let's talk about ending this nuclear holocaust that's going into the ocean. And it's just a matter of time before another plant blows up. And then what I'm thinking is I'm surrounded by 5 nuclear power plants, and my research told me that there's a small area in the world that has the deepest, richest soil, which is where I live. And I'm just thinking, that would be a terrible thing to have the deepest, blackest, richest soil in the world, and that whole area for hundreds of miles just decimated, basically, and sounds like a needless waste of soil.
Yeah.
So,
You're in a semi-safe zone. Ohio and Indiana is in a semi-safe zone. If they have an asteroid they say is going to hit in September 23rd, as they say, we're safe where we're at.
yeah.
We're in a safe zone. So, yeah, I look at the radar. It's all north of us, central Ohio.
Let's see.
And,
Ohio is way over there by Cleveland. Yeah. Okay.
yeah, I don't see anything in our area right now. There's something coming downward, but it's going to miss, I think, central Ohio. I'm on Intellicast, so that's what I use, Intellicast. And
I don't know what I got. A lot of rain all over the Midwest. A lot of rain.
Yeah.
Baltimore, Springfield, Indianapolis, Cedar Falls, Iowa. Yeah, all over. So now let's go over this why. When they did the survey of the volcanoes in the ocean, they found out there's a lot more there than we thought. And of course, a volcano underwater is going to erupt, and it's going to be hot. And that's going to cause the ocean water above it to evaporate. And that's going to cause record flooding like we've been having for the last 10 years. all over the world: Australia, New Zealand, Germany, Yugoslavia, all over Illinois, everywhere.
Wow.
Yep.
Um,
What's wrong with that dog?
Coughing.
Coughing. My
common.
dog's coughing like crazy. It's an 18-year-old dog. It barely gets around. But
My cat will every once in a while go
yeah,
like it has a hair up its nose or something, and it's trying
yeah,
to
he
get
does.
out.
He does.
She's asleep right now. She's turned away from me and behind me. Well, she's just asleep. Give her a place to lay down, and she's laying there right now. She's rolling over on her back. Oh, okay. Jeez. My cat's comfortable.
My dog likes pizza. I can't believe it. You like that, don't you? That's
Likes
it. You're done.
pizza.
Yeah, he loves it. She loves it. Do you like Heineken's beer brewed in Holland? I don't really care for Heineken.
I don't. It's kind of skunky when it gets here. I guess it has a skunky smell. When you
Yeah.
open that bottle up, and it's like, it's kind of skunky. And there.
I'll drink it. Lower my blood pressure. They say if you drink 1 beer or 2 beers a day, it lowers your blood pressure naturally, so you don't have to take pills.
Now, a couple of shots of gin would do the same thing, but yeah.
Yeah, kind of hard on the throat. I'd have to have a little chaser.
Yeah.
So you got the link posted, sir?
Yes, I do. And nobody seems to be here this early in the evening. It's amazing because Eastern time, everybody's off work, and there should be somebody on here at 9 o'clock, almost 10. 1 minute to 10 o'clock.
Say, my wife was reading the newspaper and she said it was like 20 years ago. They got stories like 20 years ago, 30 years ago, and so on. Well, guess what? This was the weirdest story I've ever heard. A stray goat joined a herd of goats. It was a news story. A stray goat joined a herd of goats. Does that mean like there was a goat that was originally in a herd and he ran away for like a few months and then he found another bunch of goats that looked like him and he went there? Is that what happened?
You think?
Compound boat murder.
Yeah.
Yeah, you would think.
Yeah, I told him about the arrow. It was a compound bow, whatever a compound bow is. It must be a super strong one.
Oh yeah, they'll go right through.
Until they hit bone.
Yeah, ask Arrow. Ask Arrow. Arrow uses a compound bow in his series. I don't know if you watch Arrow. He's
No.
kind of like the Green Arrow in his own way, but it's called Arrow. And he dresses in green, and he has his compound bow, and it will go through things. I mean, yes, compound bows are really powerful.
They got a telescope on some of them, you know.
Oh yeah, I've seen that too.
So you can really get a good sight in on them.
Really
Oh, yeah.
It's called Ready Player One. It's about a dystopian future set in about 2064. And
So-
running out of fossil fuels. And
I see they tried to ram that TPP through today.
there's a new version
Yes,
of
they
that.
did. tried to. It hasn't gone through yet. It's just been agreed with.
Yeah, it's just been agreed, and what it means is the president will pick what he wants, bill parts of the law, and then he will put it before Congress, and they absolutely cannot make any changes, cannot make any alterations to the documents he proposes. And what happens is they either have to vote yes or no to whatever the president puts before them. And this is how they're going to hoodwink us.
It's called dictatorship. I'm not surprised if Obama doesn't call for a third term automatically. He'll start a war or something, kind of like it wasn't Roosevelt. Who was it? It was it Roosevelt? It had no, it was one of the presidents. It was Roosevelt. It was, and he got a third term by being in World War II.
Yeah. So,
What did it say?
yeah.
No, it's just a thing. They'll have a thing where they send how many people, where you got RSVP, how many people are coming.
Why don't you see the structures of so much?
Warning to hecklers, President Obama won't put up with you inside the White House. No hecklers.
They're the only thing I can say about what's happening with Congress and the Senate is they're blackmailing.
Having fun.
They're all being blackmailed. They all have skeletons in their closet. And if you have a skeleton in your closet,
That's why
you do as they say.
Yeah, they're all bought and paid for by you know who.
That's it. The IMF,
They're all bought and paid for.
the CFR. I mean, I can go through the alphabets.
I got a book I got to show you. It's called Confessions of an Economic Hitman.
I've seen that book. Yes, I have. And he went down there to South America, and he tried to sweet talk these guys into going along with America's domination. And when they didn't do it, he had no choice than to say, "Well, bring in the hitman."
Well, I see you are very familiar with my book. Yes, you are. But he tried to write it 2 or 3 times, and finally, he says his daughter goes, "Dad, you better write it." I said, she says, "I don't care what they do to you. I'll carry on your message, and I want you to write this book." His daughter talked him into it because he knew his life would be in danger if he wrote it, published it. He couldn't hardly find a publisher. He finally found a small-time publisher that would take it on.
That's it. And he actually...
I just can't believe people don't know what's going on. You mean Americans, you know, the my fellow people I see on the street, do you think if I told them about this, America's going and having people assassinated because they won't bow down to our corporate interests and stuff, and we're going to just have them shot and blown away, and it's just been going on for 30, 40, 50 years, and you tell the average person on the street, and they go, "So what? Everybody's doing it." That's what they'll tell you. So what? Who cares? Everybody's doing it. They're all doing it, so we have to too.
Well, that's the way I see how the criminal activity is going on in the lower class of businesses and stuff. They're saying, well, Obama's getting away with it. The government's getting away with it. How come we can't get away? Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's be like.
And the police are trained. The police that stop us are trained to lie. I have an example. I just watched a couple hours ago. The guy he hadn't been drinking at all, and they said pull over, and the guy goes, "All right, I'll pull over." And then the guy goes, "Well, you've been drinking," And the guy, because they went to secondary, and he said, "You've been drinking." And they said, "Well, that other officer smelled alcohol," and that was a lie because they hadn't been drinking at all. None of them in the car. It was just a total lie. And they made the guy get out and take a sobriety test and everything. So then they went back with signs, and they told everybody before they got to the checkpoint to turn around. Tennessee law says they don't have to. They can turn around before they get to the checkpoint sign. But once they get past that sign, they're not supposed to turn around. And then it showed them. The Tennessee law says you can't follow them just because they turned around to avoid your checkpoint. But as soon as those people turn around, you see these great big squad cars just racing. I mean, you could hear their motors revving, racing right up to them. It didn't show them stopping these people that turned around, but it showed them following them. And so the guy invented a card you're supposed to hold up. You're not supposed to roll your window down. You're supposed to have all your information in a plastic bag, your license and insurance, so they can look right through it. And what you do is you hold up a card and it says, I don't answer questions. I don't consent to searches. And what's the other thing?
I had that card. I actually printed it up and had it in my wallet at one time. There was this card. It was a British guy that did it, but it worked the same way. I want to see your whatever, and I want to see your captain or whatever, and it actually sits there and it names out what your rights are, and this is British, and this guy was able to pull this card out and show it to him, and they would just let him go most of the time because they didn't want to call their chief out and bring him out there, out of bed or whatever. And yeah, I had that card. I have that card somewhere still, and it's a card that you pull out and you show it to him. I have it laminated somewhere, and
I need one.
And you pull that out and you show it to him and you say, "Read this." Now, what are you going to do? What are you going to do after you read this card? And I mean, it's like, well, we can't hold you here anymore. You're free to go. You're free to go. I mean, a lot of times you can roll your window down a quarter way to talk to the officer, and you can sit there, "Officer, why am I being pulled over? Why am I here? Am I free to go?" And you can do that type of stuff too to them. And, you just play innocent totally to them. And they get to a point where they get frustrated and walk away. It's like, "You're free to go."
This guy said, "Don't even roll your window down, because once you roll your window down, they can say that they smelled something. And if you talk to them, don't open your mouth and speak a word, because if you do, they can lie with their bullshit attitude and their power mad attitude. And they can lie and say, 'Well, I think you slurred your speech.' So you can't even speak to them. I never even thought of that. Don't speak to them. Don't say a word. Just hold up the sign like you got." I'm sick of it. I'm sick of police intimidation. They follow me all over the place. And they follow my wife. She was a social worker. They follow her all over down here for some idiotic reason. And we're law-abiding citizens.
That's it.
It's crazy. They just want to intimidate every person on the road. They want to intimidate and harass every person that is in their domain. Okay? That's the job of the police, to show you that they're the bullies on the street and they run the show, not you. And I'm sick of it.
They're out to make a buck. And if they get their bozo button for the month, oh man, they got their bozo button. It says bozo right on.
We got a little town, and the people are making jokes. They said they got to be a dyke to be on the police force, because we got all women on half a dozen women on the police force up in the little town 7 miles away. So, I hope I don't have to deal with one of them.
Wow.
Women can be a little crazier than men even.
Oh yeah, especially if
they can flip
dykes,
out.
Because dykes don't think males are superior or anything. They think they are superior, and you're just You know, I mean, and it's not like you're superior or anything. You may be equal with women, and but yet they in their own minds have this psyche going on, and they're thinking that they're superior. They're butch. I mean,
Yeah, everybody's thinking I'm the smartest in this world. Everybody's saying I'm the smartest, I'm the best. Okay? And how many times have you seen some idiot walk up to you and they'll do something, they'll go, and how many times have you heard them say, around here anyway, I'm good, aren't I? I'm good, aren't I? And when I hear somebody say that, I'm thinking, you're good at being an idiot. I'm good, man. I'm good.
yeah.
And there was a guy that said that a lot, and I worked with him, and he was a civic leader, and they published a scathing article in the paper about how he ignored the poor people, how he mistreated and neglected the poor people in his area. They'd come to him for help, and he was never available. He'd never return the call. He'd never grant anybody anything. And this is a guy I worked with for years. The guy was a complete jackass, and now I know for sure I was right in my evaluation because my wife worked with him, and my wife had nothing good to say about him and his neglect. She goes, he don't care about anybody. And this is the kind of people that get elected, these egomaniacs, you see?
Oh yeah. I know. They who seek power are the corrupt, them from those who do not seek power. And I agree with. I think Ron Paul said this. He said, "Oh, not him. It was Mike Rivero. Mike Rivero, in his transmission, said, I think we should demand people that can do the job and do it right in government be forced to do their job. And then when they do their job right, we'll let them go after 4 years. If they can't do it right, we'll keep them in there and keep hounding them until they do it right." In other words, you know, we put people in there that we believe will do the job right. And if they do it right after 4 years, hey, you can go free. I mean, you're a servant. They are servants. These people who are in government and power and different things, you know, sheriffs and everything else, if they don't want to be there, they'll do the job right and make everything right so they can go home. I mean, that's the way it should be. We put people in there who don't want to do the job right, and you know, well, they do. I mean, they will, and we put them in there for 4 years, saying you're forced to do this job until you do it right and make everything perfect, and then we'll let you go home. Because in other words, we don't elect them, we enforce them to be in government. And that's the type of people we need in there. We need people who are industrialists or whatever and can do the job and make things work. And we force them into that position to say, and then they're going, I don't want to do this. I don't want to be a president. I don't want to be a governor. I don't want to be, you know, whatever. Well, we're going to put you in there anyways. And if you do it right after your term, we'll let you go back to what you're doing. And they'll fix it.
Well, you know what?
You know
what? If we had one strong man that had any common sense, we could save America. And here's how. Number one, end drug prohibition right now. Number two, release all the drug offenses and the nonviolent criminals. Release them all from prison. Number three.
Yeah, keep going.
Number three, totally legalize industrial hemp, totally legalize cannabis. Let these entrepreneurs develop medicines, new new uses, new products, just like George Washington Carver did with the peanut. We could do the same thing with the cannabis. We could create textile factories. We could create paper mills. We could get people back to work. And these entrepreneurs and inventors, they're just chomping at the bit to get manufacturing bird seed from hemp and medicines from hemp, and also industrial products from hemp and paints and so on. Now, when are they going to wake up and realize they're missing the boat? We have no manufacturing in America. This would be the perfect opportunity to create a whole new industry and then start exporting it all over the world, our textiles and our industrial chemical, hemp chemicals and so on, medicines. We can make money, put people back to work. We can save America. It's that simple.
You know who wanted to do that? There's one person that ran for president that wanted to do that.
Ron Paul. Paul wanted to do that.
You realize that he was the one that said we could cure everything if you just let this stuff go, just let it happen. I mean, just allow hemp to be grown. You know, they're actually doing that. There's several states now that has legalized hemp growing, not marijuana, not cannabis, but hemp. And they're actually are now able to grow hemp again, like they did in World War II when we needed hemp to make rope and everything for the ships and everything. And they're actually being allowed to do it. I mean, Ford out there, think about Ford. He made the Ford car. You know, he had a car. I saw this video. He made his video. We made a car frame out of hemp. He was taking a sledgehammer against it and was bouncing back at him. I mean, he put a dent in and it bounced back out at him with a sledgehammer. And he was proving that he was able to make a hemp body for a car that was almost indestructible. I mean, it dent in and it would pop back out, and there you go. I mean, it was like, wow. And just, you know, Hearst came out there, Hearst and his tree factories that made paper out of trees instead of out of hemp, you know, and was the oil companies. That was the second one that made marijuana illegal. And that's who did it. That was them. It was two companies that made it illegal. It was Hearst, and there was the Ford, or not the Ford, but the oil companies. J.P. Morgan, maybe.
J.P. Morgan, yeah.
And they just said, we can't make a profit off of hemp because it can be grown anywhere. It's freely grown. We don't have to pump it out of the ground. We don't have to cut a tree down. Not right. And there we go.
It's the same thing with free energy and Tesla secrets and so on. Where they're going to have free energy. It's the same thing.
I mean, there's people out there. I've never heard from that company in Australia again who had this generator that was as big as a refrigerator. You put in your basement, it starts spinning, you start it up, and it's continuous, it's perpetual in itself, but it feeds itself. And it feeds your house, and you have your own power source, and he had modules. And while this thing was running, he said, well, if a module goes bad, while this thing was running, he disconnected a module, and it was still running. And he said, well, this module, if it's bad, you can replace it with a new one and plug it back in, and it would, you know, go back up to full strength. But he was able to put out over, I think it was 10,000 kilowatts, enough to run your house, definitely. I mean, 10,000 kilowatts of energy. It was, you know, a generator only puts out, what, 5,000 kilowatts or something like that, 55?
Yeah, something like that.
On gasoline and stuff, and you're running it. and it can run your house, and certain circuits. But he had over 10,000 kilowatts. It was run your entire house. You could run everything, refrigerators everywhere, lights, every circuit could be lit up. And that just blew me away. I watched that video. It's on YouTube. I'm not sure what it's called, but they were showing this stuff, and I was like, I'm amazed. I am really amazed that they have this thing, and it just ran on its own once you started it, and all you had to do is change out the bad modules when they went bad on it. He said they only go bad every 10,000 hours or something like that, and you had to replace a module. Well, 10,000 hours is a lot of hours. I mean, that's like months. I mean, and you pull that module out while it's still running and plug in a new one. I mean,
Yep.
that was the most amazing thing I ever came across. Was
Oh,
that
that'd be nice to get off. That'd be nice to get off the power grid, man.
It
That'd
would,
be nice.
and you never have to. Once you buy this thing, all you have to do is buy the modules. The modules, he said, were like $20 a piece or something like that. When they went out after 10,000, and he get his profit off of that. And that would be his. It's like an actor, you do a series, and the series ends, and you get a compensation for every time that series is ran. Well, that was basically what he was up against with that. He was saying, well, for a couple $100, you could replace this module and put a new one in after 10,000 hours.
Give me some coffee water, will you? Well, Spellbinder, it's been nice talking to you, but I don't know why you've got no visitors. You used to have that one guy, and I could quote that guy. He told that woman, he said, that's when I had to hang up. He goes, you and your skinny goat's ass. I was thinking, what's a skinny goat's ass? I thought a goat had a big ass.
Refilling my fuel here. Okay, my fuel's refueled, and I got to put this bottle back in the fridge of the Cobra. Anyways, yes, I'm drinking Cobra. One of the finest, actually, it's the most mellowest liquor I think I've ever tasted was Cobra. But that's the point.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm back.
What about Old English? Old English 800 is good, and Cobra is about the same, but Old English 800. If you get Old English 800, man, that is good stuff. I drink about half a bottle of that. Wow.
I haven't tried Old English in a long, long time. They still produce that? Actually,
I don't know.
I haven't seen it. Cobra I've seen. Now Cobra, 40-ounce bottle, and I could sit here and drink 3 or 4 beers. You know what I mean? And a 40-ouncer. I mean,
I would say if you drink 2 of those, it would take you an hour and a half to drink one, and then another. It would take you 3 hours to drink 2 of them. I don't think that's excessive.
No.
It's quite a bit.
Yeah.
That's what my buddy does every weekend, every other night, a quart or 2.
Yeah, it's just beer. I mean, I start drinking hard liquor, and it messes up my taste buds, and food starts tasting nasty to me. So I don't drink liquor anymore, like vodka. I used to drink vodka. I thought that was the greatest thing in the world. And then after drinking it for a couple of nights, I started not liking anything I tasted. It messed up my taste buds. And I don't know. I had a side effect to vodka. And so I stopped vodka and started just drinking malt liquor. And my taste buds are great. I can eat like a horse. I mean, really. Before I was drinking like a fish and eating like a bird, but but now I'm able to even it out now. So I stopped that. So I stopped the
Good.
vodka. Vodka
Good.
was
Good.
I was drinking vodka and chasing it with beer and stuff, and just to go to sleep. My problem is I have insomnia, and I was trying to find something. See, I used to smoke, and when I used to smoke marijuana, it only take 3 hits and a couple of beers, and I'm out for the night. And well, since I can't find smoke and I don't have any of it, I started drinking hard liquor with beer chasers, and it just messed up my taste buds, and just it was horrible. I know. Smoke is smoke. Smoke is good. I wish they'd legalize it countrywide and make it mandatory almost, especially to the government. They need to get high or something. I mean, stop drinking that liquor they're drinking, thinking about blowing up countries and everything. I mean, they need to mellow out. But yeah, that's how it is. Like right now, I can go take a piss test and go, no problem. There you go. Oh, no problem with that because I'm not violating any of their pharmaceutical standards or anything. I mean, if I went to a doctor, he'd probably prescribe me with something like some sleeping pills and stuff like that that have side effects that cause suicide and everything else. And I'm like, no, I ain't gonna play that game. I'm not playing that. You guys can play that, making your money. And see, the only difference I see between the pusher on the street and a doctor in an office is the doctor in the office has a white coat and stethoscope. And that's the only difference I see between them. And that's all I see at doctors. I don't go see a doctor. I have my herbs and stuff that I buy from my health food store. Vitamin D3, 1,000 milligram of absorbable vitamin C. Uh, this stuff is called Source of Life Gold, and it's a 3 green tablets. It has everything you ever need that you don't get in your food, and that's all you really need to keep you young and prosperous and everything. I do got the drops, the pH drops. Now I do use that because I realize your system is acidic. And if you get rid of the acid out of your system and go to a alkaline system, which is above 8, 8 pH and above, you actually are better off because all these bacteriums and diseases live in an acidic environment. So if you get rid of the acidicness out of your body, they die off because of the pH, and the pH makes you healthier. A higher pH of 8, 9. I mean, there's water out there you can buy that's from like Iceland. There's an Iceland who gets it from the glaciers, and it has an 8 plus pH, and that's alkaline. Now, everything below 6 is acid, an acidic solution in your system. And you got to get rid of the acid out of your system. The corrosiveness. And apparently, the alkaline neutralizes all that and makes you feel better. A lot of people had problems with Crohn's and stuff like that, and they were able to get rid of it by hyphening their pH into an alkaline, non-acidic area. And well, that's just what's known.
Well, the first step to that, the first stage of that program is eliminate all sugar, because sugar is going to promote a negative pH, and it's going to be less than 7, and 7 is neutral for your blood. You want a little above 7, yes, but you don't want it to go below 7. Okay, and this is what's going to happen if you eat a lot of sugar. Sugar kills. Okay, that's my lesson for today. Eliminate all sugars from your diet, because it is the worst human food there is. It coats the inside of your veins and causes arterial sclerosis worse than any other food. It's pure sugar. So when I found that out, I'm thinking, well, animal fat clogs my inside of my arteries, but now I find out sugar is even worse. So I took a warning, man. I cut way down on the animal fat, I cut way down on the sugar, and geez, my buddy said his veins in his neck were like 60% blocked. He said when they get to 80%, they got to operate on me. And I'm thinking, oh my God, they test for that.
Oh yeah, you gotta stop eating bread too. My dad was diagnosed with was it class 1 diabetes, the first stage diabetes, and the doctor actually told him stop eating bread, and he stopped eating bread, and he was taking this sugar and stuff, and there was neutral, and he was like, wow. I stopped eating bread and my sugar level went down considerably. He wasn't diabetic anymore. And it's the bread. Well, the bread was genetically engineered. That was the first grain they genetically engineered in the '60s was wheat. And when they did that, when you make up bread now, it's got this. It's what do they call it? Gluten. They have the gluten in there. It created gluten, and gluten's like a glue. I mean, literally, if you look up the word gluten, what does it mean? It means like a glue. And you have non-gluten. That means you don't have any glue in your system. And I mean, really, it actually makes sense.
You don't
think about that. Yeah, you don't need bread that as today. I mean, every once in a while, yeah, you can have bread on a sandwich or something like that, but you just can't eat bread like they used to. Remember, in the medieval times, it was all, let's eat bread, and they give you a loaf of bread, and that was dinner. I mean,
you want to have some fun? Go to your supermarket, and start looking at the people pushing their carts, and start looking in detail at what they have in their carts. And I bet you every other cart has a 12-pack of Coke, a 12-pack of Mountain Dew, 12-pack of root beer, 12-pack case of this, case of that. These people don't realize how much sugar they are killing themselves with. I mean, that stuff has got so much sugar in it. Oh, Jesus. And they've been mass marketed for decades. Coke, the real thing. Coke. And they had the big singers, Coke makes the world go round, and Coca-Cola this, and they ship to every country in the world, in Africa and everywhere else, and you can get it anywhere on the go. But when you look into details, you find out that Coke is loaded with sugar. Sugar kills.
Have you ever?
And I see these beautiful young women, and they're 19, 21 years old, and I see them. I'm thinking, why is your face all broke out? Oh, you have a huge Slurpee or a huge Coca-Cola sitting by your cash register while you're checking people out. And you're drinking all that sugar, and then your face is breaking out in huge eruptions and stuff. And I know 9 times out of 10, if they just get off of those big Cokes and stuff, all their skin troubles would go away. It's just a personal observation. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's like Diet Coke. Now, Diet Coke has aspartame in it. And this is what gets me with that is it's called diet. Now, take the T off of there. What do you got? Die. Which have a die with John. Let's have a die with Susan. Let's have a die. I mean, you take the T off of that. I mean, they got the new Coca-Colas out there, which says have a Diet Coke with John, have a Diet Coke with Susan, or I mean, I saw
I know.
these and I've seen those, and I'm sitting there going, yeah, just take the T off of there, and you'll understand what aspartame is. Die.
Did I ever tell you the story about my neighbor woman? And she came over one time, and right before I'm sure I told you this story, right before she left town, she says, don't ever drink Diet Coke. You'll get hooked on it. I was hooked on it. My daughter here was hooked on it. If we ran out at 10 or 1 o'clock in the morning, we'd have to go down and get some immediately. We were addicts. We had to have Diet Coke. But guess what? I found out it's really bad for you. And she goes, yeah. I was walking my dog down the street, and all of a sudden my bladder just let go. And I'm thinking, yeah, I drank a lot of Diet Coke. I could see where your bladder would let go. And if that's true, then this stuff is worse than I thought. And then she disappeared. About a week later, they all moved out of town. And her husband had been rear-ended while he was in a Cadillac, and he was a cripple. He could barely walk. He ground eyeglass lenses for a living. He was an optometrist helper, and I call him Captain Smokey because he had a gigantic traditional Sherlock Holmes pipe, a great big one, the classic style, and he was always out mowing his lawn with that on. I call him Captain Smokey. But Mrs. Smokey, man, she had a story to tell, and I'm thinking, why would you tell me this? Unless it was actually true that you were addicted to Diet Coke and it did serious damage.
Yeah.
It was bizarre. Strange story, strange interaction. She liked me. I helped her. I helped her move and stuff.
Well, you probably seen that documentary called "The Taste That Kills," and
no, I haven't.
It's on YouTube. You can see the documentary. It's called "The Taste That Kills," and it's about these people who went blind, who had kidney failure, they had liver failure, and all types of stuff from drinking Diet Coke. Because they used to drink it, like a whole liter a day or whatever, and they were drinking this Diet Coke as if it was water, and it did some horrible things to them. It's called "The Taste That Kills," and
I can't wait to watch it.
It's amazing documentary, and you see these people who come forward. And this one lady went blind. It was like drinking, like rubbing alcohol. Because what happens with the aspartame, it becomes formaldehyde in your system at your body temperature. So when you're drinking that, it becomes a poison in your system. And I never could adapt to the taste of it. And that was one thing. I was in Las Vegas, and they had this, Pepsi and cola, and one was Pepsi, diet, and one was cola. And I drank one. Oh, that's cola. I drank the other one, and it was a blind test, right? And I said, which one do you think was Pepsi? I said that one because it has aspartame in it. I could taste it.
Yeah.
And it's a taste that kills. And I tried to tell them that, and then they were like freaking out. It was like, go away, go away. You're upsetting the test subjects lined up here. It was in
have you seen the movie YouTube Milk the Deadly Poison?
Oh yeah, I have a video.
Okay.
I have a video about that. It's called what is it called? It's I did a video on that and put that video partially up there and talked about.
Oh, cool.
It's It's in my spellbinder on YouTube. It's actually they have so many hormones in there, growth hormones and stuff that cause cancer and everything. And these people came out and said, yes, it will cause cancer. If nothing else, it will cause your kids to grow, lengthy and weak. And yeah, it does. I've seen the kids that are like basketball player looking. I mean, this is one guy I saw. He had to be drinking a lot of milk because he was 8 feet tall. Had to lean down
Yeah.
to give us our chicken wings, and where I was up in Canton, Ohio, and he had to lean down and hand us the boxes because he was above the doorway, and the doorway was about 7 foot, and he had to lean down to give it to us. I mean, this guy was a giant. And I actually asked him, "Are you on the basketball team?" He kind of said, "No."
Yeah, but
Should
here
be.
again, when you go through the grocery store, stand outside the grocery store, park outside the grocery store, and what do you see? Every woman, every Tom, Dick, and Harry come out of that grocery store. If they don't have much, they got a gallon or two of cow's milk with either blue top or skim for 2%, which is even worse, and then they got whole milk, which is even worse. And do they know what they're doing to their families? Do they know what they're doing to their human bodies? This hormone it's the only hormone that's identical in one animal species and another. We're the humans that are the same identical hormone as the cow hormone. The hormone is identical. Only the hormone from the cow is so much more powerful that when it locks into our endocrine system, boom, cancer, excessive growth, huge feet, all kinds of tumors, arthritis, breast cancer, and it's been studied worldwide. But people don't know it, and if you tell them this, hey, that's bad for you, they want to have you arrested. Get out of here! He's bothering me. Oh no, milk's good for you. Okay, buddy. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah.
And between the soda pop in their carts and the gallons of milk in their carts, all that stuff is going to fuel a sick society. You know what?
And it makes the pharmaceuticals richer and richer, as well as the doctors. When you have to go to them and say something's wrong, and they go, "Well, we have a cure for this. Take this." And they're drug pushers for the pharmaceutical company. Doctors are nothing to me in a pusher to pharmaceutical companies. They don't know anything about natural uh, treatments or anything. There's a lot of natural treatments that can treat this, but they just go ahead and drink the milk and everything. They stopped in Ohio. The Amish sell pure milk, and I used to get pure milk. I mean, when I was a child, they didn't actually, they didn't go through and boil the milk, and give it was natural milk, and it was great. I love natural milk. And next thing I know is they changed their recipe and started putting in cartons or like in gallon jugs of plastic and saying, "Here, this is good for you." And that's like, no. I would go out to an Amish farm and talk to the Amish and say, "Let me have a gallon of real milk." Straight out of the
The
cow.
sad
Not
sad part about it is it's so cow's milk is so fatty that even for that reason alone you shouldn't she shouldn't drink it. It's just too much fat.
I've seen the Amish as the most healthiest people I've ever seen drinking natural milk. It isn't boiled, because when you boil it, it kills off all the good enzymes and everything that's in it. It's all gone. All you're drinking is something with a flavor, basically. It's a flavor is all you're drinking.
Well, see, in primitive times, milk was a good source of protein to help us develop into the humans we are and the big brains with the protein from the milk. But now that modern science tells us this stuff is poison, these marketing agents and these corporations and these huge cow farms, they're not going to change just because some scientists figured out that it's killing people. The ball's already rolling. We can't shut down a whole industry and millions of jobs lost and cows and farms put out of business because, we know the truth, but, they won't ever tell you that. You've got to really dig.
Well, you see,
And then
what it comes down to is they produce milk under pasteurization, and the pasteurization allows the milk to last, up to 3 weeks. And if you got it naturally, you have to drink it almost within a day or two. That was the difference. And they're not making money if you only have to drink it within a day or two. So they want to extend the shelf life of the milk, so you'll be able to drink that milk up to 3 weeks away before it becomes blinky, as we call it. Smell, like it's running. It gets a smell to, what blinky milk is when it gets bad. It gets this weird smell and weird taste, and that means it's running. And well, when I was getting milk when I was a child, we drank it within a day or two, so it never got blinky. We last beyond 3 days, it would start getting that blinky taste. It was a run taste to it, where it was spoiling, and a spoiled taste, and we call it blinky. But that's beside the point. And that was great milk. I mean, they used to come out there to our house with the bottles. You know how they used to do? They come out there and drop off two quarts or whatever in a bottle. And when you drank it up, you put the bottles back, and they take them back, and they were in glass, and not in plastic, and they were in glass. And that was the days. That was the days when milk was really milk, and it tasted creamy. It didn't have this like watery taste to it. It had a creamy taste to it, and that was good. That was a good taste, the creamy taste. And then they had the watery taste that we got now, our milk. That's why I don't use it. I mean, I love eating cereal, but I can't eat it with this pasteurized milk. I refuse to even eat cereal anymore because I just, it's watery to me. Even if it's, 100% D milk, it doesn't taste like it did when I remember it. It wasn't creamy. And the creamy taste was the taste that you wanted when you put it on your cereal and stuff. I mean, you look at the 1960.
You're gonna have to get away from all milk, because I'm telling you, it's bad for you.
No, I haven't drank milk in, oh my God, it must be 30 years or more. I haven't drank milk.
Good.
I've stayed away from it. I can't stand the watery taste of it. I mean, I love cereals. I mean, I eat cereal by itself now. I mean, I'll actually eat it out of the box, like Honey Nut cereal. I'll just eat it like some type of chips or something, and I don't eat cereal. It's just I just can't bring myself down to that. I can't. It's just, I'm beyond that now. And
do you drink almond milk or cashew milk or what's the other one? Rice
coconut
milk?
Well, coconut milk.
Coconut milk is good. Yeah.
I have coconut.
That's what I went to.
I bought a can of coconut milk, and now I start reading the ingredients. It didn't really have coconut milk in it. It was like, really?
Coconut flavor. But the thing is, you can buy it out of it's right next to the cow's milk, and you can now buy white coconut milk, and it tastes good. It's better for you. It's been indicated in relief of Alzheimer's prevention, the coconut, and then on and on. And but I drink it, but this almond milk is really rich, and I can, even when I eat my cereal, I can only have like half as much of that almond milk as I can of cow's milk because it's just so filling. I don't know what it is about this stuff, but it's like made from a nut. So whatever milk comes out of a squeezed nut, and then they got to add a little water. And I don't know. I guess it's supposed to be good for you. But, safer than cow's milk. I know that.
Oh, I know. They don't put hormones in it and all types of injections into the cow to make it produce more milk.
Yeah, that's terrible what they do to the animals. It's terrible.
Oh, yeah. I mean, there's another video you should check out. It's called Food, Food Inc. Food Inc. And
I may have seen that one. Yeah, I may have seen that one.
yeah,
Yeah, my wife.
I actually bought and downloaded it, and I have it on disc. And it tells you what they're doing to these chickens and these turkeys and cows and everything. They go through it, and they went out to this one farm down Tennessee, and she was raising for Tyson. She was raising these turkeys. Or no, chickens. It was actually chickens. It wasn't turkeys. There was no one turkeys, but this was chickens. She had to inject them with this hormone that made them grow bigger breasts and make them bigger and everything. And they had them stuffed into this barn, basically like a processing type thing. I mean, she had maybe 1,000 of them, and they couldn't move. I mean, the guy came in there. She was getting out of the business, so she allowed him to come in because she was told if she ever revealed what was going on with Tyson, she would lose her contract with him. She didn't care. She said, "I'm already affected by the hormones that I was injecting these chickens with, and it's detrimental to me, and I'm really sick now." And she said, "Come on in, and I'll show you how it works." And they went in there and they looked at these chickens. They're like sardine packed inside this long barn type thing. They never get to see the day of light. They have to chip their upper beak off because if they don't, they'll peck each other to death if they don't. So they're cutting the upper beak off of the chickens, and it's horrible. She says, "Well, look at that chicken there," and the chicken gets up, makes 2 steps, and plops down. You can actually hear it on the camera, plopping down on the ground. It's like, I mean, it's like, whoa, because its breast is so big from the hormones that it can't even walk. I mean, and then she showed when the Mexicans came in, the Mexican hires, illegal Mexicans or whatever, come in from Tyson's, and they harvest them, and they grab up these chickens and just throw them. I mean, literally throw them in the back of this big cage and just throw them in there until they're loaded up, and drive off. The next truck comes in and throws the next batch into them, and they take them off to Tyson to be processed. I mean, is that a life for a chicken? It's not. It never saw the day of light. It just seen this, artificial light that's inside the coop, and it's horrible. It really is. I mean,
That explains why a while back my wife was going, "Man, these chickens are so big. I can't believe the size of these chicken breasts." Well, now I know why. They were all illegal, or not illegally, but they were all pumped full of, like you said. That's why they were. We had some big ones lately too, and that's why, because they were giving them that stuff.
They're on hormones, and it makes them big like that, and they can't even walk while they're growing up and everything because their breasts are so big and everything. And you just gotta see Food Inc. And you can get it on Hulu if you have Hulu. You can go on Hulu. It's on the
I got
documentaries.
Hulu. I got everything. Rock Hulu, everything.
Yeah, if you got Hulu
Tivo.
and documentary, just go into documentaries and scan through there until you see Food Inc. And oh my God, I actually bought that film from before it was released on Hulu. I actually got it on iTunes, and I downloaded it because I had to see what was going on. And when I watched that, and how they do the cattle the same way, they put these cattle in these pens, and they don't get to roam out on the prairie anymore. Oh no, they're in these pens and stuff, and they grow them outside, but they're in pens, and it's the same thing. They stick them full of all types of growth hormones and make their meat bigger and stuff, so they get more profit out of them. It's wow, and it just blew me away. I mean, that's why when I see something that says, farm raised, range chickens, I'll go for them. They're not as big as the ones that Tyson puts out, but yet I know they don't have all the hormones in them and everything. They're actually natural chickens. They're not, they're not being put in the shed where they don't get any light or anything. And it really blew me away because she was absolutely honest about all this. She said, "I'm out of this. After you do this documentary, I'm already closing down. I'm telling Tyson I'm out of it, and I'm not doing it."
Wasn't Tyson processing plant where they had that big French fryer and the people went to get out and they had the doors chain padlocked so they couldn't get out? Didn't that just happen about 15 years ago or 20? And they went to get out and doors were all chained shut. Remember that? At Tyson Manufacturing Center?
Wow.
Yeah, you look that one up. A real nice corporation.
Yeah, real nice corporation.
People couldn't get out near the fire.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's just unreal, isn't it? It just blows me away. I'm like,
Well, these corporations are so greedy, man, and they treat the employees so shabbily, man, and they get and every year they got to cut back. We'll do more. We'll do the same work with less employees. That's what we faced year after year at the plastic factory. And we kept telling them there's a safety factor here. There's nobody around. If he gets in the machine, who's going to help him? Everybody's gone. Well, they didn't care. They said, "Oh, that won't happen. There's safety. There's safety cables."
yeah. It reminds me of the chickens also they had in Food Inc., where they have these chickens in cages piled up to, 10, 15 feet high. And these chickens are in these coops and they're laying eggs. And they lay the eggs. The only place they can lay the eggs is on this little conveyor system. It's like a little, well, it doesn't conveyor at that time, but they pop the egg out and it goes down this little ramp and it goes down until it hits the conveyor system and it goes on. And these chickens are packed in there, and it's like, really? I want mom and pop farms back. I really do. I want mom and pop who let their chickens roam the yard or whatever, and and lay eggs inside of a chicken coop, a normal chicken coop made out of wood and stuff, and you go in there and you pick the eggs out manually, and I don't know about these manufacturers, and they wonder why they have all these diseases that break out. Like right now, they have the big chicken turkey disease, the avian disease going out there, and you may not be able to have a turkey next Thanksgiving 2015 in November because they had to kill all these, these chickens and for eggs and kill off all the turkeys for turkey breast and whole turkeys because they got the avian flu. Well, that's because they got them in these factories packed together like sardines. If one chicken or one turkey gets sick, they're all going to get sick, and it's gonna it's like, yeah, mom and pop, maybe down the street a couple of miles, this guy had that problem, but yours are okay, and you were able to go ahead with your production of eggs and turkeys and whatever. But not today. No, it's all factory. It's all in a factory, one place. And if that place goes bad, it affects the entire country. I mean, I mean, does that not make sense? That's what Inc. was getting across. That's what Food Inc. was trying to get across. You have all these chickens and all these, you know, turkeys together, and one of them gets sick, and they make them all sick. You got to wipe out all the ones that are sick, and get rid of them, and that cuts down on the production and this distribution over the entire country. And I'm sitting back here going, how do we ever allow this to happen? Why did we allow these corporations to take over, chicken farming and turkey farming, and put them in a sardine can and expect them, maybe one of them, not to get sick or something like the avian flu? And I don't know. That's something, isn't it? I mean, we're. I mean,
That's
I
why.
want to go. I want to go back to the old days where you had a farmer down the street, and you had another farmer down the other street, and you had a farmer down there. And if something happened to one farmer, say the pig, swine flu hits a pig over this area, you still had the guy on the opposite side that didn't have any problems. You can go down there and buy a pig and have him slaughter it for you and make it into chops and whatever. I mean, what happened? What happened with that? I mean, it's corporate greed is what happened. Fascism, as you want to call it. I mean, if you want to call it something, it's fascism. It's corporations telling the government we can do a better job, and the government goes along with it because they got money from these corporations to put them in office, and now they owe them a favor, and now they got to pay up. And well, there you go. That's what we're under, fascism. That's what fascism is. Look up the definition of fascism. You'll be amazed where that came from. It's corporates running the government. We have nothing but a corporation running our government right now. All these companies that put all these little farms together and conglomerate everything together into one entity. I call it the Umbrella Corporation after Resident Evil, because that's what it really is, Resident Evil. And we're under Resident Evil right now. I don't know if people really understand Resident Evil unless you watched all the movies and you realize it's an umbrella corporation. It's one corporation made up of hundreds of corporations together making one big profit, and it's going in their pocket. And where you have to pay it. There you go.
Well, that's why I want to get. I keep telling my wife I want to go back to the totally vegetarianism because all my research is telling me that the killing of all these animals and these factory farms and stuff, and it's just not a good deal.
They're trying to take that away now with Monsanto. Monsanto is doing the same thing with crops. Corn.
Yeah.
I'm afraid to eat any corn. I mean, I eat it, but I eat it sparsely. because maybe it has that gene in there that will either make you sterile or give you bladder cancer or something else because of the GT in there. It's GT corn. And I can't trust them playing God with the crops and saying, we can make it better. Well, a bunch of Indians who grew cotton and stuff in India commit suicide when their crops didn't make it. And they were GT supposedly to be able to absorb the drought and everything and live through the drought and everything, and you have a big crop anyways. Didn't happen. And they commit suicide in India. There's thousands of
Yeah,
farmers.
because they genetically modified their cotton crop, and then they found out they picked all the cotton and they got all these rashes all over their arms, and they had all kinds of skin issues. And then all of a sudden, the cattle, the great big water buffalo or whatever they had, they come in just like they always have for centuries, and they let them eat after they pick the cotton. They can eat the stalks. Well, these cattle ate all these genetically modified stalks, and if you read about it, they died. A lot of them died. A lot of them got terribly ill, didn't recover.
Didn't recover and died.
That's Monsanto. That's Monsanto's best invention to save the world, and it's killing people and cows.
Yeah.
So they made a mistake.
Now they're after.
A big mistake.
I think they're after population deduction. They want to get rid of everyone except 500 million people. 90%
Agenda
of the
21.
population. Yeah, they want
Agenda 21. Yeah.
And other names. TPP. There's another one. Yeah. The transatlantic, the transatlantic, whatever it is, TPP.
Trans-Pacific. There's a transatlantic one too, comments. And it's going to be just like the European Union. It's going to be where we'll be under the system like the European Union.
Yeah.
This agreement.
It's an agreement. They just passed it, or they passed part of it. It hasn't been okayed yet, but it's on its way. And everyone's crying out, no, don't do the TPP because jobs are going to be lost more than there is. There's over at least 100 million people unemployed, including myself.
It's a lot.
Well, I'm sitting back here trying to say, well, what are we going to do about it? I mean, there's 300 million people. Okay. There's almost 200 million people unemployed. So that means there's only 100 million people employed right now in America, and 360 million. And, a lot of them are illegals that are working pitiful jobs that are employed, and they're working minimum wage. They're trying to set us back instead of set us forward. And I don't know. I think it's aliens running the entire show. I don't know. There's alien creatures out there from some other world who somehow has got control over our planet. And I don't know where the helpers are, but they're not doing anything about it, at least outrightly, to stop them. And I just watched a couple of videos where they actually, on YouTube, they were comparing Bush having alien behind him when he was making the speech by himself. And he's making the speech to the public in front of the White House. And you could see a gray in the window, and it zoomed in on it. They zoomed in, and you could see it was gray. And the gray was sitting there mind controlling Bush and what he was saying. And then there was Obama, the same thing. There was an alien in the background behind him, and he had Biden beside him, but over his left shoulder, you could see this alien in the window, and it was there. I mean, it had big eyes and gray, and yeah, they're running the entire show. I don't know how they're getting away with it. I thought we had the Palladians coming in and trying to help us, but I guess they're going to let us experience the worst before they come in and say enough is enough. They're having a hard time fighting against the reptilians right now, though. But that's just the story.
Yeah.
I mean, I hear these stories and stuff. I see these on YouTube and everything, and I kind of look at them and go, you know, I can pick out the falsisms, especially the ghost stuff. The ghost stuff, when it gets to the ghost stuff, it's not really there. I mean, it seems to be acting in some of these videos. I don't want to mention names, but they're out there. I mean, I couldn't mention their names. That I see, you know, I'm able to tell a real ghost scene from an unreal one because, well, I've watched these other ghost shows where they get some responses. I mean, something flies through the air or something. But these people are showing full apparitions, and it's like, no. It's rare if you get a full apparition. And that's another story there. But this government, it seems to be ruled by somebody else. I mean, all right, look at Bush. Both of them. Bush Senior, Bush Junior. They went to the college where they had 322, and there's people that watch them go through the ceremonies where they get possessed, and oh yeah, they've been possessed by something, some entity from their dimension. Only thing I can think of. And
well, the great granddaddy Bush got caught selling working with the Nazis, and he got thrown out of Congress or something. And then after a few years, all of a sudden he's back again into politics. The old man of all of them, and he was caught selling to doing traitorous actions with the Nazis.
oh yeah,
So they could do whatever they want. They could do anything they want, any kind of dealing they want, and any money they can make any way they can do it.
can't believe. What was the president during the time of Granddaddy Bush? He was selling to Nazis. He was caught. He was going to be thrown to the wolves in front of Congress. And guess what? The president was threatened. If you do this, we'll have another war right now. I mean, banksters. It's all about the banksters. Hello. Heather? Hello, Heather. Are you here?
Sounds like a guy.
I don't know.
Welcome aboard.
Welcome aboard to the conversation. What do you have to add into the conversation if you've been listening? I welcome guest. Heather? Well, as we were talking about, there's all types of weird things going on, and it's all coming along. Heather of Yorkshire joined the group chat. Hello, Heather. You can either talk on the chat, or you can Oh, she left. Chicken. Chicken. Wop, 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 wop. We got. Yeah, it's about that time that.
I just went to her. I just went to her profile, and then she hung up. I found her picture, Heather Yorkshire, and that's how you can identify them. There's so many Heathers, but she's Oshawa, and let me just look over her posts. Okay, she's got something here. I don't know what this is. Hangouts. She got some hangouts, evidently. That's it. 2 hangouts.
2 hangouts.
And yeah. And let's go to her about. She's got. I've got the movies like Jagger. Lives in Canada. Female. And she's on YouTube as Heather Yorkshire. And let's see what else. Photos. No photos.
Except for icon.
No videos. Yeah. And posts are. Well, I can open one of her posts. I don't know what it is. Hangouts on air. See what she's got. October 6, 2012. Does not exist.
Huh. Amazing.
So.
We got a ghost. Heather the ghost.
Yeah, her videos. Let's see. Checking all her videos. They've been removed. Does not exist. Okay. She got 3 videos. They're all done. And let's see. That's about it. Don't know much about her. Looks like a Canadian person.
She's a ghost. Because she has no link, no nothing. She may have been sent here to ridicule us or something and didn't happen. Okay.
No, I don't think. I think we're too old. We're too old. She wanted somebody to talk about the current rapper star stuff.
Well, we could have done that.
Okay.
We could have played that game. Really.
I'm trying to find her on YouTube, and I don't know how you find people on YouTube other than type in their exact name, which I just did, and it's bringing up everybody with a first name. And let's see. I wonder if I put plus channel. Plus channel. The Boolean. Do you know the Boolean thing?
Boolean. Sounds familiar somewhere. I don't know.
Boolean, it's a math where when you run a search, if you put the plus sign right up against the last word of your search word and you put a plus sign and then the very next word you put up against that plus sign, then it will only search for results that contain that plus deal after the plus. So,
try Google Heather Yorkshire and see what comes up under Google.
I'm gonna have
because Google, I mean, you put Spellbinder 00 in Google, I have 3,000 hits. I mean, it's easy. Yeah, under. Go to Google. Google Heather Yorkshire.
Yeah. Okay. And you will get. You will get nothing.
Nothing on Heather Yorkshire on Google? Really?
You just get, well, if I put in name,
Let me give a shot at it too. I'll give it a shot.
uh,
I'll give it a shot on here.
nothing.
Nothing on Google? Really? Wow, it sounds like a movie star name. That's why I was trying to figure out if we had somebody who was, you know, Google Plus. No, I don't want Google Plus. I want Google. Oh, Google Plus. No, it wants me to enter it. Never mind.
I'm going to Intellius. Okay.
www.google.com. I don't know why it does this to me. Ever since I reloaded my program on here, it's been having a hard time remembering stuff I've been at. Heather Yorkshire. All right. I got images for Heather Yorkshire. North Yorkshire and Moors Natural Park. No. All about Heather. North York. No, I don't want that. You're right. There ain't nothing. Wow. But I do get images for Heather Yorkshire. I do get images. And the images come up, and I get these pictures of photography by, no, that's not her. Wedding photographs. Yorkshire Moors. Wow.
Wait a minute. She's in Canada, so she's not going to show up on Intellius. Intellius is only for the United States. So now I got to go back.
Heather
figure out how to run a
Yorkshire.
search. See, how am I going to find a search? People search, white pages. Yeah, just go in white pages. Okay, find people. Let's go to white pages. Oh, that's all you can do. You know what I like to do? I'd like to be able to afford that criminal investigation program where you can find out anything about anybody, their criminal records. It costs like $35 a month or something for 1 month.
And be able to
really
figure out
dig up
who they are.
Wow.
Yeah.
What skeletons do you have in your closet? First and last name. Heather.
I found her. She's under Heather Yorkshire Plus. She is under Plus. And you're right. She has videos. She does do live broadcast because she has a link here for Heather McCrare Hung Out. And there she goes by Heather Yorkshire. I do find that, and there is live, but it's probably not live. Let me take a look at this and see what she says. This video does not exist. Oh, you must have ran the same thing.
Yeah.
Video does not exist. Video does not exist. Video does not exist, but she's here. She has a Google Plus profile, and I'm looking at it right now. She has 9,980 views. Attended Anderson CBI live in Oshawa. Live in Oshawa. there's a enlargement of her picture. Okay. And she dropped out. I have no idea. Flash not used.
Looks like she's in her late 40s.
Says she's got the moves like Jagger.
Yeah.
I've come across that.
No, I don't think she's in her 40s.
She
No.
has in her circle, she does have Doogie Dreamer, Bankoff McGee, and Bane Hardy. And Bane is Bane in Batman. That's the icons I'm seeing. Okay. And it says live, but I go there. This video does not exist. She makes videos and then she cancels them out. That's interesting.
Yeah. And I can't find her on YouTube at all.
No, but I found her on Google Plus, and she says live video here, and you hit it, and it's like, this video does not exist. And it must be private videos. She does private videos.
Yeah.
She doesn't do
Yeah.
public videos. Photos.
Yeah.
See what the photos show. There are no photos of Heather. Okay. Videos. I'm actually searching her out too because it's kind of neat that she came about. See about her. Education is Anderson in 1999 CBI. What does CBI mean?
College of Veterinarian Studies.
Ah, okay. That's why. And Heather,
I'll have to
Yorkshire.
run a search on it.
I'm running a search back and forth. I found her YouTube page also, and like you said,
Oh, you did?
yeah, I found her YouTube page. This channel has no videos, playlist, no videos, channels, no discussions, nothing about. She's kind of she's incognito. It wants me to sign in to her. I have no way of signing in, but yeah, I've come across her. I know that she's in Toronto, as you said. I mean, around Toronto. It doesn't really give me a currently in Ottawa, and I don't even see down here. Buffalo's to the south, Toronto's to the north over the lake. Nope.
Anderson, it's called Anderson Collegiate Vocational Institute. So it's a vocational institute high school in Whitby, Whitby, Ontario.
I know. I got Toronto on the map, so yeah, I'm real close. She's here in Toronto, or Mesa Segura, and that's the two places she could be around there. Okay, that's okay. She didn't want to talk. That's fine with me. It was just
I've got the moves like Jagger. Yeah.
I mean, add the circles. I wonder if I should add myself to her circles and see if she comes back.
You could.
Join Google.
She's awful young to become part of the inner circle, but I guess she could.
Well, it's weird.
Sounds like she's about 19.
Well, she's above 18. That's okay.
That's all it counts.
Yeah, because that's why I entered this as that she had to be 18 and above to come on here. Okay. We did enough research on Heather, and I'm amazed she didn't talk. didn't want to get in the conversation. She ended up on here, but she dropped out, left the group. And it would have been nice to have another person on here. It'd be nice to have 10 people on here, like Nadia does. I mean, Nadia gets 10 people. All she has to say is, I'm anti-Christian and I don't believe in you. And
say Spellbinder.
yeah.
I just went to her. It said people in common with you, so I clicked it and it said Spellbinder. You're already her friend, aren't you?
Apparently,
All right.
I did not know. I did not know I was her friend. I just wish she'd come on and have a conversation. This is a hard wish. I mean,
I can add her.
Just like Raven or Anne. I mean, Anne and Raven, I can have a conversation with them for hours. I mean, it's amazing that she's shy, gun shy, just
Yeah.
like the ghost sometimes. Gun shy.
Yeah. Unless it's 3 a.m.
Well, no, it's 11:32 here. I don't know where you're at.
10:32. 10:32. We've been on here for hours. Nobody comes. Nobody shows up. Nobody watches. How many viewers you got on your YouTube indicator? 3 viewers?
3 viewers. You, me, and somebody else, or 4 other who aren't talking right now. Wait, Raven Vengeance, come on in. There you are. Speak,
My ears were
Raven.
burning, man. My ears were burning.
Yours are burning. You've been here.
Your ears were burning.
Do you know anything about her, Heather Yorkshire?
Yeah, I know her. She's cool.
I was amazed she didn't
Really?
come on. She came on and she didn't say anything. She got gun shy or something and went off. I mean, I don't know. She didn't want to be the target on here, I guess. I don't know.
No, man, she's cool. She's one of the good ones.
Yeah, I thought so. But it was like we're trying to find out, why she didn't say anything. She came on for a minute and then went her way. And it was like, I thought she was in on the conversation that we were on. And, we were talking all types of stuff. And it was, between whatever. I mean, UFOs, government, whatever. It doesn't matter. I'm glad you're here, though.
Oh, I'm glad to be here, man.
Yeah.
I always enjoy your show.
Yeah, I get on here, and at first it's like I'm all by myself, and I'm sitting here having to go into news articles and stuff and talk about that. And then I get TJ on here, and then we go off on our articles of interest too that he's come across and everything. So what have you come across today?
Well, I've been interested in that controversy going on about the Confederate flag.
Yeah, we shouldn't have no Confederate flag anti-people around there. I mean, we should be able to have a Confederate flag. What does it mean? It doesn't mean slavery. You know what it means? It means it's like the 1776 is what that flag really represents. It has that. I mean, if they get rid of that flag, you think they're going to get rid of the American flag next? Is that the next? I mean, they're talking about getting rid of Thomas Jefferson out of the history books and everything.
There's a Confederate war hero that I forget who it is, but there's a big statue of him in Nashville, and one of the representatives has threatened because he won't take it down, and they threatened him with putting a big canopy over it, and he said, well, I guess I'm going to have to put it up on stilts then because I'm not taking it down. And I'm like, hell yeah, give him hell, man.
Yeah, exactly. Higher to raise it higher. It means the freedom of America, actually. Even though it was a Southern flag, I mean, they did the same thing with the Gaston, the flag with the snake and the yellow background. coiled up. They tried to get rid of that
Oh.
because that was a thing that said freedom. They want us to be free. They want us to be slaves, and that's what I'm seeing from all this.
You know, I've got a point that I'd like to share. Why is it that no one ever mentions that Queen Elizabeth I is who started the African slave trade? No one ever bitches at Great Britain about starting it, but they always go after Americans for buying them. How does that work?
Well, it came from the India. What was it called? The India
East India Trading Company.
Trading Company. Thank you. And they went down there and they were trading rum to the the king or whatever of these African tribes for slaves. And he says, yeah, get rid of these people right here. There they go. Put them on the boat, send them on their way.
I mean, I'm not saying that slavery was right. No, it was wrong. It was a bad thing. I mean, that's sad that, you went and traded other human beings into slavery. But the other side of it is there was always indentured servants. Look what happened to the Irish, the Italians. I mean, anybody who owed a debt had to pay that debt off.
Exactly.
If you could not pay your debt, you went into indentured servitude. And if you were too old or whatever, they would get one of your kids.
Exactly. Exactly. It wasn't just the blacks. It was Irish. It was, English. It was anyone. It was anyone that owed a debt. They'd go on the ship. They had to work their way over here on the ship or otherwise just be chained up and brought over and then traded off and the Americans to other British subjects. Quote, this is what happened. And up in New York City area, Manhattan, and they were traded off into that sector as slaves. And they had to pay their way by being a slave.
Now, something else that pisses me off about the whole thing, because that flag symbolizes different things to different people. The Jewish people, how many 20 million Jews were put in ovens? Okay. They're told never forget what happened to us. They are encouraged to, never let the younger generations forget what happened to the Jewish people. But yet, me as a Southerner, I'm supposed to forget all the ancestors that I lost that died in that war. They died for nothing. Even though it was a lost cause, yes, but still. That flag symbolizes my dead ancestors and my Southern heritage. I am not going to have people tell me, the government, whatever, that I cannot fly that flag. And you know what? I've never felt the need to fly that flag. I've never flown a Confederate flag. But I tell you what, I bought 2 of them today. We're going to put a flagpole up in our front yard, and I'm going to fly it simply because you ain't going to tell me I can't fly that damn flag.
Oh, exactly.
It is a rebellious thing. Sure it is. But here's the thing. That flag doesn't only symbolize slavery, it's Southern heritage. It's what you do with it. And the problem is you've had groups like the KKK hijack that flag and make it something it's not. Maybe it is that way to them. Maybe it is. Look how many people do evil things flying an American flag. It's no different.
Exactly. Like I said, they're going to get rid of that flag today. Where is it? They will not remove the American flag tomorrow because of all the war crimes across the world in the Middle East and everything. Because we went over there and, said there's terrorists there. Well, a lot of these terrorists are CIA and they're mercenaries. And they're over there fighting a war to take over that territory.
Well,
And
they're using that whole situation. It was a horrible thing that that kid in South Carolina went into that church and murdered all them people. But I'm gonna tell you something. I think his friends and his family that knew that there was something wrong with that kid, and he was blatantly going around saying that he wanted to kill black people and everything else, and nobody did a damn thing. See, nobody wants to go after the real problem. When you've got somebody walking around acting the way he did, and they just ignore it and he goes out and does something stupid, there should be people held accountable for that. Where were his parents? Where were his friends that sat there and said, oh, yeah, he talked about it all the time? Well, why didn't the hell you do something about it? Why didn't you speak up? Why didn't you get him some help?
exactly. They sure gave him help and everything. I'm just wondering, under his influence of all these Prozac type drugs, that he wasn't approached by FBI or somebody and said, "We need a race war. Go in there and shoot these people." The story on the local news actually said that the people actually came out in the church and said that he shot 9 people and he turned the gun on himself and pulled the trigger, but there was no more bullets. That sounds like a program to me. It really does. It sounds like just like all the rest of them. He was programmed to go in there and do that, to make a race war, to make the Second Amendment look like it's evil. We got to take the guns away from everyone. So, the government's the only ones that have guns. And, well, when that happens, it's the end of America. When the American people have to give up their guns, that's the end of America.
Well, like
If
I
there
say,
was, if there was a person in there was an incident that comes to mind a few years ago where a guy came in there and was going to shoot everyone in a church. I think it was down in Texas. There was a police officer who carried a concealed weapon, and this guy pulled the gun out and he shot him. The only casualty was the guy that was going to shoot everyone, and that was it. Now, if everyone was allowed to carry concealed weapons, it would be a different story. This guy wouldn't have got away with 9 people. He may have got away with 1, and then they realized it, and somebody would have pulled out a gun and put him down, instantly, and there wouldn't be any more.
whatever happened to agree to disagree? See, that's another one of my problems. I may not agree with, okay, say the Black Panthers and their flag with the big black fist. I might not agree with them. I might not agree with their flag. I might not like what they stand for, but I'll defend their right to say it. They've got a right. If you want to be racist, that's your right. If you want to be a racist son of a bitch and walk around and run your mouth and fly your flag, whatever you want to do, that's fine. But when you cross the line and hurt somebody, that's when you need to do. I mean, you know what I'm saying? It's one thing to have an opinion and, okay, say you're racist. Okay, you're racist. Why don't people just look at people and say, so I'm racist and I don't hurt anybody. I haven't hurt anybody with my opinion, so I'm racist. And it's just like with homosexuality. I don't care if you're a homosexual. Go ahead and get married. I think they ought to have the right to get married. Everyone should be miserable. Go ahead, get married. But I'm tired of it shoved down my throat. I'm tired that if I don't agree with certain aspects of it, that I'm a racist, that I'm a bigot, that I'm sexist, that I'm a horrible person, that I should be locked up in a cage somewhere. You know what I'm saying? That it's ridiculous. Just agree to disagree. Okay, go ahead, be gay, but I don't want to see you kissing. I don't want to see you hanging around. I don't want a big parade where people are up on floats waving dicks in broad daylight around kids. I'm just not into it. I'm sorry, I'm just not into it. You want to be gay, but do you have to be like that? That's not acceptable to me.
Oh, that's exactly how I feel about the whole thing. It's like, why do they have to go out and flaunt it? It's like flaunting it in front of the public. I mean, there's a lot of people who are sensitive to that. I mean, you have no conscience about flaunting that in front of people that don't agree, and they do that. They'll go out and flaunt it in front of them. They'll just say, "Look, I'm gay. Look, my big." No, never.
Yeah, exactly. You know, I don't want to see a dude in a pink tutu waving a plastic dick around. I mean, that's just me. I'm just not into it. You know, why do you have to do that? I mean, okay, you've got a right to do it, but I have a right to not want my kids around that. Where's my
Exactly.
right to not have my kids, you know, in seeing that? You know, there's got to be a line somewhere. Be gay, but don't be gross with it. And to me, that's gross.
Oh, exactly. I mean, I don't understand the whole situation, except they're trying to cause conflicts amongst ourselves, so we don't pay attention to what they're doing worldwide. I mean, I think it's all government controlled, and it's trying to create a race war and all this stuff. They got all these bullets and tanks and everything else across America right now. They're trying to set something up. I don't know what they're trying to do except bring America down to idiocracy. Maybe that's what their goal is.
Well, I just
Uh,
think it's a sad world of it to that you would I think it would be a sad thing if you had to live in a world where you couldn't speak your mind, you can't voice your opinion, that you have to just accept everything. I mean, here's what bothers me too. You'll have 100 people that are against something and one person that's for it, and just because that person happens to be gay, then the other 100 people are just supposed to sit down, shut up, and cower. And no, no, hell no, no, I'm not doing that.
yeah, you're right. I mean, we can't just bow down to whatever the mainstream media tells us to do. I mean, it brings me back to the movie that was called Network, and Network is the biggest thing that ever came out in the '70s. It was it's called dark comedy, but it was truthful. When they had this guy come up on the news and tell you, I can't do anything about the oil things, I can't do anything about this, I can't do anything about that, but I want you to listen. I want you to listen right now. I want you to go to your window. I want you to open it up. I want you to yell out as loud as you can. I'm mad as hell and I'm not going to take it anymore. That was the famous word from that movie.
Well, you know what? If you want to look at it like this, I think that the biggest bullies out there right now is the liberal agenda.
Oh, yeah.
Because if you disagree with them, they're the first one to start throwing insults. Oh, you're sexist. Oh, you're a bigot. Oh, you're this. Oh, you're that. No, I just don't agree with you.
Oh, you got that little hook. Take your two fingers and curl the other two down on your right hand and curl them and go racist, racist, and produce it. And they're playing that card right now. They're playing the racist card. Racist. You're racist if you don't agree with this. You're racist if you don't agree with that. Racist.
I think people just need to start looking at people like that and go, yeah, and what's your point?
Yeah, really.
Just to see what they do.
Right. You have to actually confront them and say, Abdinsky's real thing isn't going to work with me. If you get up here and try to say something against what I'm saying, it's not going to work. I'm going to turn around and go, but their two fingers go, you're racist. You're racist. Look in the mirror. Racist. And they have to turn around and look because they're calling everyone else racist. The one that points the finger is usually the racist. That points the
Exactly.
finger in public. Yeah. I mean, like that. And their politicians or their government. They're racist. I mean,
Well, and you know what? You want to know something that seems like it's racist to me, this way I look at it. Why is it that every time you have people killed, it's always a black person? 5 black people were killed today. How come we have to mention what color they are? Why is it that it just was not 5 people were killed? 5 humans were killed. Why does we have to put this 5 black people and 1 white person was killed? Why isn't that racist? Why are you singling out a skin color When you talk about someone getting murdered, what difference does their skin color make?
You notice that they tried to say a couple of years ago, maybe 10 years ago, that they were trying to say, everyone is the same person, everyone's one, and there's no color. It's black and it's black and white or whatever. They said there's no color to it, and suddenly color is everything, and you start sitting there going, well, 10 years ago you're trying to teach children that there is no difference between black, white, green, yellow, orange, and it's all one color. It's like black and white. It's like, I'm not saying that it's black or white as races, but there's no color in a race. It's a colorless race.
Okay,
And
here's something for you to think about. Did you hear about Obama saying the N-word on a talk show the other day?
did he really?
Yeah, he said the N-word. Okay, here's what's funny about it. Okay, this has
You
always
say
been.
Niger?
No, he said
Niger?
nigger. He said
Did
nigger.
he?
Yes.
Did he really with
Yes, he did.
the ER on the
Oh,
end?
yes, he did.
Oh no.
Okay, now here's the problem I have. Now, all this time we've heard that Obama's not black, he's half white. Okay, well, if white people say that word, then they're racist. Well, how come he's not racist if he has a white mother and he says that word? Why is it okay for him to say it, but somebody white says it and they want to unleash the fucking mob on you? I don't understand that. You see what I'm saying? It's a double standard.
It
If that
is.
word is wrong, then why does anyone say it?
See, that's the whole thing. I watched a Mark Dice, and he says he has the from the black people to say Niger, Niger, hey Niger. He says that's okay with the black people, but if you put the ER on the end, that's wrong. And he came out with a video on that. I mean, Mark Dice. Mark Dice. I watch him because he goes out and does these, petitions and stuff, and he gets people to sign these stupid petitions. And if you ever look at the petitions that they sign, you're like, my God, these people are clueless. I mean, they don't know what's going on.
Well, they
I
don't know
mean,
their history because they're not taught their history. They're taught what has been rewritten to fit their agenda.
yeah. And just the other day, he went out with 10 bar ounce of silver, a 10-ounce bar. He tried to sell it for $10. Nobody that he ran into was buying it. He said, well, he's right in front of a coin store where you go in there and have it verified that this is a 10-ounce bar of silver. And at the end of it, he had these two girls that he was trying to sell it to them. And he went through like, I'll give you this 10-ounce bar of silver for your cup of coffee that you got right there. Oh no, 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 I don't want that, and walks away. And he had a cameraman there, and he finally gets these two girls at the end, and he says, well, you don't want to buy this even for $5? About $1, about 50 cents. And they said, no, 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 no. He says, okay, there is a catch. And the one girl says, oh, I knew there was a catch. And he sat there and he went, okay, if you had took this 10-ounce bar of silver into that coin shop and had it, and traded it in, you would got $160 for that 10-ounce bar of silver.
Yeah.
Can I take that in now? No, that was the catch. Yeah, I told you what you could have done if you had bought this from me before I told you how much it was worth. And You know, that's how these people are in California. They're just that delusional. They don't understand that 10 ounces of silver is worth $160, and he was trying to sell it for $10. And all he asked for was a $10 bill, and here you go. Here's a 10-ounce bar of silver, and he would give it to him because it would prove the point in his video. But he was able to prove a point that nobody wanted it. Nobody wanted 10 ounces of silver for $10 that was worth $160 in paper. And I sat back there and I went, wow, lucky he didn't run into me. I would have gave him 20. I would have said, here's a $20 bill. Give me
I
that
would have
bar of
too.
silver.
I'd have felt bad because I'd have known I was still screwing him, you know. I'd be like, yeah, here, take a 20.
Here, take a 20. I'll go in there and get my 160 for it. Or keep it myself and put it in my pocket and keep it. I made $140 right there.
See, now that's someone with morals, just like me. I would have looked at the situation and known what it was worth, but it would have kicked in more than he asked because I would feel like I was taking advantage of him, you know, and I have a problem with that, you know.
Well, you could have brought it up to him since he was on camera and everything. Say, I know how much that's worth, and it's not worth $10, and that would have blew him away. Because that would blew away Mark Dice. I mean, that right there on the spot, that would blew him away, and you've been famous on camera with his video.
I'd get my 15 minutes.
That's it. You get 15 minutes because he'll say, "Oh, okay."
Oh my God, you're like the last honest person on earth. Here, we've got to interview you.
Yeah, and maybe we got an extended interview. It's only like, I don't know, 5, 8 minutes long. He was sitting there trying to give away this silver. No, and nobody. He actually gave it to him, and they were holding it, and it was heavy and everything, and they handed it back to him. Says, "Nah, I don't want it. I don't have $10 or something of that nature." They were just making up excuses not to buy that silver.
But you know, though, you know what, though? I have it in the back of my mind. Now, how do we know that wasn't staged? Because how can somebody be that damn stupid?
That's what I wonder about people in California. I mean, you're actually looking at a liberal state. I mean, these people are so liberal. They believe everything they see on TV. CNN is their mouthpiece, and they believe it. I mean, it's like 1984 all over again in the movie. I mean,
Well, they're just progressive to the point of being just stupid. You know, I mean, it's because I used to live out there, and the thing about it is they're so worried about offending someone, or you know, they just take the I'm a progressive person to just stupidity levels. You know, you don't have to go along with the crowd. If you don't like something, just say, look, I just don't like it. But, you know, a lot of people are worried about, oh, I don't want to offend them, or I don't want to hurt their feelings, you know.
that's wild. I lived out there too for about 6 months, and I was down in right near Disneyland, Anaheim. I was down in Anaheim with my brother and living with him, and I never talked to anyone actually. They're all in their own little world and stuff at that time back in the 90s.
When I first moved there, I lived in Yucca Valley for a while. And then I moved to Mammoth Lakes. Oh my God, I thought I was going to fucking freeze to death. Ugh, I couldn't get out of there fast enough. I'm just not a snow bunny. I'm just not. I am not putting skis on my feet and flying down a mountain. There's just no way. I mean, well, let's talk about that. I can't even ride an ATV apparently because I was on it 15 minutes and fucked my hand up, so I'm just not, I'm not sports oriented in that way, But after I moved out of Mammoth, I went to
Running down those slopes and everything.
no, hell no. I'm a flatlander. No, me and mountains are just ugh. I'm scared of heights. No, I'll kill myself on a pair of skis, and I just don't take the cold very well. I grew up in Texas, and I freeze to death if the temperature's below 65. It's 60 degrees. I'm cold. But I left Mammoth Lakes and went to San Bernardino. I liked it, but damn, it's expensive out there. I couldn't afford it. I was like, screw this, man. I'm not used to paying $2,000 a month for a 1-bedroom apartment. Sorry.
Oh yeah, that's way too much. $200 a month is pretty steep for me.
Well, between that and it being so anti-gun, I figured, well, I just don't need to be here. It's just, I guess, too progressive for me. No. I like my guns, and y'all just too anti-gun for me.
Yeah. That's another thing. That was the whole thing about South Carolina with that church shooting, which take away the guns. And that was the first thing they came out with when that happened. That's why I think it was staged in its own way. It was staged by, a mind control person. They sent in a church. They said he sat there, didn't say a word. He was the only white person in that church. And he sat there for a while. And after about an hour, he just got up, pulled a gun, and started shooting everyone. And when he got through shooting everyone, he went to shoot himself, and there wasn't a bullet left. Then
yeah, but I mean, think about what you just said, though. He was the only white person in a black church. Yeah. You see how we've been conditioned to think a certain way? Well, what is a white person doing in a black church? We shouldn't look at it that way. It shouldn't have even been a question that he was white and in a church. You see how that's all set up to be, oh, he was there just because he was white and he was in that church. Now, see there? See how that's, to me, it's set up. I see what you're saying, but
it's a setup, and you see how the black people didn't care that he was there. That was another thing. They didn't care he was white. They didn't have a notion that he's a white person in a black church, and it was okay with them. But yet he stood up and started shooting everyone, and that's why I think it was staged. I think it was staged by the CIA or something. I mean, when they got him into the police department and they were standing behind him with their guns and everything, he's just sitting there with a blank face. I mean, like he was programmed, and the program didn't go right because people in the church said he put the gun up to his head and tried to shoot off another shot, and it was empty. He shot too many shots.
When I say we grew up,
he's only supposed to kill 8 people and then kill himself.
But you know what, though? We grew up in a different world. We grew up in a different, I mean, you're a little older than me, but still, it's just like when Columbine happened. The first thing I thought was, all right, these kids were walking around high school with black trench coats on with Nazi symbols on them, and no one said anything. I know that if I had been in high school and I was walking around acting like that, somebody would have called my parents. Somebody would have pulled my grandparents aside and said, you know what, I don't know that if you know what she's been doing, but y'all need to talk to her. She's walking around school with Nazi symbols on her. Something's wrong with her. We need to get her some help. People don't do that now. They just don't do it. They're either afraid to get involved or they blow it off like, oh, they're just being a kid,
Yeah. exactly. I mean, they just blow that stuff off. I mean, it's like the movies, though. It's all in the movies. I mean, you have you have your goths and running around and stuff with all the piercings and black and dark hair and you got goths running around and stuff, and nobody says anything about them. I mean, they kind of accept it unless they have a dress code in school.
Well,
And
that's because most people in that culture they're not violent. They just want to be left alone. They're all into self-expression, which there's nothing wrong with that. And it doesn't matter how you dress, what you look like, what you're into. It's your actions. I don't give a damn what you look like, what culture you're in. If you're going around making statements like you're going to murder another person, somebody needs to step up and say, hey, now hold on a damn minute. If you're upset about something, you need to go talk to somebody. You don't just sit there and just blow it off and say, oh, they'll never do it. Well, you don't know that.
oh, you don't know that.
And to
You don't
me,
know.
if you don't get involved and at least try to talk to that person, then if they do go out and do something and you knew about it, well, you're just as guilty as they are because you didn't do anything. You just let them go on and do it,
Okay, the guy.
especially if it's a kid.
Okay, the guy in South Carolina that did that shooting, he dropped out of school. Right? There was a Tennessee day he dropped out of school. He was missing for a month or two. Who knows if he wasn't picked up by some organization that wanted to have an agenda happen, reprogrammed him under his drug influences and stuff, and sent him out there as a robot. And somehow they were able to trigger him under a certain word or something, and he stood up and started shooting people. Now, we don't know this offhand. I mean, it's speculation, but yet this is what the Montauk children were under. All these people, all these kids that were taken off the street, they didn't have a place to live, didn't have anything. They were like on the street. They were picked up by Montauk Project, and they were brought in, reprogrammed under torture and everything else, reprogrammed, and then they were sent out to be what he did. His blank expression in the photograph I saw of him sitting there in a chair with two guards behind him with machine guns. I mean, yeah, he didn't fulfill his assignment.
You know why I don't believe that theory, though? Here's why I don't buy into that theory. Because he was a nobody. He wasn't anybody. He wasn't anybody important. His family was not anybody, uh, they weren't anybody in politics or anybody that's quote unquote.
Perfect candidate.
Well, it's just why would somebody do that? I mean, why would somebody just randomly pick this goofy kid? I don't buy into that. I don't believe that theory because I just think this kid was ignored. I think he was trying to get attention. He was on psychotropic drugs, and he just nutted up and killed people. That's the whole thing. That's what I think happened, and nobody took him seriously.
Therefore, psychotropic drugs are bad.
They are. They are. They don't. You know what? They don't address the problem. They just give you medication and say, "Here, take this, and let us know, how you're feeling." You're an
Exactly.
experiment. You might as well be a gerbil in one of those little wheels. They give you these psychotropics, and you just go home and see if it makes you any better. And if you don't get any better, come back and we'll try something else. You're an experiment.
That's it. And that's why these psychotropic drugs should be stopped immediately by pharmaceuticals. But they're making so much money off of it. They gave each victim's relatives $1 million apiece to stay silent, that they won't come forward. That's something that hasn't been talked to in the mainstream media.
Well, people are afraid they're going to get sued. I mean, how are you going to be able to stand up to a pharmaceutical company?
Exactly.
You don't have the money to defend yourself in court. I mean, they're a pharmaceutical company and you're just average Joe. They're afraid to.
Well, let's put it this way. The pharmaceutical companies are making billions of dollars. So $1 million to each of these victims is nothing. It's pocket change. They reach in their pocket and go, here you go. Are you okay now? And they go, yeah, $1 million. And well, that's how they shut off why these drugs are so horrible. And they're not telling the people that. I mean, I watch TV, and when I see these drugs being advertised on TV, they even tell you it will cause psychotic eruptions, it will cause depression and suicide. And I mean, they just sit there and tell you this. And why would anyone take something that's supposed to treat them for the same symptoms and give it to them, and that will make them go out and do the same thing that's a symptom? I mean,
Well, because everybody wants a pill to make their life better. They want a pill to make them skinny. They want a pill to do this, a pill to make them happy, a pill to make them sleep, a pill to make life better. You know what? A pill's not going to make you skinny. If you're going to sit there on your fat ass and eat all day and never get any exercise and never leave the house, there is no pill that's going to make you skinny. There is no pill that is going to make your life better. You have to get up off your ass and make your own life better. Yes, life sucks. It does. There's a lot of assholes in the world. Bills suck. You know, the world is not a really good thing right now. There's so much conflict going on. There's just turmoil. There's name something wrong. There's a million things wrong. But you have got to learn how to have some kind of life. Get a hobby that takes your mind off of it. Get away from the things that bother you that bad. If you can't find somebody to hang out with that treats you with respect, that really values you, that does what a friend is supposed to do, then fine. Say, you know what? To hell with it. I'll just go be by myself. I'll find some hobbies that keep me occupied. I don't have to depend on anybody else. I'm going to go make myself happy. You want to know what the secret of life is? The secret of life is learning what you can, being as happy as you can, and just live your life. That's the secret of life. There is no secret. There is no secret to life. You go through ups, you go through downs. There's hard times, there's good people, there's sorry ass people. You've just got to learn how to cope. You ain't going to find it in a pill. You're not going to find it in an organization. You're not going to find it in you've got to do it on your own, because nobody ever said life was ever going to be easy. And it's not. It's a learning experience.
wow, that's true. That's so true. I agree with you 100%.
But I think it's sad that people want this quick fix. They are so used to just instant gratification. And if it doesn't go that way, then the whole world comes to an end, you know?
Yes, you're right. You're right. You're absolutely right about your analogy is very good, and I see that.
And quit worrying about what other people think. You know, that is a big problem with a lot of people. And I can sit here and say that, and sometimes I'm guilty of letting other people get under my skin and really piss me off. But I just have to step back from the situation and say, what does this opinion really mean to me? Nothing. So what? You called me this, you called me that, I'm this, I'm that. You know what? Good for you. Go away. Go take your anger somewhere else. Go take your stupidity somewhere else, because I don't care. If you don't like me, fine. Go away.
Yeah, exactly. I have no idea why people. I just don't know why people go to the witch doctor. I call white coat and stethoscope, and they're just, you know, I don't understand that. They go to these people to get help, and then they're given all these synthetics, and they've taken them. I mean, it's like, let me mix these two test tubes together, and here you go, take that, and it's okay. And next thing you know is they're out there being a mass murderer, and I don't know. It's a lot of it is they they reached the end of their rope and they went for these pharmaceuticals as the last resort. Yet there's natural cures out there that would do better. I mean, barium. Barium is a herb. They could take that. They could take melatonin, and there's so many other treatments out there that they could take besides these pharmaceutical, chemistry concoctions that they made. They just mix these together and say, here, $100 a pill or something, $20 a pill, $10 a pill. But if they have 1 million people on that, that's a lot of money that these pharmaceuticals are making off of these drugs. And I don't understand why they keep giving this to these people who are depressed and everything, and knowing the side effects. I mean, they know the side effects could do what it does, but when it happens, oh no, it was the gun. It got up and jumped in his hand and said, kill, kill, and they shoot. I mean, well, that sounds like the drug was working on him, not the gun. The gun doesn't say anything. The gun, if you lay a gun down on a table, it's not going to sit there and jump up and say, let's go kill somebody. I mean, that's the type of thing I'm thinking about when they give these psychotic drugs out. And it's just insanity.
Well, that's because it's a money-making business. It's just like with cancer. There's never going to be a cure for cancer because there's just too much damn money in the treatment. They don't want to cure you. They want to keep you hooked. They want to keep making money off you.
Oh,
It's all
yeah,
about money. They don't give a damn about you personally. They just want that money.
that's it. And it doesn't matter. They'll blame the gun, a club, a knife, or anything else, but it wasn't our drug. No, no, it didn't do that to you. It was something else. It was that object it did the harm. And so they're blaming an object for something that's psychological through their drugs. And that's what always blows me away because I realize that, and you realize that, I know you do, that the drugs that they synthetically produce is creating all this mayhem, and they're using it to say guns are doing this. Guns jump in your hand and say kill, kill. Well, only if you're on psychotic drugs. I mean, I mean, really.
How do you control a population? Number one, you scare them. You scare them so bad that they're willing to give up their freedom just for that little bit of idea of safety.
Exactly. Just give up your rights, give up your guns. We'll take care of you. Yeah, they'll take care of us all right. When they line us up in front of a dredge pit and they put you up there in Nazi Germany and shoot you in the head and you fall in that pit and they throw some sulfur on you. And so, and then cover the pit back up. Okay. Yeah, exactly.
What's the solution? I don't know. I don't know what the solution is. I think there's when okay, I'm going to make this comment and I'm going to sound like a horrible person, but this is what I think. I think there's just too damn many people in the world. I just do. I think that there is too many people, not enough to go around. Too many people play the blame game. It's just like you'll have people that sit on the internet and they tell their whole life story to everybody. And then they wonder why people will turn around and use that against them. But then, you know, I think that people have lost the idea of really like what a bully is, what a troll is. You know what I'm saying? People want to throw labels on just everybody. You know, it's just like if somebody does something really stupid and you call them out on it, you're the asshole. You're the troll. You're the bully. Oh, you're a horrible person. It doesn't matter what their actions were or the fact that they do it to other people. It's just that you had the nerve and audacity to say anything. Well, who are you to say any? You know what I'm saying? It's ridiculous. It's like just basic. What is the term I'm trying to find? You know, my mind goes 100 million miles an hour, and I can't get it out fast enough.
I know what you mean.
Common sense doesn't factor in anymore. Accountability, you can forget that. It's always something else's fault. It's the TV, it's the flag, it's the opinion. There's no personal responsibility. You got on the internet, you did something stupid, you got called out on it, but then everybody that calls you out on it are the ones that are wrong. It's not what you did to bring it on yourself. It's that the people that turn around and push your shit in for a good reason, they're the ones that are wrong.
Yeah.
How does that work exactly? I'm still trying to figure that one out.
Oh no. If you've been hanging out with trolls, haters, and naysayers, I mean, you know how these people act out there.
Well, and you have the very people, that say shit like that and they project what they do on you.
Yeah.
It's just like racism. They're sitting there calling you a racist when what they just said was the racist statement, not what you were just defending.
Oh yeah. I mean, it's just. I mean, I look at these people out there. I mean, like Descent and all the rest of them, and I kind of sit back. Descent's kind of cool. I kind of like Descent. Descent's not really a troll. He just ends up on the list as a troll. I don't know why he ends up on my list as a troll. I don't know. And he's cool. And he gets along with me. It's kind of like the others. I mean, you have the clown guy, Fiction, Fiction Fighter. Now, who is Fiction Fighter? I'm trying to figure him out. I mean, I know Kenny, KPZ shared, and NR Inc. Well, I don't know him yet, and I'm going through this, and I know you were on there arguing with him. I don't know what you were talking about, but
I'm going to explain it to you like this. I have friends.
Yeah.
I have acquaintances. I treat people the way they treat me. I consider you a friend until you do something that stabs me in the back.
Oh, okay.
And I just deal with people on a personal basis and by their actions. Now, I can't stand it. And I'm not talking about anybody in particular because I'm not going to go there.
Okay.
When you claim to hate somebody, claim you can't stand somebody, claim that they're a sorry, horrible person, but then you go into a hangout and you see them hanging out with the very people they don't like, supposedly, I don't have any respect for you.
Okay.
If I don't like somebody, I'm not hanging out with them.
Well, I know KPZ, and I know him very well. We have discussions. Descent, I've had a lot of conversations with him. He kind of reminds me of Paul. He has a Paul overtone, and I like Paul. Paul has always been a good guy to me.
I like Polly. Polly's cool.
Yeah, Paulie actually invited me out to his place to have, a conversation and a good time. And I've never accepted it yet because I don't know these people. I mean, really.
Well, this is the only advice I'm going to give you. When you see a lot of drama going on, just stay out of it. I mean, if it doesn't personally involve you, my advice is just sit back and watch. Just don't even get involved because it's really not worth the stress. It's not. I mean, because at the end of the day, when you look at it, you don't see these people every day in the real world. I put it on a real world basis situation. Okay. People that you deal with in the real world are different than people on the computer. Okay. Now, there are people that I have been fortunate enough to have known long enough to where the internet friendship transcended into the real world. But it takes a long time. And I will tell you this, like I say, if it doesn't involve you, stay out of it. You don't want to get in it, just let it go. I know and I'm guilty of doing it. I'm guilty of sometimes getting involved in shit that I really shouldn't. But in the long scheme of things, just sit back and let people be people and just be an observer because it's going to save you a lot of stress. And I'll be honest with you. I talk to a lot of people and I don't know who the hell they are. It could be a sock account. It probably is a sock account. It could be somebody that I thought was a friend, and I don't know who. I'm talking to a picture of a sock. I don't know who that is. I don't know their name. I don't know who they are. I could be talking to anybody. I don't know. But like I say, I stay out of a lot of it. Because it's not going to do me any good. It's there's a lot of it I don't want to be involved in. I don't. It's none of my business. Even though I'm in a community and I'm in several, I pick and choose what I get involved in. Now, here's the thing too, though. Me making a comment is not always getting involved in something because I'm sarcastic. I'll make a goofy comment or something and I'm bad about it coming off the wrong way. See, that's why I have to be careful too, because sometimes I offend people or I hurt people's feelings and I don't mean to. I'm just playing. It's hard to project what you really feel typing words in a computer because there's no emotion there. Sometimes I'll say something and I meant it as a joke, but it's taken like, oh, you're a horrible person for saying that. No, I'm not. I'm just playing. I'm just kidding. Don't take it personal.
Yeah.
I am myself. If you like me, fine. If you don't, fine. I'm going to voice my opinion. If you don't like me, fine. Good. But I'm not going to kiss your ass. I'm not going to suck up. I'm just going to be me. If you can handle me, that's fine. And I'm not perfect. I've been wrong about things. I've not liked people for the wrong reasons or liked people for the wrong reason and then come to find out, oh, holy shit,
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I've been with with the Canadian, what's his name, Secular Opinion, and we're getting along real good after we made contact after Vaughn. And after Vaughn, we've been in good contact. I mean, I've actually liked Secular because he's a logical thinking person, and I like that. I like talking to somebody who's on my level.
Well, I like him. I've always liked Secular Opinion. I think he's cool. I've always liked him.
Mrs. Maisie's not on here right now. I mean, I invited everyone, and I'm amazed that he hasn't showed up. And he's in my group. And I mean, maybe he has some to do, some earth stuff he's up to, or something. I mean, well, I like secular. I like talking to him, having him come on. I mean, he has the role, you know, a South Park character, and that's kind of cool. They use
But
that for.
and there's people I wish I was better friends with, but for whatever reason, I'm not, and it's cool, you know.
Yeah,
But the only advice I would give you is, like I say, stay out of the drama as much as you can and just be yourself. And if people don't like that about you, well, fine, it's their loss. Don't lose no sleep over it because it's not going to do you any good.
yeah,
You know, at the end of the day, what does it matter? You know, I mean, if they're going to be that way towards you, fine, it's their loss. If they don't want to know you, oh well.
oh yeah.
Be yourself. Don't try to be something you're not. You know, I mean, see, that's why I like hanging out with you because we talk about stuff that, you know, I'm sure I get made fun of and I don't know about it. I don't give a damn. I don't. There's some things that I'm interested in that I just think are fun. I like paranormal. I mean, look, I'm sitting there in a damn hearse. I mean, come on. You know,
You've seen my flashlight videos, haven't you?
yeah.
I mean, I'll sit here and talk to a flashlight, and I have people coming on there going, he's talking to a flashlight. No, I'm talking to an entity who's able to influence the flashlight and make it come on and go off at command. I mean, what can I say?
Well, you know, I'm just one of those type of people. I've always been upfront about the fact that I'm not for mass consumption. I'm just not. You know, there's no. I was posting Bugs Bunny cartoons today. You know, who does that?
Really? Were they good?
I was posting banned cartoons, like old Bugs Bunny cartoons, little racist things because it's so what? It's funny. I don't care. You know, it's considered racist, which I think is stupid. You know, I mean, there's some off color things, but I look at it like this: if you can't laugh at off color things, then you don't need to be around me because I just find humor in stupid things. I mean, I'm one of those type of people. I'll trip over something and laugh at myself. You know, what a goober. You know, I can't even walk. What is wrong with me that I can't walk? I laugh at myself. I'll say something stupid and then laugh at myself.
Wow.
I think I'm a funny bitch sometimes. Not everybody thinks that, but hey, I laugh at myself. I like to have fun. I like to have fun. I like to talk about things nobody else wants to talk about.
Oh, you're on my own channel. You must be on my channel. I talk about stuff that nobody wants to talk about.
And I get tired of talking about just certain people. I don't want to talk about that. They're boring to me. I had my fun. I'm over it.
Yeah.
I don't want
Yeah.
to even mention their name. Ugh. Please don't go there. I'm leaving.
The big V.
Oh,
No,
God. No.
no, I don't even talk about V anymore.
V for Vendetta.
I just watched that movie the other day. It was a refreshment in my mind. November, the 5th of November. Yeah.
But I do. I just, I get tired of it. And I'm not a troll. I am not. Now, I can, talk about
You're
certain
not
things, but I
trolling.
don't go out of my way to just relentlessly
Hmm.
stalk people. No, I don't do that. I'll make a comment and then I'm over it.
There you go. There you go. You are who you is. You know how that movie went. You're wherever you are, you're there. There you are. I always loved that movie. The what was it called? The Repo Man. That always impressed me too.
I don't know why I was thinking about this the other day, but I need to watch that movie Turk 182. I remember that movie. I don't remember much about it, but
Turk 182. I'm gonna have to look that up now since you brought it up. Turk 182. Wow, TURK 182.
yeah, 182.
Huh. I have to look that up and watch it too. And I don't know if I watched that. I watched several movies. I watched Fahrenheit, 451. Ooh, kill the books. No books allowed. You have to be on the internet. And that's what it relayed to me. It was like, oh, well, I don't want to only be on the internet. I like reading books.
I do
I
too.
just
I do
I,
too.
I just got through reading a book called Wizards. And there was a book about wizards, and it went through all the wizards through history. And that was interesting. Know about, Dr. D and Rasputin and Merlin, and it just went through all those wizards, and it was interesting. It was interesting to know how they thought and how we have the modern occultism that's going on right now, and it all led up to the day, and it's like, wow. Being a occult studier myself, and I, I think you know that. I've read many books. I actually read many books on Tesla and others, and they were wizards too. Tesla was a wizard. He was a fantastic wizard of electricity. Ooh, wow.
I'd love to have a Tesla coil in my backyard to play with and just throw lightning bolts everywhere just to do it. I'd probably electrocute myself though. First bolt to come out of it probably hit me.
Well, you have a fine coil, and you put a ball on the top connected to the fine coil, and you run this fine coil down, and then you have a big coil at the bottom, like say 10 gauge wire, copper around it at the base, and then you have to have a stop on there. It's just like a arc space where it will arc across when you turn it on, and it charges up this coil. And it's really simple. It's a simple design, actually, but it works wondrous electrical effects.
Yeah, I'm not much for electricity as far as I'm not going to go play with it because I'm not going to fry myself because I don't know enough about it.
Oh, see, I'm an electrician. That's why I know all this stuff. But I know how to build one of these things and make it work. But I never built that. I have built wands based on the principle, and I have like a magic wand. Oh yeah, I got magic wands. I got all types of. I got talismans I had made up. Oh, it's amazing. My life in study of magic and everything is, I mean, magic with a K, not magic with a C, which is the illusionist. Magic with a K, which is what Aleister Crowley said was real magic. Yeah, I've studied that. I studied real magic. Never performed it offhand. I mean, I've done the lesser banishing of the pentagram. I've done the greater banishing of the pentagram, but that's about as far as I went. And those are like protection spells, basically. They're nothing more than protection to keep others that know of me from affecting me.
And if it works for you, then who is somebody to say that it's stupid or it's not real or that doesn't really work? That's annoying to me. I mean, just because you don't believe in it, it's okay, fine.
Well, I woke up when I was a teenager to understanding that they said this. It's bull. It doesn't exist. It never happens. And then I started looking into it because of that. That's what that actually aimed me towards it, was because I actually went through voodoo first, the voodoo books. I mean, in our library, in my small town, they had books on voodoo. And I went through the voodoo books first. That was voodoo. And then after I went through voodoo, I started going into magic books of real magic, like Aleister Crowley and stuff. And then I went to Carlos Castaneda and his, the Yaquar way of life. And I followed his entire series. And I found out that all these systems are related, which they're all related. There's no difference between one system and another except the practice that they go through. There's really nothing. But I always loved Carlos Castaneda and his Yaquar way of life. The Yaquar was Don Juan. And I went through all that. And I went through the entire series up to the point where I actually bought the exercise books. Now, there were videos where it had his 4 witches performing this stuff that he said he was taught by his master, which was a Yaquar sorcerer, if you want to call him a sorcerer. He's not, well, yeah, he was a sorcerer. He induced him onto these drugs like peyote and datura and different drugs that he went through, but it was to break his consciousness open so he could understand what Don Juan was telling him. Because some people are, he was like a normal, American mindset. And what opened up was that he understood there was this assemblage point in our back. It's kind of inside us, but it's in the back. And if you move that point from left to right or right to left, you would experience different realities. It's in the center of your back. Okay. Now, what this is, when you go to sleep, your assemblage point moves on its own. That's why you dream. That was the explanation, and Don Juan gave to Carlos Castaneda. He says, when you sleep, this thing moves. And when it moves to the left or it moves to the right, but you're able to see other realities while you sleep. And sometimes I've had awake dreams where you realize you're dreaming and you're looking around and you're in a dream. And you can do anything you want to once you realize that. And how to get there was to find your hands in your dream. That was the first thing, is to hold your hands up before you go to sleep and look at them. And then, do whatever you do with your hands afterwards. But you concentrate on that and you go to sleep. And when you are dreaming, you look for your hands. You find your hands. And once you see your hands in your dream, you're awake in this dream world. And you can do anything, fly or whatever. I mean, you can take off and fly wherever you're at, wherever you want to be, and fly. And you can be above the trees and everything. I've had that. I had the Superman experience, as I call it. I mean, I actually had that. And it's wonderful that you're above these trees and everything, and you're flying, and you're able to see everything in your area perfectly clear like it's daylight. And you're seeing it. Maybe not be in this dimension, maybe it's another, but you're able to see the same plane that you're over, and you're able to see it on, and you're able to fly over it, and you're sitting there going, wow, I'm flying like Superman. Basically, I'm levitated above the ground. You start out on the ground, but once you see your hands and you realize you're sleeping, you realize you're in a dream, you look around and you start seeing everything as it is, and then you take off. I mean, you just go, I want to fly. And off you go into the air, and you're flying above the trees and everything, and you're looking down, looking at everything that you know of down below, and see stuff. Some of you never seen before. And when you get up in the morning and you go out and hike out to that area, there it is. What you saw when you were flying. Hmm. It's an interesting experience. I have to admit. I mean, Carlos Cosnero was called a fake or whatever, but you practice these techniques, and you were there, and you were able to experience them. So I don't think Carlos Cosnero was off from what he is. I mean, hmm.
Well, just imagine what we could do if we could unlock the parts of our brain that we don't use.
Well, that's part of it. Is while you're dreaming, you actually see your hands. You find your hands, and you're in a wake dream. Uh, what do you call it? There's another name for it. It's oh God, there's a scientific name for it, and I can't think of it. It's a wake dream.
It's like a lucid dream, isn't it?
A lucid dream, yes, a lucid dream. You're in the lucid. Thank you. Yeah, you're in the lucid dream, and you're able to realize you're dreaming, and you know you're dreaming because it feels so real. And I've come up out of 3 dreams at one time. One time I woke up and thought I was awake, and I started seeing strange things around me, and I go, "Oh my God, I'm seeing all the ah!" And then I wake up again. I'm in another dream, and then I finally wake up into the real world, or what we call the real world. It's not real world. It's not real. None of this is real. It's all an illusion. It's all, and you realize that when you come out of 3 dreams, you actually realize it, that you're in 3 dreams. And when you hit the 3 dreams, well, I don't know if you ever experienced that. You ever had a dream you wake up and you think you're awake and you're not awake and you're in another dream?
Yes. And sometimes it's not a good thing, especially when it's
No,
scary.
no. Sometimes it's scary. I agree with you. It is scary when you wake up and you think you're in the real world and you're not, because you're starting to see things that shouldn't exist. Yeah, exactly.
I had a dream one time and it was so real and it still bothers me now. I dreamed something was trying to drag me off the bed, and all I could think about was, don't let this thing get you off the bed or you'll die. And I mean, I woke up swinging. That scared
Wow.
me because it seemed like it was so real, like something had a hold of my feet and was trying to drag me off the bed. I don't like dreams like that.
No, those will happen if you're in the astral plane like that. There's beings out there, if they're around you. And the only thing I can say is I agree with these people in the videos that say when stuff like that happens, you call in the name of Jesus or something, or go Atov, Malkut, Vivora, Gizla. I mean, that's Kabbalic. And you make a cross sign and they'll go away instantly. I mean, it's Kabbalic. It's in Hebrew and stuff. And you announce that, and they suddenly understand you don't want to be messed with. They don't mess me because of my crystal offhand. I wear crystal for over 15 years, and they don't bother me. They're afraid of me. They don't bother me. I may see them if they won't come up and try to touch me or anything, because they just know better. I
Well,
read
crystals and minerals and things like that give off different, I won't say vibrations. I can't think of the word I'm trying to say.
but they kind of absorb your vibrations and your
Yeah.
soul in a way. And
Well,
so it's like a concentration of yourself.
it's just like with crystals. You have to be careful wearing crystals because, like, say you're having a lot of pain, it amplifies everything about you. If you're in a bad mood, it amplifies that. If you're in pain, sometimes it will amplify that. So you have to be careful what you wear. You know, even if you research, I mean, you'll have people make fun of you or say, "Oh, I don't believe in that stuff." Well, here's one thing to think about.
Yeah.
When you watch things like The Lord of the Rings and you see their armor,
Mm-hmm.
if you notice the armor that they all wear, there's copper, silver, and gold all intermeshed in all that. Well, I was thinking, that's not the first gladiator, same way. All those old, all those not historical, all like gladiators, ancient Rome, Lord of the Rings, Spartacus, just keep naming stuff, you don't notice it until you really, like, you've seen the movie 100 million times like I have, but you notice things like that. Well, I was reading in a book, they were talking about back in ancient times. I was reading about armor because I like studying about like ancient torture devices, catapults, art of war, how the Romans won a lot of battles with their battle plans and stuff. And then you had people like Napoleon imitated it. You know, just getting into ancient armor, stuff like that. Well, anyway, in this book, and it was an old book, it was talking about they use different elements to increase the stability, even just their religion, whatever. It just amplified it, the protection, you could say. But they did that on purpose because it was alchemy. They put alchemy into everything. Their suits of armor, their weapons, what minerals or emeralds, rubies, whatever, just like a king's crown. All those different stones that they put in crowns, jewelry, stuff like that. Back in ancient times, that had meaning. It stood for the family. Like you might have, your crest might be a vine, a crow, and a sickle. That was your family crest. And your family jewel might be an emerald or a ruby, and they would incorporate that into every aspect of their life. The jewelry they wore or the armor that they fashioned to represent, Rome or whatever. There's something to that.
Of course, there's a lot to do with that. It's empowering an object through those crystals and stuff that you are able to put a power into it, and it's the power of the universe, and you put in that, and it intimates without. So I have a wand. I actually sleep with a wand, and it's a special wand. It's made of a copper tube. It has a coil, a smaller coil in the middle, and a larger coil that does the entire length of the wand. I put a crystal into the tube, and it's inside of it. These are pure crystals. I mean, they're crystal clear. You put it in there, and then you put a crystal on top that fits the tube, say a half-inch, and then you wrap it with tape. I mean, electrical tape or something of that nature, something that will endure. And you put that down in there, and this thing becomes a magical wand. I mean, it's naturally absorbing energies from the void, I guess, the space.
And see, here's another view of it. All right, I'm putting a disclaimer on what I just said by saying this. I'm not saying that it actually does this. What I'm saying is the mass consciousness of people who believe that it does is a very powerful thing. I mean, look at some of these preacher videos where, you know, he'll get up there and make a certain body movement. Everybody in that church just falls over. It is the weirdest shit, but that's just a mass belief that overcomes a herd of people when they have a very powerful belief system, no matter what it is. And it doesn't matter if it's actually doing what they believe it does. It's just the fact that they're
Exactly.
mass herd mentality, if you want to call it that, but they believe the shit's real. So,
well, they give him the power by his preaching and stuff. They were like transformers, and they're transforming this energy to him, and he suddenly is filled with this energy, and he's able to make them do whatever he wants. I mean, Aleister Crowley even did this test in front of a person they knew personally. He was walking behind the guy in front of him. He says, "Watch what I do." And he walked just like the guy was walking in front of him. And then he fell on his knees.
yep.
And sure enough, the guy in front of him fell down on his knees just like that.
That's documented that he did that. Yep, I've read that. You're right.
And, yeah, and he was able to do that, and that was a proof that magic is what it is. It's the will and the the will and the intent to make something occur. That was his magical formula for that, and he was able to show that intent. The intent was he walked after him. The will was when he fell down on his knees and made the guy in front of him fall down. That was his will. And he proved that that was the will.
Well, my mother is like really religious, but she would doctrine hop when I was a kid. I mean, I've been to Pentecostal, Church of Christ, Primitive Baptist, Fundamental Baptist, Southern Baptist, Catholic, Methodist. I've been to just about all of them. And one of them that really used to bother me, and I refused to go after a while because they would do that speaking in tongues thing. It's one thing to watch it on the internet. It's another thing to be sitting there and these people are doing that. Okay.
I've been there.
I've
been there.
Okay, you know what I'm talking about. To me, it's creepy. To me, it's like they're all brainwashed or something, and you're sitting there, and then they start like screaming or jumping around, running laps. I mean, it's creepy. I never could sit there and be around that because to me, it's just that speaking in tongues thing. It's like, really? That's it's okay, nutty. I'll say that. I can't deal with it. It's just creepy. And they're screaming and hollering and running laps and falling on the floor, and it's just, ugh, no.
Oh, I know. It's awesome. I've been there. I've been to a church where they were speaking in tongues, and they're sitting there going, "I'll be and they're like, "Wow, these people are actually into that."
Well, when you're not into it, and it's not cool, and you know, it creeps me out. I've seen churches where everybody falls out like that, and you're standing there going, "Okay, these people." I feel like I'm in The Exorcist. I got to get out of here. No, it's too creepy for me. It's uncomfortable. It's creepy. It's kind of scary. It's just, oh my God, really? How do you do that? How do you put
Wow.
yourself into a
I
trance
know.
where everyone in there is just, ooh.
Doing the same thing. It's kind of like,
I don't like that stuff, man. To each his own, but it's one thing to watch it on the internet, and it's another thing to be sitting there and everybody around you's doing that.
yeah,
And you're
I
like
know.
9, 10. Okay, I remember all that stuff. It's creepy. I don't like it. But, these people really believe that God is speaking through them. I'm talking, some of them were old. So, you ever seen the little old ladies that get up? They're like 70 something years old. They're running around the church.
Wow.
Oh,
Yeah,
man.
doing flips and everything. I mean, I seen a guy do flips and everything. I'm filled with the Spirit of God. Does a flip right there on the stage. Well,
Yeah, you're filled with something. I'm not sure what it is, but I got to go.
I've actually walked up to the podium before the Church of God, and I actually walked up to the podium. Me and my friends, we walked up there, and they had these little dishes. They were like Petri dishes, and they're they were what, not concave, yeah, concave dishes, and they had a liquid in them. And I stuck my finger in there and smelled it. It was onion juice. And these guys, when they want to cry, they would dip their finger in that and they'll go and rub under their eyes and going, oh, something here is, oh, and they'll start to cry. And because they have onion juice under there.
But you know what's sad about it, though? Those people out there in that audience really believe that. They really
Yeah, I know.
believe that he cares and that he's like speaking for God. I mean, they're that into it.
Yeah.
And I think it's sympathetic. I think it's sad. I think those people are brainwashed, and you can't talk them out of that. They believe it.
That's when I left the Church of God. It was a round church, and it was a nice church and stuff, and I kind of believed in it at the time, and then I saw that, and that's what increased my occult understanding. I wanted to understand the occult more because they were using illusion, and they would take this onion juice and put it under their eyes, and they'd start crying, and it's like, ah, I see how you do that. And
Let
then
me tell you,
they start playing the plate out there and say, "Put money in the plate for God." You
dude,
know?
I went to a Catholic funeral about 4 years ago. Okay. The first thing, and it was the chapel out at the cemetery. Okay.
Yeah.
But it was at a Catholic church. So the first thing I noticed when I walk in the door is these huge stained glass windows, which are beautiful. I love stained glass windows. I like to go through churches just to look at the windows in them. They're just
Oh,
awesome.
they're beautiful. Yeah.
Okay, I look up at the top and there's a pyramid with an eye in it.
Oh no.
And I was like, oh shit. I'm seeing that Illuminati sign. You ever seen that video where it's all this different symbols of the Illuminati?
Oh yeah.
Where they all morph into like Saturn and shit. So anyway, I walk in the door and there's like the all-seeing eye looking at me in a church. I'm like, oh shit, it's true, But anyway, so I go and I sit down, and I look, and right in front of you, there's this Jesus on the stick. Must have been at least like 30 feet tall. This thing was huge, and it actually had Jesus hanging on it with diaper and all. And it was just like huge. Well, one side of my brain was thinking in the back of my mind, I feel like that scene in Damien The Omen. When he's making the joke, just starts freaking out. They can't get him out of the car. So anyway, no, I'm thinking that in the back of my head. So anyway, I'm sitting there staring at this huge zombie Jesus hanging from the ceiling. It's like 40 feet tall, and I'm like, holy shit. So anyway, we're sitting there, and at the end, the priest says, you know, if you're not Catholic, you can't take communion, but you're welcome to stay. And there was like 100 people in this line, right? So anyway, the priest is standing there, and he's got this cup of wine, and he takes a drink, and then he gives like, I don't know who the dude was. He got a drink, and then 100 people all drank out of the same glass. And I'm sitting here thinking, with all the diseases in the world now, I'd hate to be number 99 out of the 100 with all the backwash and the herpes sores that I'm telling you about. I thought, I don't want to take communion. It's like the community spit cup, like that movie 13th Warrior, where they're all like blowing snot balls and shit in the wash pan. You ever seen that movie? Have you ever seen that movie, 13th Warrior?
No, not yet.
Watch it.
I will.
There's a scene in there, you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. So anyway, I'm thinking there's no way that I'd want to drink out of the community spit cup. Catholic Church is like really like Southern. My Southern Baptist grandmother said that Catholics were devil worshippers. They had idols and stuff, and they're in there burning incense and shit, which doesn't bother me. But I mean, the community spit cup thing was pretty bad, and all the like pyramids with eyes in them. There was another one too. It was some kind of symbol. I can't think what it is now, but it was weird. I don't want to take communion. I gotta have my own cup. It'd be like the Methodists and have those little bitty cups and those little. You ever been to Methodist church? Oh, I guess you already left. You still there? No. Spellbinder. What are you doing?
Yeah.
What did you do?
I just walked away for a second.
Thanks for telling me so I can just keep babbling.
Oh, might as well keep the channel open. I don't know. And you
Sure,
went.
I'll take over.
I mean, I had a emergency bathroom. Never mind.
Thank you for sparing me that information. A little part of your life. Thank you.
I was like, okay, I get the drift of what you're talking about, and oh, I gotta go.
You ever been to a Methodist church?
I've been there Lutheran.
Okay, Lutheran's close, I think. Yeah.
They drowse themselves in a robe and everything like Catholics. And, yeah.
They do that Apostles' Creed.
Do you really?
Yeah.
They have a robe and everything, and they bring you in, and you want to come up and they'll give you the, well, it was a wet something. I don't know what it was, a cracker, wet.
Damn. Sorry. It's no fun. Try not to wake my husband up with my loud ass phone screaming at 12 o'clock.
Yeah.
I don't want to wake him up. Anyway,
Yeah, I had the wet one at Lutheran. Lutheran gave me the wet, you know, it's wet. I don't know what to soak it in water or something, but it's they put it on your tongue and stuff. I went up and
ew, they don't touch your tongue with it, do they?
no, they just put it on your tongue and you kind of take it in as yours, what it's called,
The wafer or something.
the wafer, the Eucharist or something or
Eucharist.
something.
Yeah, the Eucharist.
Yeah. And I had that one. I had Church of Christ. I had a cracker, and they gave me the wine. Well, they did that at the Lutheran too.
Methodist uses grape juice. They don't use wine.
Yeah. Well, Church of Christ I was at was in the Air Force, and I decided to get out of doing duties. I went and got baptized. Oh my God! It was by a lieutenant colonel, and I thought he was going to drown me when he baptized me for a second time. I've already been baptized in the Baptist church, so this was a new experience in itself. I mean, the Baptist church, they don't actually submerge you. They just kind of splash water on you like the Catholics do, and
Southern Baptists do.
really,
Southern Baptists baptize you completely under the water.
wow.
Yeah.
I don't remember that one. I was baptized once under the Baptist, and then I was under the Church of Christ, and I was baptized. And they put me in a white robe, and they put me in this tub, and they submerge you underneath. And he's saying something above you, or you're sitting there going,
We'll drown the devil out of you.
yeah. And he brought me back out, and apparently I was baptized on the Church of Christ also. So I'm a
Child of
Baptist. I'm a Baptist Church of Christ.
Methodist.
Yeah,
Lutheran.
Lutheran, and I went through all of it, and then I became a Gnostic. But
Then I became an I don't care. I want as far away from that crap as I can get.
Gnosticism is more interesting than all the other religions. I don't care. I mean, they believe in the Book of Mary. They believe in the Book of
Gospel of
Thomas.
St. Thomas, yeah.
Yeah,
What's the one about Judas?
and they have a Book of Judas.
Book of Judas.
Amazingly, and yeah, Judas actually wrote a book. Apparently,
That's the third one. What's the fourth one? Shit. There's like two more in there. There's five. The original Garden of Eden, the original Genesis, right? That has Lilith in it. Or is that the Kabbalah? I don't remember.
I don't know. I've went through so many religious stuff. It's unreal.
I know, they just kind of all morph into one big nightmare.
Well, it's not a nightmare. It's an understanding that they're all related, but they have their own world.
Well, some of them, I don't know though, dude. Some of them are pretty bad, like Southern Baptists. I mean, when I was a kid, I mean, they would tell us that we're going to go to hell if we don't.
Oh, yeah, the hell and brimstone.
Hell, fire, and brimstone, man. It was like you're sitting there wondering, oh, God doesn't hate me. What if I die in my sleep? You're like 7.
Yeah, you've been through Southern Baptist.
Why would a 7-year-old be laying in their bed scared to death that God was going to kill them because he hated them and put them in hell in the middle of the night? You're 7. You know, there's something wrong with a religion. It's got to scare their kids into
That's
believing it. Of course, you're going to believe
that's
there's a God. If you don't, you're going to burn.
that's when I was introduced to the chickapoos. Now I don't know if you know chickapoos, being a Southerner.
Who's
I
chicken?
don't know.
I don't know.
Chickapoos. They're little black creatures, about maybe 3 feet tall, glowing eyes, glowing teeth, glowing fangs or claws.
It's a chupacabra.
Maybe you call it that, but we call them chickapoos. And
I
I
want
used
to
to
pet
see them all the
chupacabra.
time. And it wasn't until we moved out of that house that I got rid of them. When I moved up here, when I was about 6 years old, I had a nightmare with one of these things attacking me. Guess what? I turned around and attacked it. It never came back again when I
Did you ever
attacked
make a
it.
groundhog fly through the air?
No, can you do that?
I don't know. V did.
Wow.
Jedi Force and shit, but we're not going to talk about that.
Well, it sounds like something interesting. I'd like to know as a story. And put on as one of these 10 strange stories.
Luke Skywalker in the backyard.
Wow. I don't know if you've seen the creature I took a picture of, but
Yes,
it's
I've
out
seen
there.
your picture. We were trying to figure out what it was one night. Remember, TJ was in here. And then Polly came in. I remember that.
What was that? It looks like a rat riding on a red cat looking at me
God.
when I took the picture. And I'm like, I'm flabbergasted still from that picture. That's the first paranormal picture I ever took.
I think you're
actually,
racist. I think you're racist, and you had one of those mammies in the yard, and you just threw a towel over it and took a picture. That's what I think.
no, this thing didn't exist
You got a yard
when I
dog.
saw it. I didn't see it. I was paying attention to the deers across the street, and I came out and took a picture. And then I went back and later on and brought it up on the camera. The hell
Spellbinder,
was that?
you have one of those yard jockeys, don't you?
No, we don't. We don't have anything like that. That's what's weird. I have no idea what this rat was riding on with this pineal gland hanging out in front of it. It looked like a pine cone in front of it. I have no idea. And it was riding on this red cat that was looking at me when I took the picture. And I was like, bro,
Oh God.
it must have been the dimensional thing that made this rat go from place to place or something. He was riding on the back of it like he was, I don't know. And it had a hat on, a top hat, and brim and everything. And
I
I'm
know we've all
still,
analyzed it. We've been in depth analyzing it, dude. I remember.
I have no idea. I have no idea. I really don't, because I didn't see it when I took the picture.
Do you
Well, I
know
brought
what?
that up.
Do you know what quarters on somebody's grave means?
Quarters?
Uh-huh.
There's a certain way that you can put a stone over the grave and put quarters into certain slots.
Why do you do that?
There's something about these slots that make the Kabbalic tree. I think it's something to do with the Kabbalic tree, even though it's not random as a Kabbalic tree of life, and it's supposed to bring back them to life in the other world.
There's a monument. There's a monument at Mount Olivet Cemetery in Nashville. It's a pyramid. I've taken pictures of it. It was one of the architects of Centennial Park in the early early 20th century, like 1900. He
Yeah.
designed the Parthenon for the World's Fair. Um, Half of downtown, I think the Fisk building he designed. I could be wrong about that, but anyway, he was an architect. And he was a mason. He's got a pyramid. That's his tomb out there. And somebody had been out there and they left a candle, some quarters, a cigarette. I mean, they leave things on his grave like that. And I was just wondering what quarters on somebody's grave meant.
Hmm. To make sure he has passage with the boatman,
Karen.
Karen.
He's the ferryman on the river Styx.
Yeah. It's why a lot of people put coins on the eyes of the dead to make sure they have passage.
Well, that was to keep their eyelids down too, so they're not like staring at you with one eye.
Yeah. Well, supposedly once you close them, they're not supposed to open up. But
Pirates used to wear hoops in their ears made of gold, so if they got killed somewhere, there was enough money to bury them. Little known facts. See, I'm full of little known stupid facts.
yeah, if they had the gold, yeah, it was, yeah, I see that.
Just take the hoop out of his ear. It's solid gold. That'll pay to bury him somewhere.
That's it.
But he always has stuff on his grave like that. It's a cool monument.
Yeah, putting coins on there must be trying to pay his passageway. That's the only thing I can think of.
That kind of crossed my mind. I wanted to hear it from somebody else because I need to look it up. I've just been too busy.
Yeah, that's supposedly that's what the coins were. You put the coins on the eye. 2 coins that was supposed to, pay Ciron to give him passage into the next world, and that was a payment.
I've got a book about ancient, is it Greek or Roman? I can't remember. I get them mixed up sometimes. But they're real close, but they're different in some ways. Well, anyway, when they describe hell, the river Styx like splits into these other rivers.
Oh yeah, you can go to Ivana, or you can go.
Nirvana's Buddhist. Nirvana's Buddhist, though.
Oh yeah.
Dante's Inferno was talking about like the river Styx and shit being in hell, like the 9 circles of hell. And
I've read that. I've read the book Nine Gates to Hell. There was actually a book that I read, and it talked about where Satan's halfway in ice, halfway in fire, and he's trapped down there in the very pit of this. And it's a really kind of scary in this way, but it's just another terminology, I guess, for the afterlife.
well, there's that one part where it talks about, and he's half frozen in ice. So the
Yeah.
pit of hell is frozen, which means, hey, I'd rather be hot than I would cold. I can't stand to be cold. To be frozen half in ice.
My problem is every time I do work where I'm at, I sweat like I am burning up. Anytime I do work, I always thought about going to Norway or somewhere cold,
Ugh,
so
yeah.
I can
Mm-mm.
balance out this flame. I'm kind of like the guy who was in the Strange People. He was able to go across the Arctic jogging in his shorts, basically, and he was able to jog and keep himself warm. I feel I have that ability. For some reason, I have the same ability. I can keep warm in the coldest temperatures if I'm moving and doing something. I can actually raise my temperature up until I'm 100 and something degrees. It feels like I almost feel like I'm going to burst in flame and turn into you know, something out of Fantastic Four.
No, we've got a friend from Australia that comes and stays with us every 2 or 3 years. I don't care if it's 30 degrees outside, he's got shorts on. I don't know how he does it.
It must be the same metabolical rate I have. And I mean, I go to sleep at night. I have the fan on, and I'm laying on top of the bed, even though it's like 70 degrees or something. I'm starting to sweat, and I have to have this fan on to dry out the sweat. And then I get cold. I cover up. I get heated again. I suddenly heat up again. I have to take the covers back off and cool off again. I mean,
Now, see, I don't like air conditioning. I'm always cold in the summertime in the house because he keeps it cold because he works out in the elements. So if it's 100 degrees outside, he don't want to come home to a house that's 85 degrees. Me, it doesn't bother me. I just don't like air conditioning blowing in my face, or I'm not a big fan of like air conditioning. I like to open the windows and I don't like cold. I don't even like it with the air on.
wow.
But it gets
Just
to the point.
bundle up more.
Yeah, I
Bundle
know.
up.
It sucks. I come in the house and I'm like freezing to death.
Wow. Kind of opposite. I mean, I'm opposite of me. I'm like fire or something. I heat up. I go outside and do yard work, and I'm drenched when I come in. I mean, literally drenched because the heat, and it's 70 something degrees, but the humidity or something, and maybe it's the humidity that I'm allergic to. I don't know. And I'll come in, I'm drenched. You know, I'm dripping off the forehead and everything, and it's like, that's not natural, is it? I
It
want to
has
go back to Norway.
been hot here this year. I mean, it's only June and our heat index has put it at 100 degrees all week. It sucks. It is so hot outside.
Oh, yeah. I go out in that and I just start sweating and get drenched. I feel like I jumped in the swimming pool. I mean, that's how drenched I get.
Well, I hope you don't get the heat we got down here because it's bad.
I gotta go to Norway.
It's too early
Iceland.
it's too early in the year to be this hot.
If I work in Iceland and have to do my work, I mean, anything I do, it's weird. Anything I do, I heat up to a point where I am just irradiating heat. I mean, I was out there at one time shoveling the driveway. I'm in a t-shirt in my pants, just normal long pants, and I see steam coming off of me. That's how hot I get. I have steam coming off of my body. It's like, wow, I got the steam at negative, 21 degrees. And
Dude, you can have negative 21 degrees. Are you crazy? There ain't no way I'd live up in that polar bear area. That's too cold for me. I would just have to walk out in a blizzard or something.
you wouldn't imagine how hot I get. I get real hot. I mean, I radiate heat.
You're gonna burst into flames. You're gonna be one of those spontaneous combustion stories you read about. Just your shoes with your feet in it'll be left.
And I sit back and go, wow. That's why I'm down in the basement, because this is comfortable to me. It's 72 degrees.
Spellbinder's gonna end up on an episode of Ghost Hunter someday. This man spontaneously combusted. All that was left was a pair of shoes and a foot.
Ah,
He spontaneously combusted. It'd be like some Jesse Ventura would put out. Was it a conspiracy? Was it aliens? Was it a shady industrialized military complex that caused this? Dramatic music.
No, I think it is because I understood Tono, like the guy that does this stuff. And I understand Tono, and I've lost my control of Tono. Tono is actually a Tibetan technique where they can go out in the middle of negative 24 degrees, and they put cold sheets over him, and he dries them all night long. All night long, this guy's able to dry these sheets, and they pull them off, and they're dry. And steam's coming off of him. And, well, I understand what Tono is. I know how to do it. I just don't know how to control it.
It better be an airlines or a boat company, because I can't live in that. I'd be getting the next flight out.
Well, it comes when you're let me
Negative 21. Think about it, though. You're in a short sleeve t-shirt. It's summertime, and you're talking about negative 21 degrees. Are you crazy? Snow, ice, 9 months, 10 months out of the year. No. Too cold.
Too cold.
There's a polar bear in my trash can. It stands up. It's 10 feet tall. Yeah, I want to move there.
Well, polar bears actually keep warm because their hair, they're white, right? And their hair is actually like a fiber optic, and it draws in the heat from the sun and keeps them warm.
It's a fucking bear that's half the length of my goddamn car. Okay, it's gonna stand up. Do you think I want to live somewhere that has that in my yard? No.
No.
Woman eaten by polar bear going to get the paper. It's 21 degrees outside. You're sliding on ice, and here comes a fucking polar bear. Yeah, I want to live there.
Okay, right here where my throat is, where it comes to the base of my neck, if you can see that. I don't know if you can see that or not.
Yeah, I can see it.
Okay. It's, you go like this, you gain energy of heat. And you can sit there like this and cross your arms, and you can generate enough heat to dry sheets. And they do that in Tibet. I understand that, but I have no control over this. When I'm sleeping at night, I want to do this. You know what I mean? I want to put my chin down, and that cuts off the heat exchange coming out of the
Dude,
neck right here at the base.
At negative 21 degrees, you might as well light my ass on fire, because that is the only way that this bitch at 130 pounds is going to get warm. Okay? You can do cheese, whatever. Hey, Polly.
Hi, Polly.
On fire.
Hello.
He's trying to teach me how to keep warm when it's negative 21 degrees outside.
Can we talk about your ass being on fire again?
No, my ass is not on fire.
You're the one who brought it up.
No, we were. Never mind.
We're talking about
All I'm saying.
right here.
I'm saying.
Right here.
He's trying. All right, teach me. He's trying to teach me how to keep warm in 21-degree weather using power of some kind of Tibetan shit he's talking about. What is it?
It's called Tai Chi of Tono. It's called the torch. And you can create the torch if you put your chin down to your neck. You can create multiple layers of heat to a point where you're
You know,
boiling.
when I was a young man, I was in the Boy Scouts. In fact, I got really pissed off at my scoutmaster at the end, and I never made Eagle Scout, but I did all the required things just out of pride. I just told him to fuck off at the end. But nevertheless, I did the polar bear camp. I did 10 days in fucking snow when I was a kid. When I went to the Marine Corps, I did something called cold weather training. I don't know if you're familiar with the Marine Corps' cold weather training, but you might want to investigate it. I'm going to tell you right now, if you're at 21 degrees and you don't have fucking fire or a heat source, yeah, you die. That's all.
That's that's what I'm saying. You can bend your neck all you want to, but negative 21 degrees, no.
Just
No.
saying, been there. And that's cold, man. That's really fucking cold.
And you've got a polar bear in your fucking yard. A polar bear, not a brown bear, no. 10 feet tall, standing up. Yeah, I want to move there.
You know how to kill a polar bear?
Stay away from it. Just,
Yeah.
no, I don't, I don't know.
Oh, check this out. Oh, this is so cool, man. This is how you kill a polar bear. It works every time. You go out into the middle of the ice and you drop a bunch of fucking picks and just break up the ice. Anything you can to break a hole in the ice, right? So you got a big ice hole. And you put peas around the hole. And when that polar bear comes up to eat those peas, you just kick them in the ice hole.
Wah, wah.
Ain't that fun? That's cute.
That's cute.
Wow.
I don't want
So
anywhere.
go ahead, I'm sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
I'm in the process of uploading a video right now that I think you'll find some interest in, Raven.
Uh-oh.
It's, well, it's referring to, you and I should have this discussion personally. So if anyone's listening and they're enjoying the conversation, prepare to enjoy it even more, because Raven and I, for the first time ever, probably don't see eye to eye on a particular topic. And I'm going to bring up the Confederate flag. And
Oh my God! Not the Confederate.
Well, the reason I'm bringing up this conversation is because a couple of times today she has posted or commented on a post about like the General Lee, like Mattel, the toy corporation, is going to remove the losing nation's flag from the toy that we all grew up with. Now, as much as I think that's ludicrous, like you can't erase history, there's no doubt about that. The Dukes of Hazzard was a cool show, and removing the flag doesn't change it. It was still a cool show, and I like reruns of that. But at the end of the day, we do not allow losing nations to fly their flag at our state capitals. For instance, we don't see a Nazi flag hanging at the fucking Atlanta courthouse. You know why? Because they fucking lost. We don't see a Japanese flag. We don't see a red flag with a gold sickle on it. We should not fly the flag of thy enemy at our state capitol after they have lost that capital anymore.
I don't think it has any place at the State House. No, I don't. I don't think it ought to fly over the Capitol. No, but if you have one in your yard, that's your right to have it.
It is, and there is some freedom of speech that, for instance, if I have a friend that's my neighbor next door and he's from Japan and he has, by all means, fly a Japanese flag on your property. Just don't fly it on mine. And the State House is my fucking property too. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, I definitely see what you're saying. It's just like, I don't care if you're transsexual or whatever, but I don't want to pay for it. Do what you want to, but don't expect the American taxpayer to pay for your sex change.
Right. So we're in agreement on this then. I think is that what I'm understanding? Like, you agree if it's public property, you don't fly the the enemy's flag on it, right?
Well, I'm just saying, I don't think it ought to be. I don't
Because
think it
there's a
ought to
difference
fly.
between public property and private property.
Exactly. I mean, if you want to put it on your car or you want to fly it in your yard or whatever, you should have the right to do that. But no, I don't think it ought to fly over courthouses. And no, the time for that's over. And it
Good. Okay, well, cool.
and it means something different to different people. It's what you do with the flag. I mean, it's been hijacked by different groups and used in a way to discriminate and, murder people.
In
Yeah, it
all,
has.
but in all fairness, that flag was flown by our enemy. Like that was our enemy's flag.
Well, it was a brother fighting brother situations, what it boils down
But
to.
those brothers were enemies. Like, I mean, like I guess what I'm saying is, in order for me to take up a gun against my loved one, they're not my loved one. They are my fucking enemy. If you are willing to shoot your brother across the alley because he's trying to come to your yard, that's not your brother anymore. That's your enemy. And I think I'm unique that way, and I understand that my method of thinking is probably different than the majority of folks out there. But I get super confused how people hold on to the losing ideals. I don't know how else to say it, you know what I mean? Without, because I don't want to insult anybody. I never mean to ever hurt anyone's feelings. I just really want to understand their thinking, and I can't quite wrap my fingers around, like.
Here's the way I feel about it. I had quite a few ancestors who died in that war. And they're being portrayed by what is being said by there being like, say, a Confederate graveyard, a Confederate memorial. And it's like my ancestors, whether they were right or wrong in their beliefs, it's like, to me, it's desecrating not only history, but it's like they died. Yeah, they lost, but they died for nothing. Like, I'm supposed to be ashamed that my ancestors were on the Southern side. No, I'm not ashamed of that. I don't agree with things that were going on in both sides of the war. The whole war within itself was ridiculous. It was. You had a country in a civil war fighting. There was a lot of people whose families were split. Some of them were Northern, some of them were Southern. A lot of people have dead ancestors on both sides of it. All I'm simply saying is my ancestors died with honor within the military system, even though it was on the Southern side. They were still respectable people. They were not just trash that, oh, well, you were my enemy. Well, there was wrong being done on both sides. It's just like there's a common misconception that only Southern people had slaves. There's a lot of Northerners that had slaves. It's a common misconception that everybody that's Southern is racist. No, that's wrong. I've known just as many Northern people who use the N-word and are racist. They don't like black people. They don't want to live in the same neighborhood.
Sure. And I won't argue your demographic for absolute obvious reasons. I've lived in as far south as you can, Miami area, all the way up, and I agree. Racism is everywhere. Obviously, there's pockets that are heavier than others depending on the demographic of that particular area. But the same argument you just made, I can make, and allow me, please. Some of my family were SS. And I'm telling you, it's okay to be disappointed in the decisions that your family made. Like, I am ashamed of my German heritage. I really am. Like, I am 1/4 German. I am German, Irish, Scotch, and Dutch. And that's it. Like, there are 4 things that made me, 4 different, very unique people that got together. And I'm ashamed of that heritage. And I think it's okay to be able to say that. You can still care for the people. You can still love them because they fought for what they believed in. But you have to be able to recognize that what their belief structure was fucking wrong. You know what I mean?
But
And
I'm not.
I guess that's where I'm coming from.
But see, I'm German too. My grandfather, I mean, I've got cousins in Germany I'll probably never meet. But my grandfather was in Normandy. He went, it was V2 or something, D2. He crawled over and hid in dead bodies and stuff, and we never knew that until his funeral. But I'm not going to say, yeah, I'm German. I'm half German. But I would never be ashamed of my heritage. I don't care what war, I don't care what situation. I don't look at it that way. Yeah, they made poor choices and they screwed up with Hitler, but they were deceived. They were. He came around at the right time, said all the right things, and by the time people realized really what he was about, it was too late. Number one, because they couldn't defend themselves. They didn't have gun rights.
Right, but you're not so proud of your people to fly a Nazi flag on your front porch.
No, but not everybody was a Nazi either.
No, but that's the stigma that's attached, and it's the same way. Look, in any war, there are going to be pockets of people that are, les résistants, if you will, and they're going to be the normal folks. And we may have family members that were the normal folks that existed in that, but we have to recognize, I think, as a society, that the South was the losing fucking team. And if you were in the South at the time, having claim to fame of being the losing team when you're part of the winning team. Okay, here. How about this? What would happen if, say, the Super Bowl, right? The guys win the Super Bowl, and the very next day, the guy that has the MVP ring still wears his Super Bowl uniform, but flies the other team's flag on his car. Like, I know that sounds like such a silly metaphor, but that's kind of how I feel about the whole thing. Is I sound like such a prick, and I'm not trying to be. I'm just so confused by it. I don't understand why someone would want to fly the Confederate flag.
I don't understand why there's so many people who, just because they disagree with something, that they want to automatically ban it for everyone.
Object of our illusion.
And I'm not asking to ban it. Don't get the wrong idea. I'm not asking people to take down their flag on their private property. If my neighbor was Japanese and wanted to fly a big white fucking flag with a red circle on it, I'm cool with that. Whatever, it's your yard. But on public property, I don't know, man. It seems just so weird to me.
But I just said that. I don't want it on public property. I don't think it ought to fly over a courthouse. But what I'm simply saying is, whether people like it or not, that is a part of certain part of the country in the South. Some people look at that as part of their heritage. And for the government to ban something that represents to some people their heritage, no, that's not right. No, that's not right. I might disagree with what you have to say, but I'm not going to expect that just because I don't agree with it that it should be banned. That's all I'm saying.
Right. So let's just say, hypothetically, that you're in Nashville area, right? Let's just say that particular area, a particular group of people that had a particular thing you didn't agree with. Let's just say that let's just say that the majority of Nashville became Muslim and started flying a different flag at the courthouse. At what moment would you say, wait a minute, stop? I don't care what your fucking heritage is. I don't care if there's 51% of you in my town. Your heritage is not my nation.
You're talking about people from another country.
Not
They're
from
not part.
America.
No, okay, it doesn't matter what country you're from. Okay, let's just say that it was, how about this? How about if
Why
next
does it bother you? Well, you know what? That is
how
just
about,
the way I look at it.
well,
And
how about this, Raven? How about if somebody flew a flag with a big fucking cross and Jesus on it next to the American flag at the courthouse? How would you feel?
if they flew a flag with a cross,
With Jesus on it.
they do
Next to
that
the
around here anyway. They do that around here, and it does not bother me. I'm not a Christian, but I'm not going to sit there and say, I don't like your flag, take it down.
It's not their flag. It's our flag. That's our property. That's our courthouse. That's ours. Me and you, honey. You know what I'm saying? That's where I draw the line for me. And it sounds like you do too. Public is public. That's my fucking property too.
Exactly.
I don't
But
want
if
there.
you want to fly it on your property, I don't think the government should tell you and just ban it just because certain groups of people don't like it. And it was never an issue until that kid went into that church and shot those people. They weren't referred to as they were people who got shot. It's always black
I
people
would
get
like to make
shot.
a correction. I would
Just
like to make a
make it.
correction real quick. This initiative has been around since 1971 in South Carolina. This is not new. This has come up before their court 5 fucking times in my lifetime. This is not new.
I think it should be allowed. I think they should be allowed to have that flag because that's a flag of freedom for the Civil War. It was their flag. They had
And
it
they,
there.
bro, they lost.
But it doesn't matter. It doesn't
It
matter if
doesn't
they
matter.
won or lost. It does
It
not
was an
matter.
American thing. It was the American thing at that time.
Our flag was the American flag, bro.
Think about this. They're going to take that flag away. They tried to get the Gainesville flag, the one with the snake on it. They tried to take that away. Now they're going to take away the American flag. You know our flag is going to be as equal to the Nazi swastika if they keep going with this. You know that. You know that.
It's not the American flag.
What?
The
The American
Confederate flag, as you know it today, was actually the Virginia state fucking flag. It wasn't even a nation's flag. It was the flag of the Virginian Army. It was adopted by the southern states in defense of Virginia because they didn't want to be part of the fucking United States.
Well, of course, we don't want to be part of the United States right now because the
I'm
United
totally
States
cool with
is,
being
is
part of the
Washington
United
District
Tell me,
criminals.
wait a minute, motherfucker. You
Huh?
tell me, why is this such a bad fucking country? Let's talk about how you're living. You check your...
I'm living in poverty. Are you living in poverty? No, because
No,
you're working with the system somehow.
get up every fucking day and I go to work and I work for a fucking living. How dare you ridicule my fucking life?
So you're going to go along with the evils
Oh
of,
yeah,
of like something from Avengers or something, and you're going to go with them.
eat.
Okay.
I get to eat fucking regular. I get to live regular. I get to go where I want. I get to own boats. I get to own trucks and cars. I get to live my fucking life. You know what else I get to do, Jason? I get to take fucking food to the food pantry. I get to donate money to fucking charities. I get to take care of fucking health. tell me where I'm playing along. Check yourself, bro.
Okay. So you're living the life of the Aviva. Okay. The life of the Aviva. You're living the life of Aviva. What about the rest of us who's not living your life?
The rest of you that are too fucking lazy to go get a fucking job in a trade that you know how to do, go ahead, test me. Look, you from your own fucking mouth have said you're an electrician by trade, but you sit in that fucking basement of your mom's house and refuse to go get a fucking job.
You know why?
You
Because there's
question
no jobs.
bullshit. There's fucking jobs everywhere. The only motherfucker that doesn't work in this country doesn't want to fucking work. Period.
You believe that. Go on. Go on. Play the game. See? You want to play the game. Because you're living somewhere with something that I have no idea how to get into, and you're not enlightening me into it.
$12 an hour is such huge fucking money. Get bent.
And you're able to afford everything you got at $12.50 an hour. Right?
No. I didn't say $12.50. I said $12 fucking dollars an hour. Yes, $12 an hour. You know why? Because I fucking work. Get off your ass.
And you're able to make everything you have, boats, houses, and everything. No.
$12 an hour. You bet your ass. You know why? Because I buy cheap shit that I can fucking afford, and I live realistically. You have a lot of fucking gall questioning me.
Oh, do I?
Yeah,
I
you
could be
fucking bet.
making. I'm looking for an $18 to $20 an hour job. Now there's
Why?
people who now there's people who are out there working under what? They're working under the establishment under a
Yeah,
they have.
there is. There's guys 1/3 your age that have 3 times what you do because they're willing to work at $12 an hour and fucking mean it. That's why. And they're not living in their mom's fucking basement pretending they're taking care of somebody when they're a fucking lush. How about that?
Okay, you want to play that? Okay, we can play that.
No, I'm not playing shit, motherfucker. You questioned.
No. You're saying you're only making $12 an hour. I know you're making $32 an hour.
Hold on. I'm going to show you my fucking check stub. How about this shit, dude? Check this out. Look at this shit. How about camera up? Here we go. Let me go ahead and get this where I can see what's going on. I can't believe motherfuckers like you got to be questioning me. Here we go. All right. Jimma. Okay.
Make it focus.
Can you see that? Can you see this? Here, we'll try to get it where you can see it good. Let me find the camera here. Okay, here we go. Look at that. $12.35 an hour at regular fucking rate. $12.35. See that?
Well, how are you able to afford a boat, a house,
Because I'm
and
fucking
everything else?
not lazy and I don't live in my mom's fucking basement and expect the world to be handed to me because I think I'm fucking special. That's why.
No,
Yeah.
I am special. I have a trade.
I've never been anything but fucking respectable to you. Ever. Ever.
You gotta be kidding me. 12 fucking dollars an hour, and you have a yacht and everything else. What? A boat? I mean,
And you know what else I don't have? I don't have fucking loans. Because I save money and I buy what I fucking want.
I save money too. That's why I am not working right now. I have money, and
You
I
can
have.
save money if you do not make money. If you are not making money, you're doing nothing but spending it. Get off your ass, go get a job, never ever question me again, ever about my fucking character. You're acting like an asshole. Good night.
There he goes. There we go. We got a guy who claims that he has a boat, a house, and everything else. And how in the hell do you afford that if he's not a shill? And I always question that with Paul. I always question that Paul may be a shill. And I've looked at that and I go, what?
Okay, let me just say this. That's none of my business. Let's change the subject and on top of that, he's not here. And
Okay,
let's change the subject.
okay. What do you want to talk about? We can talk about anything. It's open topic, basically. And I always have open topics because I'm sitting here in between jobs, and I can get a job for $18+ an hour because of my trade. And he's saying he's doing all this stuff off of 12. What is his wife doing? You think his wife's not working and making up maybe the same amount?
Well, that was wrong
That's
for that to even come up.
$24 an hour.
That's wrong for that to even come up. That had nothing to do with what we were talking about. And
Yes, you're right.
so
You're
let's
right.
just go somewhere else.
Okay. I like Polly, but he's sitting there saying, I'm making this. But what is his wife doing?
It's none of your business. Next topic.
Next topic. What's the next topic? We
I
can
don't
talk
know.
about anything. It's open. Open lines. Anyone else besides us? Anyone? I can re-invite. Maybe they missed it. I don't know. And I'm sitting back here going, what? I mean, he's living the life of Aviva. And I have nothing. He said, I worked my ass off for this. Okay, never mind. Let's go on to the next subject. Anyone want to talk about anything else? Is there anyone out there who wants to come on right now that should be able to come on and talk? And use circles. Okay. We've had it, and now, I mean, anyone can come on here and now. No? I am unimpressed. You guys. Okay. Can do it. They won't allow me to bring anyone on here. That's scary. And that's why I have a question. And see, they won't allow me to bring on public. That's the issue. And here I am by myself. I bring anyone on here that wants to come on here. I'm going to paste this somewhere where everyone can come on here. Fuck